Me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. We'd like to welcome you to the Utah State Board of Education board meeting. And we're going to take a roll call to check on our board members. Board Member Booth. Board Member Cannon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Board Member Klein.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Board Vice Chair Davis. Let's see her. Board Member Earl.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello. Board Member Hanson.
Good morning.
Oh, you are here. There you are. Thank you. Board Member Hart. She said present. I just saw her say it. Board Member Chair Huntsman.
Good morning.
Thank you. Board Member Hutchings. Board Member Hymas.
I'm here.
I see you. Board Member Lear.
I'm here.
Good, thank you. Board Member Moss.
I'm here. Morning.
Good, thank you. Board Member Norton.
Hello.
Hello. Board Member Straight.
Good morning.
Good morning. Vice Chair Davis, I see you. Just let me see Board Member Booth, Board Member Hutchings. Okay. Chair Huntsman has asked that I chair this portion of the meeting. And as authorized by Utah Code 52-4, this meeting is being held electronically without an anchor location for safety reasons due to the construction at the location where the public body would normally meet. I'm taking a bit of point of privilege. I'm not going to 1.1 first, Board Member Moss, but I want to pull up a slide on our new employee and to welcome Kelsey James. Can somebody pull that slide up, please? I don't know who's pulling it up.
Sorry, Vice Chair. It's pulling it up right now. Just trying to get my computer to cooperate.
If we can't get it, we can move on without it. I know how to work around technology. Kelsey James is our new communications coordinator, and we're very happy to have her. We will send that slide out so that you can see some of her background and get to know her a little better. But welcome, Kelsey. We're very happy to have you as part of our team.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will move on to 1.1 board member message. Board Member Moss.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and I'm happy to share a few thoughts. I want to talk about some things that I really have enjoyed in the last month or so being a member of this board, and this is not scripted, but I have a few notes that I'd like to read off and just kind of reference some things and highlight great work that's being done in our state. I'll just share briefly one of my favorite education books, and I heard about this when I was living in LA, and I've shared that I did an ed degree out there at USC and got to meet with a lot of inner city school leaders. One of them that I heard about was a teacher named Rafe Esquith, who worked at Hobart Elementary, and some of us have talked about this. His book was called Teach Like Your Hair's on Fire, and it was titled from an experience he had where he was doing a science experiment and didn't realize he was having so much fun because the kids were so into it. He didn't realize until one of the kids started screaming that his hair was on fire, and he just said, you know, that's when you know you're where you need to be and you're doing it right, when you're so engaged and the kids are so engaged that you don't notice your own hair is on fire. So there's a lot of that happening in Utah, and I wanted to talk about a couple elements that excite me. So back when I was in high school, and my parents were involved in education, this board came out with a commitment to realigning the education system. And we're doing a lot of that. I just wanted to do a flashback to talk about how it was set when I started hearing about this back in the 80s, and then talk about some of the good things that are happening now. So this was kind of an age of trying to get out of the industrial system. Nation at Risk was out there, and this board had a document that talked about the role of the student. Said in the current reformed industrial model school, students are primarily passive participants in the education process. They are at the end of the line as receivers of material that has been reviewed, approved, packaged, and presented by others. While they have some choice as to class schedules in the high school years, their degree of involvement in planning their education direction is low. In a student-focused system, students will become full partners with teachers and parents or other adults in assessing needs, making plans, setting goals, and reviewing results. A personalized student education plan could be created for each individual, and the student himself or herself would be a key person both in drawing it up and monitoring progress. Individual learning plans would be taken into consideration, would take into consideration the linguistic, cultural, ethnic, and economic burdens that some students carry, as well as individual learning ability and learning rates, recognizing that all students are in some way at risk. So the good news is in 30 years since that has happened, or that analysis was given, we have made great strides in building a system and building learning around students. And I had the chance to go out with some of our staff to Juab and Timpanogos this last month and see the work they're doing to personalize the approach to each of their children. At Juab, they have Portrait of a WASP, which builds on our own Portrait of a Graduate. They focus on individual learning paths. They talk about changing from point chasing to evidence of mastery. And they have a learning environment document that I just want to share because I thought it was inspiring. It says students are empowered through a learning environment that is safe and positive. Challenges are embraced, risks are encouraged, learning from mistakes is celebrated. Students will develop a sense of voice, ownership, and self-determination. And it was a thrill to see those kids actually engaged in that process. One of them I think it was at Juab, was reading the Great Gatsby. No, I'm sorry, let me skip to Timpanogos on that one. They were the ones doing Gatsby. So Timpanogos is focused on deep learning. And that for them is the 6 C's of creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, citizenship, and character. They build these skills and dispositions as part of moving forward in their academic goals. And I talked to a couple of kids that were reading The Great Gatsby. They talked about how they applied the 6 C's to Mr. Gatsby, determine how he was doing in living out those 6 C's. And then they also talked about how the process was developing their own capacity in those areas. So again, very inspiring work. And those 2 principals are terrific leaders. They have at Timpanogos, a similar document, talks about their cultural conditions for deep learning. And they talk about trust, which they describe as psychological safety and candor, not being viewed as a mandate, freedom to experiment and take risks, permission to make mistakes, pursue goals and pedagogy, and that it's sustainable and authentic. So I think those great leaders are doing the kind of things that were called out, decades ago and moving this forward. In addition to personalizing the individual learning process in the classroom, we have opportunities, and we've made a lot of strides in providing flexibility in the system itself. So both in the micro and the macro level, there are opportunities to personalize education so that it's driven by students and their parents. Quick quote from Michael Fullen. I won't do a lot of quotes here, but I appreciate him. And Principal Jensen is one who has always sent me Fullen material. So Fullen talks about if systems are to create total teachers and total schools, they need to grasp the realities of empowerment. These principles of connectedness and of real, not cosmetic empowerment underpin our guidelines for school boards, guidelines which will build the capacity of teachers and schools to take the innumerable daily actions necessary to make a difference. Our guidelines are develop more trust and risk as a system, especially in selection, promotion, and development process, and foster increased interaction and empowerment in the system. So that's shifting from micro to macro. There's 2 bills that came out of the legislative session last year that I'm excited to see implemented. One of those is Representative Welton's bill, HB 386, which will empower teachers at the classroom level to innovate with student and parent buy-in. And Senator Fillmore's SB 191 will empower schools to innovate at the school level, initiated by teachers or community councils and parents with board approval. That now gives the schools the opportunity to customize and innovate in school staffing, curriculum assessment, class scheduling, use of financial and other resources, faculty recruitment, employment, employee evaluations, and compensation. So as I went back to where I started with Rafe Esquith, he'd run into some barriers in wanting to customize how he was serving these kids. What he ended up doing was altering a few things and having 5th graders perform complete Shakespeare plays and take it on the road. I went to my 5th graders play. It was wonderful. It was a celebration of everything they had done. It takes a whole other level of creativity and innovation to talk about having a full Shakespeare play. It's almost kind of insane. So I greatly appreciate that both of those are different ways to engage students. And sometimes they require some innovation and empowerment. And I think I'm excited about the idea that USBE is in the business of empowerment, that we empower people at the school level, the classroom level, and ultimately for parents and students to learn and grow in their own way and to chart their own course within our education system. So thank you, and I'm very grateful to be part of this board that supports the great work that the people out there in the field are doing in all the varied ways that they do it. And it was a thrill to see another year come to an end with all the celebration and close out, and especially my last one just finished elementary school. So that's a very sad day, but I'm so grateful for our school up here, Midway Elementary, that has done so much, both in innovation and inspiring these kids to think about who they are and where they want to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. We appreciate that. I also, when you were talking about these celebrations, it reminded me that Board Member Hutchings is actually at her daughter's graduation this morning. And so she will be joining us after the graduation. So I just wanted to note that. Okay, we will go on to 1.1, our education highlight, and we'll turn it over to our Director of Strategic Communications, Ryan Bartlett, and our Board Communications Coordinator, Kelsey James.
Good morning. I had the opportunity to go out with Kelsey James and Alex to visit 4 outstanding students in Utah. And I'm going to highlight those here in just a second in this video, but I just wanted to add, these are some of the most amazing students I've met with. Their goals and their aspirations and the things they've done just thoroughly impressed me. And it was great to go out in the field and actually see what students in Utah are doing. And I'm sure you'll quickly realize when I start showing this video how impressive and extraordinary these students are.
I'm Christina Howell. I teach at Logan High School. I teach science, mainly chemistry, and I've been teaching for 5 years. The first thing that comes to my mind about Gary is perseverance. He is one where he does not shy away from challenges. He will work hard and know how to balance all of his extracurricular activities along with rigorous classes. Another thing that stands out in my mind with Gary is that even though he is extremely talented, he's not afraid to get advice from teachers and from the peers, and that is a trait that serves him really well.
I'm Gary Jean. I'm in 12th grade right now at Logan High School. The one thing I think is really great about Mrs. Howell is she's really, really dedicated. So having to help us with science fair and having to teach classes of her own and also manage them requires a lot of dedication. And that's something I really respect and admire in her. Another thing I admire is her patience. So having to deal with so many different students on so many different occasions, that requires a lot of patience, which is something that I think is really good.
I have taught many talented students, and Gary stands out in my mind. I would say that while not only does he take rigorous classes, he also has gotten involved with a lot of extracurricular activities at the school as well as the community. I've been impressed. I'm the science fair advisor, and he has been doing research since a freshman, even in middle school, and he has balanced that with all of his classes. He's even shared his passion for STEM while he started up a STEM club at Logan High as well as a local elementary school.
My name is Jeff Long, and I am a theater teacher here at Logan High School. I've been teaching here for 16 years. And what I think makes Zoe such a great and exemplary student is in a program where, this is presidential scholars, right, that represent the whole country. And I think what makes her a great student for that is her ability to not just be knowledgeable and have answers and things like that, but how to use that and apply it in a lot of different areas in ways that make the world a better place, and that she will think deeply about those things. And it seems with Zoe that it comes from a genuine place of doing that, rather than like a place of like, I want to say an intelligent thing to be president so I can get into college, or do you know what I mean? Like, with Zoe, it feels very genuine that she's really thinking about these things, concerned about the world large. I think that's what it's like. So great.
Hi, I'm Danji Zoe Liu. I'm a 12th grader at Hillcrest High School. I would say that the thing that stands out most to me about Mr. Long is the time and energy that he puts into this program and this department. And also there's this thing that he always tells us, which is that his job as a teacher and what he believes his role is to help us become the adults that we want to be. And I think that's really like the core focus of what he does at this school. Like the reason why he puts so much time and effort and energy into us students isn't because like, isn't like putting on great shows is obviously really great and like a nice thing, but I think the core of that is like how these shows can help us as students become better people, become better adults, and understand ourselves and the world around us better. He's definitely, I think, the teacher who spent the most time at school. And there is like not a single time that I like don't walk into the parking lot and his car is still there. It's like forever there. And I think that's really just like this way of showing just how much time and effort and love he puts into what he does. That really just goes above and beyond anything you would normally expect out of a teacher.
My name is Jenny Nicholas, and I teach at West High School. This is my 21st year teaching. I currently teach government and theory of knowledge, part of the IB program.
My name is Malavika Singh. I go by Mala, and I'm a senior here at West High School in Salt Lake City. I would describe Miss Nick as extremely thoughtful. As my extended essay supervisor, she was always paying a lot of attention to both me in an academic way and on a personal level, making sure that I was satisfied with the routes that I was traversing in my essay and kind of the ideas I was exploring. And then as well in her class, I think she pays a lot of attention to her students and really makes the environment very fun and bright.
Mala is an incredible student and the whole school kind of knows that. I mean, she just is known and recognized and really well liked because her extreme level of intelligence and her hard work is not something that's flaunted, but it's just something that is a part of her. She's super friendly to the other students. She's supportive to the other students. And she has a sincere desire to know things. It's not about grades. It's not about GPA. It's not about test score, but she pursues knowledge as an independent learner and truly just wants to have a better grasp of what it is that she's studying. So that's really admirable with students this young. It's pretty inspiring. I think also these scholars are passionate and in whatever field that they're interested in. So we have a lot of diversity here at our school and a lot of different interests and students that just individually branch into all sorts of different areas and do it with so much passion. And Mala with dance in particular is extremely, well, not even just dance, but so many areas that are a passion for her. But the travels that she takes every summer to India to study one-on-one with a professional in this extremely rare form of dance.
I was really lucky to have a really supportive group of friends and counselors. Like there's some people up in our office who I will just swing by every day, and they're always very supportive and help me find opportunities. So I do think there's also luck. But in terms of like my schedule, I would say on a daily basis, I usually after school, I volunteer for a local dance nonprofit called Disciplinary Dance, which aims to bring in and present guest artists from really around the world. A lot of them are in the US, of course, and that was difficult during the pandemic, but I'm helping them start to bring in more artists and present them, especially of diverse dance forms and other art forms as well. So that's a board that I work with quite often. Aside from that, I do spend a lot of my time practicing my dance form and conditioning for it. I'm also a big pet lover, so I volunteer a lot with best friends and also just helping out my own community around me.
My name is Robert Fox. I'm the GTI computer science teacher. I teach all the career and technical education courses like Linux, security, A+ computer repair. I also teach a gaming fundamentals class. Basically, I teach your primary computer curriculum that allow you to get a certification and go out into the world and hopefully get an entry-level job.
I'm Alan Moe, and I go to Skyline High School.
Mr. Alan Moe exemplifies a presidential scholar, which is why he won the award. And those qualities are a balance of all different things, just not school aptitude and excelling academically, but maybe an interest in sports, an interest like Alan has in orchestra and music, an ability to help others, putting other people before himself, which he does. These are all important qualities. Alan participates fully in the class. He just doesn't listen to my lectures and do the coursework. He's actively involved. If a student next to him has a problem, he offers to help. I don't even have to ask Alan to help. He just does it naturally. I would say what I'm trying to say is if a student has a balance of the full realm of what we're trying to achieve in life, they are an excellent candidate for the presidential scholar.
Right now, things are kind of leveling off because it's the end of the year. But during like the beginning or middle of the year, I have to wake up at 5 to get in school at 6 every morning, and then we have like 20 hours of swimming a week, like up to 20 hours. And then I also have to do orchestra rehearsals after school, and also I'm on NHS, so we have to do service hours for that. And then in Mr. Fox's class, I have to study for the certifications for the end of the year, and there's a lot of material and such. So that's kind of what I've been doing most of my time, studying those.
I would say he's the real deal. He's the full package. He's not just a dream student. He's a dream person. He exemplifies everything that all of us want to be. He's the full package. He's just a wonderful person. You know, if you subtract all his academic achievements, which we don't want to do, they're tremendous. The core of Alan is a wonderful, nice person. And you never forget that after you've met him even one time.
So I had the opportunity to, at the end of each of the interviews with these 4 scholars, to ask them what they're planning to do now after they graduate. Some of them have started nonprofits and want to continue to work with that. Some of them are going off to Ivy League schools. Just speaking with them and knowing getting to know them a little bit and hear about their routines and how much effort and dedication they put into everything they do. It's just so apparent that all 4 of these students are going to go on to live extraordinary and impactful lives. So thank you.
Thank you. If we could applaud for all of them, we would. Yeah, there you go. We so appreciate these young people and this group being presidential scholars. So thank you, Kelsey and Ryan. I think Alex went also too on that. So we're very happy about the opportunity we have to have public comment, and just reminding anyone in the public, they are welcome to send in written comments to the board as well at board@schools.utah.gov. Okay, this is the first 2 we have, Susie Estrada and Deanna Holland. Susie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. I'm Susie Estrada, and I'm here speaking as an out-of-school time professional. If you're not in the field, out-of-school time programs are after school, before school, and summer programs. This includes overnight camps. It's the programs that help meet the needs of working parents by providing a safe, supervised space, meals, and tutoring for children of working parents. These services are often at free or low cost for parents. OST professionals are unsung heroes. During COVID, they showed up to do the work while schools were still shut down. While teachers have been recognized even through stipend pay for their additional duties, OSTs pre and post-COVID have filled multiple duties beyond their roles. They continue to be unrecognized for the essential branch of education that they are. I'm speaking today because I was concerned at the last board meeting, seeing how quickly funding can be jeopardized after a misunderstanding. Excuse me. OST programs do not work under UAN. Each program makes their own programmatic decisions, including what trainings will best meet the needs of those they serve. UAN is a support to OST programs in that they provide a free resources through professional development, networking, and mentorship that move programs towards research-based national quality standards. I am asking that USBE please do more to build their knowledge on the OSTA field and the work they do to further solidify it as an essential profession, one whose practices prove to lower youth involvement in high-risk activities and promote what this board continues to portray as priority at the root of all it says and does, and that is safety for all young people in Utah. Please, I am asking that for all items that come across your meeting agendas, that you continue to use the lens of safety and that you consult with the professionals and the experts, not the edited and chopped blogs, before making decisions that can have lasting impacts. Let's start having collaborative conversations, and that is how we will be able to truly move Utah values forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Appreciate that. Okay, Deanna Holland and then Cody Aoki. Deanna?
Thank you. My name is Deanna Holland, and I'm a parent of school-age children in northern Utah County. I know that the title of parent doesn't carry much weight with the board sometimes. Apparently, you listen to members of the Teachers Union, the ACLU, or the Library Association. You listen to the ACLU because you're afraid they're going to sue you. This is why it's important that you adopt Draft 2 of the Model Library Policy as a board rule. Because of HB 374, LEAs are not only open to lawsuits from ACLU, but also from little old parents like me, who take the wild position that our children reading about explicit sex is not what schools are made to facilitate. In Draft 2, there's an appeal process to the state school board for book challenges that don't result in an outcome that's satisfactory with the involved parties. This means that any legal challenges would be brought to the state board itself, where the attorney defending the decision would be from the Attorney General's office, and not placed at the feet of staff attorneys working for the LEAs. This makes sense given that HB 374 is a state law, and the body constitutionally responsible for defending our state laws is the Attorney General's office. Another reason Draft 2 is needed, the LEAs need more detailed instructions on how to comply with HB 374. After you passed Rule 628 in February, LEAs simply did not get the message and have continued to defend porn in our schools. Davis School District recently decided to retain the book Red Hood after a challenge review. Imagine, if you will, your child reading from Red Hood. Quote, "He's still lying on his back on the bed, and you kneel before him, letting your hair hide your face as you reach between your bodies. Find his penis and guide it towards the entrance of your vagina. It feels thick there, sort of scary, and there's a moment when you wonder how on earth it will fit inside. But James doesn't rush you, and you lower yourself onto him. His hand's gentle on your hips, not trying to tell you what to do. And it's not long before his face tightens. He makes a low groan, and he shivers beneath you. The rest of your clothes come off, and James's. You are together in your bed, and he is naked before you, in a way you've never seen in this clearly. His dark, flat chest, the tight black curls of his pubic hair surrounding his erection. It's wet-tipped and urgent, and you stroke it with your fingers. James makes a sound, a moan, and he falls back against your pillows, giving his body up to you to explore. Anyone who thinks this book is acceptable for children under 18 to read is a sick pervert who should be nowhere near our children. Thank you."
Thank you, Deanna. I actually read the wrong name. It's Heidi Matthews and then Brianna Hughes.
Thank you. I was not quite ready.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heidi. I threw you.
No, it's all good. Just maybe start my time like right now, because that. So this is my last public comment as the president of the Utah Education Association, and I just really want to thank you. I want to thank you for the role that you fill in a world that is under so much attack, and we all play that role. And you know, I remember 6 years ago, six years ago, it was my 6th day on the job, and I was testifying in front of many of you about licensing. And I had just recently had a facial, and the person giving me the facial had to have, it was something like 500 hours before she needed of supervision before she was able to practice on my face. And we brought that as the Utah Education Association, not to be difficult, but to bring the voices of our members who want and know how policies will play out, that we want our educators to be not learning on the job, but fully prepared to reach, teach, and inspire from day one. So I ask that you continue to listen as you have, and respect the role that our professional association has in bringing the voices of our members who are all so committed to the promise of public education. And listening to us when we talk about the impact of the spread of misinformation and disinformation and degradation about our profession, and what that says to our educators, and listen to the UEA speakers, not as whatever we're going to be lumped in with, but as the voices of those who are in the classrooms doing the work, fulfilling the promise of public education. I feel so much gratitude for you. It has been an honor, an enormous responsibility that I know that you feel each and every day. And I just am grateful for the work that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you for your service to the union. Also, we have Brianna Hughes, and then we have Jen Brown. Brianna? Okay, we'll go on and maybe she'll come back on. Jen Brown, and then it's Erin Bolin. I know that Jen's in here.
I did see her.
Maybe she's off. We'll come back to her. Okay, Erin Bolin and then Lisa Bruns. Aaron?
Hi, my name is Aaron Bolin. I'm in Alpine School District. It has been 140 days since the USBE decided to address the issue of inappropriate books in libraries. They did so by reading a statement from the Educators Association, the Library Association, defending the presence of obscene and pornographic books in our schools. It has been 119 days since the board passed Rule 628 that simply tells LEAs to form their own library policy, with suggestions given by the USBE. It has been 90 days since HB 374 was passed by both legislative chambers. It has been 70 days since HB 374 was signed by the governor. It has been 29 days since HB 374 was written into state code. It has been 15 days since Speaker of the House Brad Wilson chided the state board for failing to pass a rule that explicitly follows HB 374 and enforces it. It has been 14 days since the USBE had the audacity to respond to Speaker Wilson, claiming that they were already enforcing HB 374. The ego of the USBE needed to assume ignorance on the part of the House Speaker to claim that Rule 628 was already being used to enforce HB 374 would be laughable if it wasn't such an absolute falsehood. A week prior to that statement, on May 12th, Davis School District chose to retain the book Red Hood in its library after the challenge. This book is more pornographic than anything you will find in a pornographic magazine like Playboy, compete with full pages explicitly describing masturbation and the thickness, texture, and pleasurability of male genitalia during intercourse. This week, the USBE has now reversed course. They no longer claim to already be enforcing HB 374, but they think the library model policy and rule will take so long to bring into compliance with HB 374 that they need a special meeting on June 30th to discuss it. You can't have it both ways. But I understand it must be difficult to admit openly that you have taken half a year to decide if porn should be present in our schools because you have been attempting to placate the union in the Library Association. How about you stop playing footsie with special interests and protect our children? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolin. I'm going to go back, Lisa, instead of going to you, I'm going to go back to Jen Brown. She's raised her hand, and then we'll go to Lisa Bruns. Jen? Jen, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You're on mute. Okay, while she works on that, we'll go to Lisa Bruns, and then after that will be Gail Rosica. Lisa? Okay, Let's go to Gail, and then it's Greg Dearden.
Oh, I realized I had to unmute myself. I'm sorry. This is Lisa Brenz.
Okay, then go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, board. My name is Lisa Brenz. I'm considered a national expert on the sinister agenda behind social emotional learning, and I'm here to talk to you today about the resolution on the agenda supporting Utah's Portrait of a Graduate, which claims that in order for students to succeed in the future, they need to develop skills aligned with those laid out in that document. The majority of these skills have nothing to do with the mastery of academic core subjects and are mostly soft or social emotional skills, which are very subjective and hard to measure. It's probably why in the beginning paragraph of the original document it states, and I quote, that these are aspirations not necessarily meant to be quantified and measured, end quote. You ignored that part of the document and brought in the company knowledge works to build out 13 competencies for students to achieve related to the 13 areas of Portrait of a Graduate so they can be quantified and measured from preschool to age 20. While Portrait of a Graduate is claimed to be a completely homegrown effort, this is patently false. I know from talking to other parents that there are many similar versions of Portrait of a Graduate in states across the nation, all initiated by the Gates-funded Battelle for Kids and their partners. It is part of a national, in fact, global effort to redesign the entire education system away from prioritizing academic knowledge and skills as the most important thing to graduate with and shift the emphasis towards social and emotional skills. Your strategic plan states Portrait of a Graduate serves as our compass for system transformation. I know what that means, and I'm sure if other parents truly did, they would be speaking up too. It means that Utah is changing our whole accountability system away from merit-based grading and into personalized competency-based learning. KnowledgeWorks is happy to help you with that as well, since they say on their website that tracking through grading is racist and a tool of the colonizer. They view personalized competency-based learning as the stepping stone to liberatory education, where critical theory will be infused into every academic subject. Portrait of a Graduate will launch us into more digital learning, more digital assessments, and less transparency for parents. It will mean less local control and more power handed over to big ed tech and big data. If you vote in support of this resolution, you vote in support of all of this. Protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I see others on here, but we're going to keep going in order and we'll come back. Gail Rosica and then Greg Dearden.
Good morning. My name is Gail Rosica and I'm with Utah Eagle Forum. According to the Utah Code under Civics and Character Education, it says that the Utah legislature recognizes through an integrated curriculum, students shall be taught the following in connection with regular schoolwork. It then gives a long list of important values and principles to be taught. One of those things to be taught is the essentials and benefit of the free enterprise system. Yet free enterprise is not mentioned throughout these standards. How can the teaching of the free enterprise system be integrated throughout the curriculum if it's not even mentioned in the standards? Some of the other things listed by the legislature to be taught through an integrated curriculum are the habits and qualities of character, which will promote an upright and desirable citizenry and better prepare the students to recognize and accept responsibility for preserving and defending the blessings of liberty inherited from the prior generations and secured by the Constitution. And yet the Constitution is really only taught in the 5th grade. How can the children accept responsibility for preserving and defending the blessings of liberty secured by the Constitution if they are only taught it for 1 year? These principles need to be taught to the students every year throughout their schooling. They need to be taught the exciting stories about the brave and inspired founders who gave us the Constitution. True stories, not myths. They will be remembered, that they will remember all their lives. Patriotic music, songs that teach and inspire, and any curriculum and activities that will prepare the student to preserve and defend the blessings of liberty secured by the Constitution. Civic and character education in public schools are not intended to be separate programs. The children are to be taught the core principles which reflect the shared values of the citizens of Utah and the founding principles of the United States and the state of Utah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Greg Dearden and then Monica Wilbur. Is Greg here? I don't see him. Monica and then Garrett Smith. Monica? I don't see her. Garrett and then Jonas Rodriguez.
Thank you. My name is Garrett Smith, and I'm here today to talk about Utah Code 53G-10204, subsection 3B, and then also 302, subsection 3A and B. The first one states, through an integrated curriculum, students shall be taught in connection with regular schoolwork, respect for and an understanding of the Declaration of Independence and the constitutions of the United States and of the state of Utah. And I just wanted to point out that in this section, it is mandatory, it's not discretionary, and so it shall be included in their regular schoolwork. And it should be, thank you, I wasn't muted in my other meeting I was in. Also, just wanted to point out, as a being mandatory, that should be included and shouldn't be just in certain years. That should be included throughout the entire school process. Flipping over to the next page, this is subsection 302.3. It says school curricula and activities shall include a thorough study of historical documents such as, and it includes the Declaration of Independence and the Utah Constitution. Once again, this is mandated, it's not discretionary. And when it uses the word thorough, I couldn't find the definition of thorough in the statute, but just through the dictionary, it says it's complete with regard to every detail, not superficial or partial. And so as we're looking at this and the standards, I think there's been some improvements in the standards that have been set forward, but whether it meets the language of the code, I think it's still lacking, because thorough would be complete, and it would be incorporated into regular school activities throughout the year, and not just through, you know, one grade or two grades, but every grade, you know, through high school, you know, kindergarten to high school. No one's too young. My 3-year-old son knows the 7 articles of the Constitution. So if he can do it, I think that any student can. One potential cause of concern is under the 5th grade strand 3. It says to talk about demonstrating how the Constitution has changed and been interpreted over time. I think that either needs to be amended or removed completely. The Constitution has changed, that can be through amendments, say how the Constitution has been amended, because I do think it is valuable to show how it has been amended over time, but changed would mean that it hasn't been amended necessarily. That could just be that societal views on that have changed, and then also been interpreted over time. That is also open to moral relativity, you know, society changing over time. And in that same section I was reading earlier, 302 subsection 3I, it says it includes United States Supreme Court decisions, which could be used as the reason or the understanding of how that's been interpreted. And so I appreciate your time, and I think that we could bolster these standards and make it a part of the curriculum every year and more throughout the year, rather than just dipping into it a little bit to make it more thorough. Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate that. We'll go on to Jonas Rodriguez and then to Tad Callister. Go ahead, Jonas.
Hey, my name is Jonas Rodriguez. I'm the Vice President of the Benjamin Franklin Center of Constitutional Studies. And I was assigned to talk about 53G-10-304. The instruction shall include the history of the flag, etiquette, customs pertaining to the display, and the use of the flag. I'd just like to start my comment with a quote from President Reagan. When before he left office, he said that this is exactly his words, "I'm warning of an eradication of the American memory, which could cause the erosion of the American spirit." And then he suggested more civic and rituals pertaining to the question of the American spirit. Anyways, the way that the children are being taught today needs to include the full history, like it says here, the full history of the American flag, because that's where the character of an American can develop. And they need to know what the flag represents. And when we do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, I don't know how many schools still do it, but I suggest that needs to be into the schools, back in every school in the state of Utah for sure, because this will bring the knowledge of being a nation under God. And this is very important because God is the author of our liberty. Our inalienable rights were given to us by the Creator, and that's where America stands as a government of the people. And when the Supreme Court once said that children are not ready to face a tobacco billboard because their brains are not yet formed, and to entice them to be able to drink. So the same thing, I can go further with that, with the character of children. They need to be built in a way that they can reason with truth and still with respect. As a matter of fact, by implementing the knowledge of a nation under God through the flag, will show all the results of applying this knowledge in our power, of our military power, what we did throughout the world, how many people lost their lives to be able to do that. So the flag is like something that will allow in many places in education to be able to form a good character, constitutional person that will use the government of the people to be able to secure our nation and be able to be effective. One thing more I wanted to share, the reason we have this today, and
your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jonas. I appreciate that. We'll go to Todd Callister and then back to Jen Brown.
Well, thank you. I'm just a novice at this. This is my first time, but I'm a concerned citizen and I love the Constitution. And I have some thoughts that are consistent with those that have been expressed by Gail and by Garrett. And my focus is on 53G 10-2042C. It talks about cultivating a continuing understanding and appreciation of the Utah and U.S. constitutions. And I would like to emphasize the need for a continuing education of the Constitution in grades 1 through 12. And to illustrate this need, I had an acquaintance who was owned a small insurance business. And he had a successful retired businessman that he asked to come in and evaluate the business. And his friend came in, observed the business for 3 days, spoke with the employees, and then said to his friend who was the owner, listen, you got one major mistake you made. You know what it is? You tell the people once and you think they get it, and they don't get it. I've learned that you have to tell them 5 times in 5 different ways, and then those that are geniuses get it. He said, I've learned that a genius is someone whom you tell only 5 times and he finally gets the message. Well, if you translate this into the youth, our youth, those who are geniuses, are someone who've heard about the Constitution frequently and in depth, grades 1 through 12, and then they finally got the message that this document's inspired and unique. And as further evidence of this, Dallin Oaks, who was Supreme Court Justice for the state of Utah and a professor of law, said that one of his fellow professors said to him, you know, I've asked a number of students if they thought the Constitution was inspired, and they said yes. And I said, what do you mean by that? And I quote what the professor said, but not one of them could ever tell me what that meant. What a tragedy. Law students who never learned in high school in grades 1 through 12 what it meant to have a unique and inspired Constitution. And then Dallin Oaks went on and he talked about all the ways the
Your
Constitution
time is up. Thank
unique
you for your
and
comments.
inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Tad. That's so weird. Mr. Callister, I guess I'll say. Go ahead, Jen Brand. I can't hear you, Jen. You're still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, so I am president of Utah Citizens for the Constitution, and our organization put out a petition to the community. And the question that we asked was, Utah's K through 6 standards were given a secret by the reputable Fordham Institute. These standards are currently being rewritten. Please sign this petition and join with Utah Citizens for the Constitution to petition the Utah State School Board to achieve A standards for Utah kids. And I just want to officially present the results of the petition. We had 1,025 members of the community sign that over just a not very long amount of time that paid to have the survey opened. And we know that there's a great concern in the community about these standards that are being set forth. And then also I have a letter that is from the state Senate president as well as the Speaker of the House. And what it says is that in order for the expectations of the law to be met, which includes language that is loyalty and commitment to constitutional government, a thorough study and a continuing understanding and appreciation, there must be yearly instruction in our form of government. This state has a compelling interest to educate the rising generation about our constitutional republic to ensure that it continues. We expect that the final version of the standards will carefully adhere to the laws set forth by the legislature. But I want the board to feel the support of the community. We are here to help you in this noble work to educate our youth about our Constitution and the unique doctrine that it was, and that it is done more for human rights than any other document in the history of the world. And we sincerely ask the Utah State Board of Education that they will work with us to implement yearly instruction. However we need to do that, we hope we find it in the standards. But, our goal is that there's yearly instruction with the students, or they will not be able to have an understanding. They just want one time. It will just go right through their head.
Jen, your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Member Belknap, you are muted.
That's a problem. I try and make it so it doesn't ding in everyone's ear all day. Okay, thank you so much. We'll go to Brianna Hugh and then back to Greg Dearden if he's here. Brianna?
Hi, thanks for having me on. So I am a teacher and I'm an educator and a parent in Alpine School District. And I just want to talk about a couple different things. First of all, I just want to say to all of those that have talked about the Constitution, I currently teach English. And we regularly talk about elements of the Constitution in our English classes, which is great because we have the cross-curricular stuff. And I think that's really, really important. I'm also working on my social studies composite endorsement. And I can tell you that conversations about the Constitution are everywhere in that endorsement. They are all over the place. We talk about it a lot and our students get it a lot. I do think it's important for them to know that. I just want to talk really briefly about what it's like to be in our junior highs. I love junior high kids. I know that they're quirky, sometimes they're a little nerdy, and sometimes they're just trying to figure out life. They are great kids, they are good kids, they want to do well, and even the ones that are really struggling with a lot of things, academically, if they're struggling at home, you can tell that they have a desire to do well and to learn and to get the things that they need to do, even though they like to push back and test those boundaries. Because, I mean, they're 12 to 15. That's kind of their job, right? But I just wanted to say, I think that if you spend time in our schools, especially in our junior highs, you see kids that span every type of label that we could apply to kids. We have kids that are nerds. We have kids that are jocks. We have kids that are, you know, all these different things. We have kids on IEPs. We have kids in ELL. We have all of these amazing things. And we have kids that are gender nonconforming. We have kids from across the ethnic spectrum. And you know what? I think that that is one of the best things about education, especially public education, is we take whatever you bring to us in terms of students and we help them thrive. Can we do a better job? Absolutely. And that's kind of the job that we are all here for. And I appreciate the work that the board does. I just wanted to tell you that I think that
your time is up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Is Greg Dearden or Monica Wilbur here now? I don't see either one. I'd like to thank everyone who made public comment for us today, and we'll go ahead and move on. Superintendent, we're going to number 3, and we'll just turn it over to you. Thank you, Dr. Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Belknap. Board members, it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. We're going to start with student artworks. I think Kathy Jensen is online and ready to go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm looking for some opportunity to share my screen. Jerry, if you could help me. There we go. Superintendent, will you let me know if you can see this?
We can see it. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to be with you. These pictures come from Majestic Elementary in the Jordan School District. They are the first school of their kind in the district as an arts-focused magnet school. 6th grade students sat in this refurbished bus with drums and learned about the phases of the moon, all while drumming. Once they exited the bus, they traded their drum beats for brush strokes. 6th grader Valerie Rojas said she loves art and finds that she can express her feelings as she draws and paints. She said she wanted the bus to convey the feeling of happiness to other students. So this brightly colored bus by students and teachers will be going next year from school to school with drumming inside and brightly colored images on the outside. Jerry Crosby, the endowed chair at Utah Tech, partnered with Natalie Gula, the St. George Art Museum coordinator, to paint pianos for the community. Jerry gathered her BTS art, dance, and music educators for the year-end professional development workshop, and together they painted. They painted these beautiful, colorful pianos, which will be placed around the community so all can enjoy. See if you can find one the next time you're in St. George. Cassie Walker, the BTS visual arts educator at Lone Peak Elementary in the Canyon School District, always wanted to learn to do fused glass. With the help of Allison Klinger, fused glass artist, every student participated in this large fused glass project, with the outcome being a beautiful mural of the community, which now hangs in the entry of the school. Look at the detail. The swings, the bus, the animals, the mountains, the flag, the rainbow. Each of these teachers and students is making their mark. This book, The Dot by Peter Reynolds, is about Kashi, a young girl who is a very reluctant artist. She doesn't have self-confidence, but with some encouragement from her teacher, she makes a dot on a paper. And the teacher is so proud of her that the teacher hangs it behind her desk. With that encouragement, Kashi excelled at dots and went on to become quite the artist. So now we have National Dot Day on September 15th. As was suggested by Superintendent Dixon, Now is your chance to make your mark and show your talent. We will be displaying adult art for the August board meeting. We encourage all of you, all of the staff and board members to submit your art for display so all can enjoy in the September board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And I think that includes things like quilts, correct?
Absolutely. Multimedia, whatever you can do. Take a picture of yourself dancing. The QR code, we'll post it. It'll be great.
Thank you. That will be great fun. We are not introducing new employees this month, but we have a wonderful employee of the month to share with you. So Kathy, I think you will need to stop sharing so I can share my screen. Jerry, I don't know if you can assist in that. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, Jerry, I need you to give that back to me. All right. Thank you, Jerry. Still not working, is it?
We can see it, Dr. Dixon.
Oh, excellent. Okay, now I've got it. Thank you. So I am really excited to introduce you to Devin Parcell. If you haven't met Devin, you are missing out. He is a pillar of the child nutrition program, and he was specifically nominated for his dedication and exemplary work in helping update the child nutrition, and I'll just say CMP for brevity, but they have a web application and it's vital to their work. So he put in the application of the ASP Net platform, and he worked on this for months, testing the new application and identifying issues so that the developer could fix them before they went live, which is awesome. He put in such an extraordinary amount of work into this, and that's in addition to all the other work that he has to do. I've been able to observe Devin as a leader in committee meetings and just part of our overall work of the agency. And he always is a problem solver, just willing to lean in. And one of the things that he is known for is just always being so professional and positive. I don't think I've ever seen Devin, in spite of the stress that he goes through, without a smile on his face. And he just brings this light and great energy to the office. And those that he works with out in the field really speak highly of him because of the positive interactions that he has with them. So thank you, Devin, for all your hard work on behalf of our kiddos. And we're very proud to honor you. And so Devin, he knows the drill. He gets his own parking place and all the goodies that go with that, and 8 hours of admin leave. So Devin, if you want to wave to the crowd, and congratulations, Devin. It's an excellent employee.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. And then I have just a few remarks I can get to. My next screen share. Thank you for your patience as I pretend to be Jerry Record, which is super hard. All right. I think you're seeing the wrong screen. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. Oh goodness, sorry everyone. Let's try this again. All right, is that working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. All right. I am really excited to share some good news. And some of you who have been on the board for a while, you might remember when we had a push for our educational and preparation programs to improve mathematics for elementary teachers. And we reached out to the programs and really worked with them and looked at data that had been collected regarding their programs. Part of it came from our Praxis scores a few years back when I was in teaching and learning. We were not doing so well in mathematics for our elementary teachers. And so our preparation programs have really stepped up to the plate, and they have engaged in more robust efforts of infusing mathematics into their elementary education programs so that when our teachers come out, they're better prepared to serve our students with mathematics. So the National Council on Teacher Quality recently released its teacher prep review for standards in teaching of elementary mathematics, and this hard work is reflected there. I think I sent you the report. If not, it's in the backup materials, but it's reviewed and analyzed, and then NCTQ grades the quality of these programs, and they looked at over 1,100 preparation programs across the country. So taken as a whole, what they found is that Utah's elementary mathematics preparation programs, they ranked well above the national average in terms of all the criteria that they used. Out of the 10 teacher prep programs that were examined in Utah, 6 received an A grade or higher, with 5 receiving the highest grade of an A+. And there's a lot of criteria that they look at, but one of those is the amount of hours that are spent in both content and pedagogy. So in content, we ranked 3rd out of 50 states and 15th out of 50 for the pedagogical piece. And again, that's the amount of hours that students spend in preparation, both in content and pedagogy. Now, there's always room for improvement. And soon, as you know, we'll be releasing the elementary competencies, which will more clearly outline what is expected of our educator preparation programs. Dr. Thronson and her team have really been working on this. And this is to help them more effectively teach mathematics as well as other subjects. So this should help all the programs that are not quite to the A level move forward in their work. And USBE will continue to work with our educator preparation programs so that each of them can then get to a place where we are all confident that they're providing the highest quality instruction and preparation for Utah's future education. And I want to emphasize that it really takes all of us working together. It's not just the preparation, but it's how they're supported in the field as they start their career and their journey and throughout their career. Next, I want to highlight our Child Nutrition Program partnership with Catalyst Center. This was such a fun project. Kathleen Magg and Kelsey Eller from CMP led this project, and they have been trying to think about how can we take the federal requirements on nutritious meals and really infuse those into ProStart and our culinary arts programs in our schools, and thinking about maybe the Catalyst could lead some of this work. So they worked with students and the teacher there and found that maybe that was something that they couldn't take on, but the students there could really get invested and receive coaching and support from our staff and really try nutritious meals. And they had these open houses with taste tests. Dr. Norman represented us and had a great time. She was sending pictures of all the awesome food that she was eating. But the goal is that these students could create meals that really are to the higher standards of nutrition and then sell those in their bistro. And if you haven't been to Catalyst, I hope you'll take the time to do so. The culinary arts program is awesome and the kids are so excited. And they really are very focused on culinary arts as a career. In fact, with this group here at Catalyst, I think there are 3 that already have jobs lined up with the Davis School Foods program when they graduate. But guidance has been given all along the way, as I mentioned, by our staff as they were going through this process. And I just want to highlight some of the portrait of graduate competencies. And we could give you very specific things that they learned with each of these competencies. So think about financial and economic literacy with the budget and planning and thinking about the price points to sell their products. They had to use critical thinking and problem solving about ingredients and time and preparation and longevity of being able to sell things in their bistro. They did great teamwork. They worked in small groups of 4 to 7 and collaborated around the recipes and the execution. And then just the skills that they're learning that will apply to life and their own personal growth. They've loved the project. Dr. Norman could probably say a few words about her experience there as well with them. So I don't know, Dr. Norman, if you want to weigh in at all, but it was a great project. It's such a fun way to see how our CMP staff, it's not just about regulation, but they do so much more. And I just have been just so full of joy every time I see their staff come back from working with kids and working on one of these projects, because it really is a great partnership with our families, our students, our LEAs, and the work that our staff does in CMP. Dr. Norman, do you want to say anything about your experience?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up by saying the professionalism shown by these students really exemplified the standards being learned and what that looks like in real life. They were committed, they were engaged, they were forward thinking. And when we talk about those portrait of a graduate competencies that are listed on this slide, I think every student in there could actually speak to how they demonstrated that personally. And I think that ability for those students to take ownership of that learning and know exactly where they were at on that learning continuum was something that I just was very heartening to be able to feel.
Thank you, Dr. Norman. I know you were bragging about being the taste tester and enjoyed a lot of great dishes as well as having fun with the kids. Thank you. And the last thing I want to highlight is junior achievement. I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to teach a junior achievement course, but I had that opportunity a couple of weeks ago. And often the junior achievement program in many schools, they take the modules and break them up. So you might go in once a week or once every 2 weeks. Well, in Salt Lake District, in many of the schools, they have junior achievement in one day. So you take all of the coursework and teach it throughout the day. So I was an actual 5th grade teacher for a full day. And I have to admit that I took a 2-hour nap. The next day, I'd forgotten what it was like. For those of you that are in the classroom every day, it's hard. I mean, it's hard work. We all know that. But when you're actually on your feet and interacting with students and going through lessons, and I had it easy. These junior achievement lessons are awesome. They are mapped out for you. You get all the materials that you need. You get this great manual. And in my particular day, the focus for these 5th graders was on entrepreneurship, capitalism, free market, talking about goods and services and the consumer and the producer. And the kids were so engaged and they were so much fun. I loved every minute of it. And a shout out to Miss Lopez. She is a second year teacher and she was such a veteran. The processes and procedures in this school just overall were outstanding. And it was just such a great, wonderful, warm feeling when you were in the school. A lot of parents engaged in the school, and these sweet kids were very tolerant of somebody who was out of practice. But we had a great time, and I just want to thank Junior Achievement for their partnership in our schools and the skills that they're teaching that are really life skills and helping kids think about their future and careers and the possibilities. So thank you for that opportunity, Junior Achievement and Salt Lake School District. I want to turn the rest of the time over to Kun Wen, who will talk about our Do the Right Thing contest. I know that several board members were there, so be ready in the queue for those board members who may want to comment, but I'll turn this over to our amazing Kun Wen. And if you don't know Kun, I hope you'll get to know him. He is such a value add and a great leader in our staff. So Kun, we'll turn it over to you and I'll stop sharing.
Thank you, Superintendent Dixon, for your leadership and support. Thank you for including the 2002 Do the Right Thing on your agenda. And board member, thank you for your time. I will share your PowerPoint, my PowerPoint just in a minute. And before I do that, I just want to recognize that presently our 2 national Do the Right Thing students, their parents and teacher, Ms. Kimmer Wright from South Ogden Junior High, are with us in there. And so if you can just wave to the group, that'd be fantastic. So with that, if I may share my screen. So I think this is on
I think Kelsey is going to share for you, Kuhn. She's got the slides up and ready.
Okay, awesome. So the do the right thing, I was just wondering if you ever wonder how sorry, I just get gotten here. In terms of, have you ever wondered what would it take to make world peace? Perhaps the do the right thing is an option for that. The purposes involve both youth in the Kuwait and the state of in the U.S. and youth in the U.S. to apply a step way to keep peace throughout the world. The first step is to end youth violence is to talk about it. The Do the Right Thing challenge is the first initial step make for this to be possible. Giving them a voice about youth violence, how youth violence affect their life and how it can be prevented. The program empower young people in Utah and around the country to make a personal written commitment to combat youth violence in their communities. The program works because it targets youth violence in the community where they live, then recognize this, that the solution are within the, this community. And it says, nationally sponsored by the Kuwait Foundation and managed by the Campaign to Stop Youth Violence. In Utah, locally, is sponsored by the Utah State Board of Education. In the 2022 challenge, over 1,300 students participate in the classroom discussion, 580 to write that essay, and then 400 of them were being evaluated by college students. The program itself is that for youth to answer three main questions. How has youth violence affected their life? What are the causes of youth violence and what can each of the students and their community do to reduce and even stop violence? So that is the challenge for them. We target encourage 7th and 8th graders to participate in the program. In terms of the 2022, this is after the pandemic, and since 2020 is when we got together in person and to recognize. So there were 34 teachers and from 17 schools participated in this program. 51 of students attended this event. 51 students were recognized. Of the collectively would have 130 parent, teacher, student, special guests were invited at this event. We awarded 12 honorable mention students. 35 of the students received $300 scholarship. 2 of them as a runner-up received $400 scholarship, and then 2 national finalists received $500 scholarship, put it in their My 529 account. And part of that, board member Hines, board leader, and board Moss were present at the recognition event. So thank you, board member, for your time, taking the time to read and evaluate this essay, and then evaluate the student writing as part of this writing. Thank you. So our 2 national finalists achieved the highest score among their peer. The national final wrote about their experience with violence and proposed solution to address them in this very important, relevant issue at the local level. I said about their scholarship, national final received the certificate from the governors and with the governor's signature and our Superintendent Dixon's signature on that award. Student and their family were invited to stay at One Night at the Snowbird on May 12 and 13, and will recognize in front of 400 attendees at the Utah Promise Conference. In addition, are 2 students, 1 parent, and then teacher Ms. Kim Irvine were invited to attend a national recognition event in later this July in Washington, D.C. Finalists will participate with other national finalists to talk about this issue. They will meet with our Utah congressional delegations to discuss the problem of youth violence, and will attend a reception hosted by the ambassador to the United States for the state of Kuwait. A book containing their writings will be placed at the Library of Congress in Utah. In terms of our own, we have a 51 writing essay, and that's part of the backup. And I encourage you to read those writings when you have some spare time, and to get an insight of what our students thinking and their proposed solutions, and then their experience with youth violence. With that, I like to read a quote from 2 our national finalists. you just can't take it out on others. I always had that one person who helped me overcome this, and I want to be part of that person to others. Right? So Parker Johnson from South Ogden Junior High, and we just want to recognize and then receive that award. This is from April 22nd. Thank you, Parker. Left for death. Darkness engulfed the last drop of sunlight. The anonymous buzzer began lurking at the sounds of pain and agony, staring in out at the sight of your broken limbs and empty stomach. Peter Thompson from South Ogden Junior High. This is the award that I received a bit earlier. So with that, thank you to our students. Thank you, parents and teachers, for your support. And thank you, board member, for this time. And Superintendent, the stage is yours. I return the stage to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kuhn, for your excellent leadership with this great program. Congratulations to the students, their teachers, and their parents. I mean, it's really exciting that we have national award winners. I just wanted to give just a brief minute. I think we're about 2 minutes out of our time, but if any of the 3 board members who attended Do the Right Thing want to make a quick comment. I think that was Board Member Moss, Board Member Hymas, and Board Member Lear.
This is Carol Lear, and I have done this now for 3 years, read these essays, and I've got to say, as a former always English teacher, it took me 3 years to stop looking at the grammar and read the emotion and the passion behind these entries. And it is amazing that these young people are so willing to reveal information about themselves and willing to look for solutions for really difficult problems. And these are absolutely people skills. These young people have acquired somehow, some way. Their writing needs some work, but their emotion is so sincere and raw that it is just impressive. And I've learned much more than they learned in reading these essays.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else who was there.
I'll just say, I think I was able to share last month, but I'll just reiterate, you know, these kids, I got to sit with a couple of them at their table and talk a little bit about solutions, and they're so thoughtful about ideas like clubs and sharing, you know, weeks where their schools are just sharing compliments and kindness and just kind of awareness of, you know, a lot of the violence that was discussed was self-harm, as we know, and that came through in a lot of the writings. And so, you know, they're just right in the weeds there, down in the trenches, and had great thoughts that I hope kind of bubble up at the district level or at our level about, you know, simple things like just organized ways of good vibes and recognition out there to help kids know that there's, you know, everybody else knows what they're going through. So it was very enlightening. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. Board Member Hymas?
Yeah, if I could just echo what Member Lear and Member Moss said. It was just such a great experience to be part of that. I encourage anybody to take advantage of that. At the same time, very, very sad and hard to read some of the content, but very grateful that I had that experience to do so, and that those students were willing to open up their hearts to anybody. I mean, they didn't know I was going to read it per se, but it really does have an impact, and to see these students move beyond what they've experienced and is such a good example to all of us. So great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Board Member Straight?
Yeah, I just had to add that as a current resident of South Ogden and someone who taught for 10 years at the junior high there, awesome. Thank you for sharing this.
Thank you. I'm back to you, Dr. Dixon.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes my remarks in our presentation. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. We appreciate that. We appreciate those who presented and some of the passion that was discussed here today. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll go on to number 4. It's our consent calendar. Are there any items that board members want to take off the consent calendar for more discussion that you weren't able to do ahead of time? Seeing none, I'll be seeking a motion.
I'm sorry, I would like to pull number 1 and 3 and 4. This is board member Klein.
1, 3, and 4. Thank you. Okay, I'd be seeking a motion on the rest of the calendar.
I have, sorry, this is board member Earl.
Okay.
Did something get pulled off or not?
1, 3, and 4.
Okay. Is the one the grant program?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can someone put the agenda up so we can see what those items are?
Thank you, Carol.
You ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'm waiting because, thank you, Chair, but I'm waiting because we need to see all of the things on the consent calendar so we know what's being pulled off.
Okay.
We've got the child nutrition up here, but we're not there yet.
All right. Well, I've got 1, 3, and 4 being pulled.
So Chair, if you want to go ahead and make a motion on the others, unless board member Booth, are you pulling something off? No.
No, I was just member Booth can make
ahead.
the motion. I'll lower my hand.
Okay, board member Booth. Also, I don't know who's driving, but it would be nice to see the agenda, and board member Lear has requested that. Thank you.
So Vice Chair Belknap, I would move
Yes.
that move the consent agenda items 2 and 5.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, Chair Huntsman. So the motion before the board is that we approve the consent calendars number 2 and number 5. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. I see that as unanimous. Remember, board member Hutchings isn't here, Sybil. Okay, so we could we pull up the number 1? Board member Klein, do you have some discussion to this or questions?
Yes. So my first question is, it appears that we are requesting this grant because we're struggling to get food in based on the supply chain issues. What's happening with that money that was going towards these other vendors that I assume are not local, since this would be specifically for local producers?
Okay, Kathleen, are you going to be the one, or is Christopher going to address this?
I can address that.
Okay.
This grant is geared towards helping not only the child nutrition programs procure local products, but also to help the local economies surrounding in Utah and the surrounding areas. This is a non-competitive grant if we choose to take it. That will bring $1.9 million into our state, that we at CMP will procure the local vendors that provide proteins, meat, chicken, turkey, and fruits and vegetables. And then the school districts can then purchase from them. So it's basically a win-win for both the school districts and for our local economy.
Okay, Kathleen, I think her question was, what, we have a certain amount of money coming in already. What's going to happen to that amount of money if is that correct, Board Member Klein? And so what are we doing with that money? And now that we have this money?
They'll still get their money for their reimbursement meals. I'm not quite understanding what other money she is referring to.
I will defer to her, Board Member Klein.
Well, I'm assuming that we have monies coming from somewhere already that we use to procure the produce and such in our normal fashion. If we are switching from that to this new way of procuring food from locals, what happens to that other stream that we were receiving, or that we currently are receiving? That would it be in addition to? But does that make sense? Apparently the other is not working sufficiently. That's why we're moving to a local based. And why do we need money from the federal government in order to go local?
Okay, your first question, the funding stream, they don't, excuse me, I have a cold. They don't have a steady funding stream that comes into the child nutrition programs. It's all meal reimbursement based on free, reduced, or paid. They receive some funding from the federal and the state, and then the parent pays the rest. This would help with some of their food costs. So this would be money that they could put towards that food and not have to struggle as hard with inflation right now and supply chain and how the cost of food has gone up. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so too. I have a different question. Do you want to go to the others?
Well, you already asked her another one she hasn't answered yet.
Yes.
So do you have 3 questions?
I have one more. A concern. Currently, it just came out a week or so ago. President Biden has made a claim or a requirement that anybody that takes the federal funds for school lunch programs will be basically tied to his executive order 13988 via the AMS requirements that are in the grant application, that would end up actually requiring that we allow for such things as boys in the girls' bathrooms. And so I have grave concerns over what we're agreeing to with this grant application.
Okay, I don't know that Kathleen has the answer to that. Is there anywhere in the grant it's asking us for anything other than money to procure local?
No.
It does.
Unless Chris Bruin, he's also on and he's our grant manager, he may be able to answer that question. But the child nutrition programs are all federal funds. So that would apply to all of the funds that are currently coming into our state and out to our LEAs.
And those are the funds that I was referring to. What other funds are we receiving for school food, whether it's school lunch program or something else?
Well, all the federal reimbursement that we receive for lunch, for breakfast, for snack, for summer are all federal funds. And they're based on a reimbursement level that flows down to the LEAs. That means that if a child eats a meal, and depending on their eligibility, whether they're free, reduced, or paid, the federal government will subsidize that amount.
Okay. Well, based on that information, I will not be voting for this grant.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I have just a couple questions. They have to do maybe similar in some ways because there is, the USDA is promoting or trying to combat discrimination in place of just providing us with the needs that we have. And this, maybe some of these have to go to good governance, maybe not necessarily questions, but the concern over continual giving of grant money, which then attaches us to new regulations under current administration. I think Natalie implied that, or at least talked about that. I have a question. Are we able to meet the needs of our local districts currently?
Local districts are struggling with food costs currently and getting the products that they need. So this would help not only our local districts, but it would also help our local farmers and our local economy.
So, okay, so the government, I guess this is where I have the concern, the government stepping in, giving money to local, and it's specifically socially disadvantaged producers. That's not economically, but socially disadvantaged producers. And then they're going to give it to us at a lower cost. And so the government's boosting, am I understanding that right? They're going to give it to us at a reduced cost for some reason because the government is providing them money to produce food for schools?
Not necessarily. It would all go through the correct procurement train that it goes through USBE. So we would have to follow all the procurement guidelines that we follow for everything else.
Okay, and then this will be additional funding so that we can then purchase
so then
foods
correct
that are being supported by the government?
Correct. So then the grant would be determined on your enrollment in your school district of how much money you would get to then spend on these vendors that we have procured for you that says, Farmer A can provide you beef if you would like to. So here's your money if you would like to procure it from them, or Farmer B for chicken or fruits and vegetables.
Okay. Okay. I'm seeing this as a complete overreach of national government for state and local businesses and private individuals. I do have concerns with this as well. Those are the questions I had for now.
Thank you. Kristen, I'm going to just skip to Patty. Maybe she can give us a little clarity and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Dr. Norman?
Yes, thank you. Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. I think many of these questions go to maybe redefining what the purpose of this grant was. And it was to be able to provide that funding that is necessary at this point in time because of the supply chain and that demand for food and the increased cost. So right now, if all of us go to the grocery store at this point in time, there's a dramatic increase in the price of food. And so if our LEAs still had that same budget to buy the same amount of food, then there would be a deficit that was there. So it's really being able to answer the ability for our schools to purchase the necessary food at the increased cost that is now in our economy. And so I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification there.
Thank you. Scott, do you have a little follow-up on that?
Yeah, if it pleases the chair and the board, if I could just really quickly read the definition. The cooperative agreements will allow organizations, which are our LEAs, the flexibility to design food purchasing programs and establish partnerships with farmers and ranchers at the local level. So this is money that could go to local farmers and ranchers that best suit their local needs, accommodate environmental and climate conditions, account for seasonal harvests, improve supply chain resiliency, and meet the needs of schools within their service area. So it's a cooperative agreement. It's a choice at the local level by the districts on, but what it does is it expands the ability to purchase locally. So then it reduces supply chain, point A to point B, delivery of chicken, beef, corn, all those types of things. So it's designed to enhance local relationships with food supply to schools. That's the purpose of this money. That's what Dr. Norman was articulating. But this is the word-for-word definition of the cooperative agreement on these grants. Again, I think it's important to note that LEAs would have the decision or local decision on whether to spend that money, locally with this quote unquote cooperative agreement. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Board Member Norton.
Yes, seeing this from an elementary school perspective, it was very interesting throughout the year as we would, our school lunch menus were so haphazard because of those supply chain issues. And it just got to the point that most of the time it was cook's choice and, or it's mystery lunch because they didn't know what was going to be available or if they were going to have enough come in. And I saw the strife that our lunch employees would go through trying to figure out how to provide nutritious lunches because of those supply chain issues. And I'm sure the cost of the food was another one. The other thing that I wanted to comment on is even if there were not supply chain issues, the option for our students to have locally produced food, I think would always be an addition or a high quality improvement to our child nutrition. To have fresh food and to have food that is sourced and, possibly just recently harvested rather than last year's harvest that was canned and all those other things is just so much better for our students, for their health and for their ability to learn to like certain foods, because we all know what a difference there is between, something fresh and something that was overly processed potentially. So I was thrilled to see that we have this option and also what that was going to do for our local agricultural community who, they're not making those high dollars from this. And so for them to be able to sell and not their product without having to also add in the transportation costs of sending it to a packing company in the Midwest or wherever, but to be able to just actually have it local is another great advantage in our state's economy. Now, this next part is a question, and I realize that it shows my inexperience, but I did wonder, as I was looking through the backup on this, that most of this information in these, whatever they are, the paperwork for this, it was all blank. And I just wondered, are we voting on the ability to apply for this grant, or were we voting on the grant application itself? Because I didn't see a grant application that was filled out. And that's my question.
Christopher or Kathleen, do you have the answer to that?
This is voting to allow us to apply for this grant. So we have to wait to get the approval from the board before we can actually apply for it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that information.
Thank you. Board Member Booth?
I just had a question for Kathleen. How many hungry children would there be in our Utah schools without this national or federal overreach that's being referred to by Board Member Earl and Klein, Board Members Earl and Klein?
Currently, 30% of the population that goes to school qualifies for free and reduced meals. It was proven during the pandemic how much of a need this program was for our schools and our communities. And we served at sometimes almost 100% of the students that came to school every day when the meals were given to them for free. So it would be a very big hit to our students and our children of Utah if we did not have the child nutrition programs. We all know that a hungry child cannot learn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Board Member Earl?
So let me see clarification on that question. You're saying without this program, 30% of our kids will go hungry?
Without the child nutrition program.
Okay, that's different than the grant program, right?
Correct. The question he asked was different than the grant program.
Okay, so with this program, if we don't take this grant, what are the number of kids that will go hungry in the state of Utah?
This will not affect how many students will go hungry. This will just affect the budgets of our child nutrition programs. And child nutrition program budgets need to stay positive, or it has to come out of their general funds.
Okay, and we anticipate the cost of it coming out of our general funds. We must have some estimate on that, right?
I do not have the cost. I do
Okay.
know that a lot of our child nutrition programs have funds from COVID to get them through some of these months next school year. We do not know how hard this will impact them. Just as, you know, with inflation right now and food costs, we just don't know where it's going to go and what's going to be able to be available.
Do we know, I have just a couple questions based on the others. Do we know the obligations associated with this grant program? And I think that's what we're asking. Is there a change to the obligations for our child nutrition program?
No, they can, as Deputy Superintendent Scott had mentioned, they can choose to take the money or choose not to take the money.
Is the federal government putting further obligations on? Sorry, I didn't clarify that. New obligations for this grant money?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay, and we can buy local. I think Kristen Norton spoke about this, and I think that is absolutely true. We do want the most healthy foods we can get for children, but currently we can purchase local foods. Is that accurate or is that not accurate?
Currently, the schools have been trying to procure local foods. The amount of food that a school goes through is quite large. So most local farmers, unless they know ahead of time, are not prepared for it. So that's what this would do, would prepare them for using their local product.
And just one last question. Their local product would normally be purchased by families, or who would that normally be purchased by?
Can you state that again?
Yeah, so in other words,
I'm not sure she knows the answer to that, because the farmers could do numerous things with their crops.
Yeah, so they could sell their crops to local schools, they could sell their crops to families, they could sell it, right? So this way, I guess that's what I'm asking. It wouldn't be going to families, it would be going to schools or other, right? Because there's local small farms don't mass produce, and all of a sudden they produce more because the schools are there. They have the amount they're producing because that's what they can produce on their lands. But those products would not be going where, I guess, is the question. It's not just surplus, right? If we're having an economic downturn.
Correct. It would keep the product within our state, and it would keep the money within our state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Hart.
I have a comment, and then first I would just, are we looking to, in our grant, be more restrictive than the grant application? I see a couple different places where we talk about historically underserved, we talk about, we use different terms. Are we using more restrictive terms than the grant allows, or are we leaving it open to all categories listed in the grant, the RFP?
It depends on who answers our procurement. So once we send out a request for proposal or a bid, then we will know who will be able to provide these products to our schools.
So are you opening it up to everyone, or are you narrowing who is eligible for applying?
We would follow the same procurement policies and procedures that USBE requires of us.
Okay. I call the question. Chair?
We don't have a motion.
Oh, we don't have a motion.
We don't have a motion, so do you want to make a motion?
Hold on. No, I don't have it up.
I've got it ready.
Go ahead, Kristen.
I move that the board approve the child, just moved.
It just moved. What happened? Kristen, do you see it now?
I move that the board approves the child nutrition program's application for the USDA non-competitive local food for schools cooperative agreement program, the LFS.
Second.
Second, Chair Huntsman. Any discussion to that motion? I see lots of hands. I think Molly's going down. Board member Scott Jones, do you have a comment to that? Okay, board member Straight, do you have discussion to that motion? Board member Earl, do you have discussion to that motion?
My discussion is I would like us to add to that, maybe this amendment, that no new obligations for the for a child nutrition program be added without our approval.
Okay, so your amendment is that the board, you would have the board approves child nutrition programs application for the USDA non-competitive local foods for schools cooperative agreement and
no new obligations.
No new, say it again.
No new obligations for receipt of this money.
Okay.
Without board approval.
Without board approval. I don't know if anyone can get that up on the board for us so that we have it. I don't know what's in the application exactly where we can put that in there. So do I? Yeah, go ahead.
Vice Chair Belknap, this is Angie Stallings.
Yes.
Kelsey, I just sent you a link to a shared doc. And then board member Earl, could you repeat that one more time? And we're putting it in the shared doc right now.
Yes, no new obligations for our child nutrition programs without board approval.
For this application?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, I have what might be a point of order.
Okay.
What do we mean? What do you mean, Jenny, by new? The Utah has to follow the law to get federal money. So that's always been the case. That's not new. So what do you mean by new?
Any obligations that are unique that we have not previously adhered to.
And unique to this program? Or
yes. No, unique to child nutrition. In other words, any changes to our child nutrition program that this program would require that we've not adhered to before.
And I'm sorry, Chair, I'm still not understanding. We've always had to abide by the federal law.
And I would assume we would do that same. If there's new obligations, the child nutrition program is asked to oblige by or be obligated to do that are new, that this grant requires, it needs board approval. That's what I'm asking.
And I'm sorry, Chair, one last clarification. Unique to only this grant.
Well, yeah, because that's the only thing we're talking about, board member.
Okay, thank you. Unique to this grant. Thank you.
Okay, I think the next person up was board member Klein. So we're speaking to the amendment at this point, but I'd like to see the amendment up, board member Klein, if that's okay, so we can work from there because we're speaking to the amendment.
Doesn't somebody have to second it?
I think they already did, didn't they? Oh, who did? Did someone second this amendment?
I'll second it.
Thank you, board member Hart.
Okay, so my question regarding the amendment is, does that cover new regulations that could or are going to be imposed on the subrecipients of the funds, meaning the producers, the private businesses? Are there regulations that are going to come upon them as a result of accepting purchases from USBE or from the local districts of their foods. Does that make sense? Are there going to be federal regulations put on those recipients?
Probably.
I don't know if somebody has an answer to that.
I do not have an answer to that.
Okay, Vice Chair Davis, do you have some insight on that?
Well, I just have a question, Chair. I'm wondering if Board Member Earl could just talk a little bit about her understanding between the difference of logistics and regulations, because there will be a lot of requirements when you enact any new program. You know, you're required to fill out this report, or spend your money in this certain, way to get this many pounds of food. I mean, are you wanting everything that's new with this to come back to the board, or are you specifically thinking in your mind, there are federal regulations we follow right now, and if there are, big changes to that, or any changes to that beyond basic implementation logistics, that would come back to the board? I think that would help for clarification.
It seems to me that we currently have policies we follow. Board Member Lear spoke to that. I think if there's significant changes in any way that are required of, and Board Member Klein referred to it, subrecipients, if that's our LEAs, that create either an extra burden or some commitment there that goes beyond what we've previously done. Those are the kind of things I would like to be aware of.
Follow-up, Chair?
Go ahead if it's to the amendment.
Yeah, it's just there will always be an extra burden because they'll have to report and show accountability for the money and things. So I'm trying to make sure I understand. I think what you are getting at is an unrelated burden. Like, if you get this, then you have to do these things that we say.
That would be accurate.
Thank you. That's helpful clarification for me.
Thank you. Board Member Klein?
Well, I don't know that my question's been answered. I guess they don't know, and so that's a concern, because I don't want to tie the hands or have like the local producers or private, small businesses that could have goods purchased from them. There needs to be something in here so that they know what they are agreeing to as far as regulations if they accept purchase it, if they allow schools to purchase from them. I'm also really concerned about the fact that this money is required in the grant. It requires that they follow the AMS regulations, which include Biden's new definition or interpretation of Title IX for not discriminating against LGBTQ kids. Meaning he will require that these kids are allowed to use whatever bathroom or facility that they want. Plus that it gives an advantage to certain subgroups, like the schools should be buying from certain socially disadvantaged or underrepresented groups. And by giving those groups an advantage, we are actively discriminating against other producers and small businesses, which itself is a violation. And so, it's getting really messy as far as what Biden is, or this current administration is requiring, or how they're interpreting things. And so I don't want schools or small businesses or local producers to then unknowingly get caught up in that mess as well, and then not have a way out.
Thank you. Board Member Hart?
Okay, so I understand. I'm not happy with our kids' food at school. Access to food at school is being used and hanging in the balance of things like how to interpret Title IX, that kind of thing. I don't appreciate that. I don't think that should be used as a political tool. I wish it would stay separate and follow procedure. However, in the end analysis, I can't, and every farmer to me is disadvantaged and struggling and could probably qualify in evaluating all the different categories that they're including. And small business is important. So I can't withhold funds and resources for both our students and our farmers because I don't like what the federal government may be doing. So I support the amendment that we take a look at this again if strings do appear. But on the other hand, I also recognize that local the LEAs at the end, it's up to them, right? So while I don't like the Title IX implications or the things that are being said, because I think it's political and it puts our most at-risk students and a large segment of the population that's just trying to make a living in agriculture. So I support the amendment and I call the question.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to call the question on the amendment. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
Okay, that's non-debatable. So the call to question is to add, and no new obligations for receipt of this child nutrition program money may be applied for without board approval. Please vote.
We're just voting to call the question.
To call the question, absolutely, to call the question. I see that it's unanimous. Oh, it's not unanimous. It's board members have voted, board member Earl voted no to that. So the amendment on the table is, and no new obligations for receipt of this child nutrition program money be applied for without board approval. That's the question on the table. We can't have any more discussion on it because it was called the question. So now, and no new obligations for receipt of this child nutrition program money be applied for without board approval. Please vote. I'm going to do a roll call vote. I gotta find my paper. Okay, roll call vote. Board member Booth.
Yes.
Board member Cannon.
No.
Board member Klein.
I guess I have a question. I just need some clarification.
This was called the question, so we have to vote on this amendment right now.
Yes.
Go ahead and ask.
My question is, does new obligations mean above what's already in the contract?
Actually, board member Earl and Davis had that discussion. So I'm going to ask you to vote up or down on that. I can't hear you.
Roll call vote.
Board member
Yes.
Klein? Yes. Board member Davis?
Yes.
Board member Earl?
Yes.
Board member Hanson?
No.
Board member Hart?
Yes.
Board member Chair Huntsman?
Yes.
Board member Hymas?
Yes.
Board member Lear?
No.
Board Member Moss,
Yes.
Board Member Norton,
Yes.
Board Member Straight,
I wasn't able to clarify the questions I had and concerns I had, so I'm not sure what to vote on because I have no way of explaining my vote.
so what are you going to do, Board Member Straight? Are you going to abstain?
I hate abstaining because that's a cop
It's a no
out.
vote. Yeah.
So, well, okay, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that passes. So now the motion on the table is that the board approves the child nutrition programs application for the USDA non-competitive local food for schools competitive agreement program, and no obligations for receipt of this child nutrition program money be applied for without board approval. Board Member Straight, you had a question?
No.
Okay. Board Member Lear?
Two things. First of all, I think these kinds of votes put our staff members in terrible situations. Kathleen now has to wonder if one more piece of paperwork or one more addendum requires her to come back to the board and spend another 45 minutes being grilled about things that she is not responsible for. In terms of the broadest compliance with federal law. And I hate that. I think that's unnecessary. Secondly, the area in which I live, my board district that I serve desperately needs every opportunity for food that they can get. Fresh is better. The most important thing Kathleen said is hungry children cannot learn. Those are many of the children I represent. I cannot do anything that hinders this money from helping those children. And the federal government has subsidized farmers for 100 years, 200 years. So this is not new. And we have now spent 45 minutes bickering about things that are way beyond the scope of this grant.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Straight?
Yes, I do need to do full disclosure. I did, for the public's knowledge, I did send an article from the Federalist, which I think may have prompted some of this discussion. I won't make any comment about that article because it's less than a week old. It's easy to find. But I do want to read the federal non-discrimination statement, and then I want to, with this idea of new obligations. It's already in the non-discrimination statement, and it says, quote, in accordance with federal civil rights law and U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA civil rights regulations and policies, the USDA, its agencies, offices, and employees and institutions participating in or administering USDA programs are prohibited from discriminating based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, gender identity, including gender expression, sexual orientation, disability, age, marital status, family parental status, income derived from a public assistance program, political beliefs, or reprisal or retaliation for prior civil rights activity in a program or activity conducted or funded by USDA. Not all bases apply to all programs. Remedies and complaint filing deadlines vary by program or incident. That's already posted, so it's not new. At least that's my opinion. So I guess I'm frustrated about, did we accomplish what the intent was in the first place, which was a concern expressed by Board Member Klein that now transgender girls are going to be in girls' bathrooms. So I'm not sure we did what we thought we did.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Hanson?
Thanks, Vice Chair. I'm just concerned that we are tying the hands of our good procurement staff and financial staff so that it makes it almost impossible for them to go forward with a grant like this. If the question is, do we want to take federal money or not? Let's get that on the agenda. Let's vote on that and do it straight out instead of, I believe what Carol said is right. We're really putting a gun to the heads of all the staff to know exactly what's buried in layer after layer of this. Every amount of federal money that we take has strings attached. It has had strings attached forever. Highway tax money has strings attached. Do you remember the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit? That was a federal regulation that came with money that was given to us for roads. Same sort of situation with every amount of federal money that comes, but that is our tax money going to the federal government and coming back to us. So if we want to ask a question, let's not do it in this roundabout way. Let's get it on the agenda and deal with it directly instead of hamstringing our whole operation here where people are afraid to apply for a grant for fear of getting fired or getting in trouble for doing something that the board has obligated them to do that's beyond their normal procedures. So I'll vote for this even in its amended form because I think we need this money for child nutrition. But let's deal with issues directly. Let's not deal with them this roundabout way that makes it impossible for our staff to do their work.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Board Member Earl?
And I think that is the intent here, is to clearly deal with something. If we have some new obligation or string that we've not had before, that is the intent, to make that aware to the board before moving forward. So anyways, I don't think it's a roundabout way, and if the intent isn't to put staff in any kind of compromising situation, in my view, it's to be clear to the public of what we're taking money for and for what purpose.
Board members, I'm not going to halt you, but I do want you to be aware that this agenda item was supposed to be completed at 10:30 and we are at 11:11. So, but we're going to continue the discussion. I just want you to be aware of your time frame moving into the evening. Board Member Moss?
Thanks, and I'll be brief. I think Chair Hanson raises an interesting point, but the way these strings come and you kind of think about, Lilliputian strings, it comes one at a time. And my concern is that, we do bind ourselves to things and then we have this administration or that, and people disagree with, this president or that president. I object to anything that may have the effect of altering our decisions about how money should best be spent. And I understand that part of this will go to serving disadvantaged farmers. That's a great objective. But I think as we're looking at any spending of money, we need to focus like a laser really just on the recipients, whether it's a tech company or a farmer. The question is this the best way to serve kids using this money? And the way that the federal government often operates, and sometimes it comes from the state, it's just one little string. So I appreciate actually the discussion about whether this does impose, anything outside of the strings that would be relevant to implementation. You build a freeway, you got a speed limit, but why is the federal government talking about bathrooms in a discussion of farm food, right? And that's, maybe we need to reevaluate, kind of a report on does this add in new strings when we have a contract? Is there something new here so that we can be aware of that and perhaps avoid some of these lengthy discussions that I think are intended to just keep those little strings from piling up. So I'll vote in favor of this. I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. Board Member Klein?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate several of the comments. That was my point in the beginning, was why are we taking federal money to tell us how to do things locally? If we are all about local control, let's find a way to keep it locally controlled instead of having it dictated to us by the federal government, how we can do that, because I'm all about supporting our local farmers, our local, small businesses, member states. I appreciate you reading what is required as far as, Title IX and discrimination. And yet I see this grant has discriminatory language in it by telling schools that they have to buy from what the federal government or the writers of this grant, I don't know, determine are socially disadvantaged people or groups. So there's a conflict there, because in one sentence they say we can't discriminate, in another sentence they are actively discriminating. Also, my concern is that, we say local districts can choose whether they take this money or not. But if those monies are attached to these other obligations that affect families, the families are not being given a choice in this. Maybe, if we're going to speak boldly and openly, we say, okay, families need to know that they are choosing, or that the schools are choosing for them, between their children being fed and protecting their children from potentially dangerous situations where they've got boys and girls bathrooms. So I don't feel like we're doing our families a favor by putting such a choice on them, and not actually even giving them a say in it, but saying, the districts will decide. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Board Member Hart.
Yeah, I'm going to vote yes, because in the end analysis, kids and farmers need our support, and these are our tax dollars, and they're coming back to us. But I do think it's important for a state body such as ours to send the message that they are not going to be pawns in a larger conversation that really is only tangentially related to the task at hand. And what I see this as is not tying the hands of anybody. In fact, I see it as a protection of our staff, because our board, if we were to vote this in, obviously has some concerns about federal strings attached to federal money. So if those come up, what the board is saying, if this was approved, is make sure you come back and tell us, because that's something that matters to the board. That's not tying anybody's hands. That's asking for communication and being clear about what's important or what is concerning. I don't see it as tying hands at all. I see it as being mindful of things that come down the pipe, those little strings, in order to make sure that they don't start adding up and we find ourselves in a position that that goes against the will of our constituents, whatever we might determine that to be at that time. So I understand, and I understand it is our money, and I understand, and I don't want to put our staff in a position, but I do want to make it clear that it's not okay to say, okay, now in order to feed our students, you're going to have to do this major thing. Why not just issue a letter clarifying Title IX and then deal with that? But to make this kind of threat just, I think, somewhat capriciously puts us in a really difficult position. And we as a board have a responsibility to straighten that out so that our office can proceed with confidence. So what I understand the motion to be is that we can move, giving our staff the ability to move forward with this grant, but if additional strings come, talk to us so we know what those are, so that we can be mindful as we make further decisions. That's my interpretation.
I'm going to ask a clarifying question. When is this grant due?
Our letter of intent needs to go in, I think, by July 1. Chris Bruin, can you answer that?
Okay, that's okay. If it's just a letter of intent, that's all I needed to know. Yeah. Okay, Board Member Straight. Thank you, Board Member Hart. Board Member Straight.
So from the macro level, and as a conservative, with the big picture would be that we have a bigger discussion here, which was alluded to by several speakers. if the legislature would provide for all these things that are good for kids, and I've heard that as well, then please fund it. I would be more than happy to turn down all the federal money if that's the case. From the micro level, we have this decision in front of us today, and I'm going to vote yes. And I think looking at the motion, it puts the onus back on the board if anything else comes down the pipeline, which I think is super, super important, because that was one of my major conflicts with what was being said is the buck stops with us. We're the ones that put ourselves out there on the line in that regard. So I'm going to vote for the motion as stated here. Yeah, so I think we ought to call the question.
I don't see any other hands of board members. So Brent, are you okay if we don't do call to question?
Sure.
Okay, I know it's non-debatable, but I do see staff members, so that doesn't help me either, because if I do call to question, I better just do what he's asked. So
I would like to hear staff, actually. So.
Okay, so you're taking your motion back. Board Member Jones, I'm sorry I demoted you there. Deputy Superintendent Jones.
Hey, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Just quick staff perspective. We've always been obligated to never discriminate, to do that too. So there's that. I understand there's these ancillary concerns or questions about, to keep in mind, the process doesn't end here. We put it in front of you. What we're seeking is just your approval to apply for it. It's still going to need to go through the legislative process for the grants system with GOPB and with the legislature as well. And then ultimately it would become a supplemental. So there's still time where we could get our legal team to, because they're going to need to be prepared to address this with the legislature as well. I think these same questions are going to come up. They're great questions. It's really, important, Board Member Klein, Earl, everyone, Board Member Straight, that you all know too, from a staff perspective, we have these processes and controls in place so that as we move through this process together, it just doesn't become a, hey, surprise, here's the money. We still need the legislature to appropriate this to us, right? If we get that far, and that should allow for sufficient time for staff with, in cooperation with our legal team to ensure that we're addressing the legal sides or questions about, well, what does this imply? Does it imply access to bathrooms and locker rooms in order to receive this? If so, would we have to pay this money back, etc.? We can develop that in the time to come. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approves the child nutrition programs application for the USDA non-compliance local food for schools cooperative agreement program, LFS, and no new obligations for receipt of this child nutrition program money be applied for without board approval. Please vote. Sybil, I see that the voting is unanimous on that. I am going to call for a 7-minute break.
It's not, I don't think it's unanimous.
Oh, wait. Who did I miss? Oh, Board Member Klein. Sorry. I'm sorry, Board Member Klein. I went through the whole group, and thank you for the clarity, everyone. So did you get that, Sybil?
Yes, I did have that. Thank you.
Okay, we will start promptly back here at 11:30 after you take a quick break. Thank you. Okay, it's 11:30. Okay, I see for sure 7. Okay, 8 board members. So let's go ahead and go. We have actually, our next one is still on our consent calendar, number 3. Go ahead, Board Member Klein.
Oh, I don't have a lot to say about number 3 and 4 that I pulled, other than I have concerns about many of the different contracts there that would probably take too much time than people want to go into. So I'll just suffice to say I won't be voting for 3 or 4.
Well, I'm hoping that you got some answers beforehand, which would maybe be helpful to you, maybe not. Can we please pull up the agenda? Does anyone else have any questions on 3 or 4? I don't see any, so I would be seeking a motion.
Chair, I'll make the motion to approve items 3 and 4 of the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, I think Board Member Straight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board approve numbers 3 and number 4 from the consent calendar. Please vote. The voting is complete with 1 nay vote by Board Member Klein. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for coming back too and not leaving us all. Okay, all right, so we will go on to number 4.2. Is that where we are? No, 4.1. A 4.1, let's see. No, we already did that one. So 4.2.
I think we're in 5, Laura.
What?
I think we're in section 5, aren't we?
Yeah, I just am trying to read through my notes here and I am blowing it here. So thank you so much. So we're going to number 5 to our monthly budget report. Deputy Superintendent of Operations and Deborah Jacobs, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is the monthly budget report for your June 2nd, 2022 meeting. I am pleased to say that the Utah State Board of Education is fiscally sound. We're able to meet or, basically meet all of our obligations and commitments, all our known obligations and commitments. This is the last month of the state fiscal year. So we're in the 12th month of state fiscal year 22. We're in good shape to start the next fiscal year on July 1st. Of course, we're right in the midst of our year-end close processes. The report that you see is the board report for the 10th month of the fiscal year, which is April. There's a little bit of a lag between months because we have to reconcile and close each month out. But again, reporting that from a budget standpoint, the Utah State Board of Education is able to meet all of our obligations and commitments through the end of this fiscal year, and conditions are favorable and set well for the beginning of the next fiscal year, pending year-end close activities. With that, Madam Chair, I can take any additional questions or concerns. I have a few other items to inform the board of, but I'll just pause right here and see if there's any specific questions on the monthly budget report itself. Again, month-end report, April 30th, 2022. Any questions or concerns?
I don't see any. Go ahead.
Okay. For additional information, and I'm not intending to present, board leadership authorized us to post two specific two additional information pieces to the monthly budget report. One is the minimum school program updates. We call it our final estimates. This is why I can state that we're in good condition or set conditions for a good start to July or to the fiscal year 23 specific to the minimum school program. Tomorrow, Dell will do a deeper dive with members of the Finance Committee on the minimum school program updates as it stands with these final estimates. We wanted to post this in the monthly budget report so all of you could see it, and it's public facing to everyone as well. So you see, again, where we are with specific to the minimum school program starting for the next fiscal year. The other presentation relates to a request for data and information that Board Member Hanson made several months ago. It's the budget update that the LFA, Legislative Fiscal Analyst, provided during the May 17th Executive Appropriations Committee. There was some issues with it, maybe because of the size of the file, but it should be in there now and it should be forward facing to all of you and the public. I encourage board members to take a look at that. I will get offline with Board Member Hanson because he's seen it, and I do understand his perspective that it doesn't quite get to what he was asking for. So I'm gonna develop that a little bit more with him. It's broken down mainly by percentages of how much income tax came in to the general fund and the education fund, and then how much went out. Starts about slide 7. But I'm going to get with him so that we can do the math and be more explicit and succinct in following up on his particular items. So encourage board members to take a look at that. Amongst all of the great things you're doing and the time you're spending on other processes too. So with that, ma'am, your direction, I'll move into the discretionary report unless there's any questions or concerns by board members.
No, but thank you for that backup that we can look at over and over again. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so for the discretionary funds report, if we could pick that up real quick. The report itself is also in the backups, so you can see in the upper right-hand corner of the report what the remaining funds are. This is pertinent to my report today to you because tomorrow in Finance Committee, Board Member Earl has made requests for use of remaining balances in your discretionary funds. So again, orienting you to the upper right-hand corner. Based on some development on the amount, tomorrow during Finance Committee, we're going to request that we use the remaining balances in all 3 of your funds, federal mineral lease, land exchange, and the state funds, to meet a $195,600 request for a partnership with Brigham Young University. Good place for it to be in Finance Committee. Pending their direction or that particular agenda item tomorrow, we could see an update to this report. Again, to the main body of the report, just draw board members' attentions to all the different projects, where we stand right now going into with year-end close. And then, obviously as we start the next fiscal year, we'll look to take the process of renewing such projects as your contingency fund and your legal contingency fund, and then update you on either continuation or requests to add additional projects, i.e., or for example, the one that Board Member Earl's proposing to Finance Committee tomorrow, and then, status and updates as we go. So I'll pause there, Madam Chair, for any questions or concerns related specifically to the board's discretionary funds in this report.
I don't see any hands. Go ahead.
Okay, then ma'am, at your direction, I think we're on item 5.3, which is a extensive update by Sarah, by the Chief of Staff and Sarah Hayward on the USBE COVID relief funding. So if we could turn it over to them, That concludes the monthly budget report and discretionary funds report. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I please have the ability to share my screen?
I just wanted to say something to the group while we're working on that Kelsey is driving today, and this is her first time, and so we might be a little slower than normal, but we're going to get there. And so we really appreciate her learning this and taking this on. Thank you. And thank you, Sarah, for helping her, Sarah Young.
All right. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Alrighty, so Sarah Harward, CARES Educational Specialist. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on an overview of the current state of our COVID-19 relief funding of K through 12 education.
Sarah, it's showing two screens at a time. You're not in display mode.
Hold on one second.
Thank you.
Nope, is that better or stays the same thing?
Nope, now you need to also do a slideshow.
Hold on. Okay, let's see. It's still giving you the same thing, isn't it? Interesting. I've never had it do this.
It's okay. I think we can all see it from here, and we'll just keep going. Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, sorry about that. I apologize. It's never done this to me before. Okay, so as a friendly reminder, with our COVID-19 relief funding in Utah, it refers to multiple rewards that we've received from both the state level and the federal level, which have been made available to our K through 12 education system. As we present these updates to you, we address them in terms of the oldest award, starting with the CARES Act, to the newest award, the American Rescue Plan Act, and give you an update in terms of reimbursing these funds to our LEAs to support them in their projects and needs. And just another reminder, we like to highlight each update that 100% of our Utah K through 12 COVID-19 relief funds have been obligated. So every dollar that we've received has a project and a place that it is going. And then we also present to you this chart each month Sarah's going to take it, I guess. Did Sarah, you took it over? Okay. Can the board still see my slides, or is it now Sarah Young's screen?
It is now Sarah's screen.
Okay. Sarah, are you trying to present them, or do you want me to pull mine back up?
Vice Chair Belknap, I suggest that Sarah Harward just keep going with the narrative while we're working on slides.
Yeah, I think that's great, because we've seen it so many times, we probably can kind of visualize it.
For sure. Okay, no problem. So we have this chart that we show to you each month, gives you an overview of each of the federal and state awards that we've received, and that total and direct award that we've given to our LEAs, which is over that 900 million. And we're administering 1,142 awards. Okay, so that leads us on to our round one, our CARES Act funding, which is our ESSER 1 and GEAR 1 funds, which must be spent by September 30th of 2022, so later this year. We're working with our LEAs. We've reimbursed as far as the 90% award. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you, Sarah. As far as our 90% award for ESSER 1, we've reimbursed 98.5% of the award. We are really close, just under $1 million left that we need our LEAs to request for reimbursement. So we're working with them on that. And then our ESSER 1 base award, we've reimbursed 92%, and then the GEAR 1 award, 80%. And then you'll see on the bottom of the screen how many of our LEAs have requested their full award for reimbursement for each of the awards. And then round two, this is our Coronavirus Relief and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act. This is our ESSER 2 and GEAR 2, which must be spent by September 30th of 2023. And just some key points with ESSER 2, these were awarded in April of 2021, and like all the other awards, 90% has to go directly to our LEAs. As we were looking at the LEA plans, the majority of our LEAs chose to spend their funds on addressing accelerated learning for students, purchasing educational technology, and implementing summer learning and supplemental after-school activities. We do note that ESSER 1 needs to be spent for ESSER 2, so that's why you'll see on the next slide our ESSER 2 reimbursements being a little bit lower, but we're still doing pretty well on these reimbursement levels. The 90% award has a 47.7% reimbursement rate. Our ESSER 2 base is at 36.5%, and our Gear 2, which is newer, at 7.4%. And at the bottom of the slide, you'll see the number of LEAs that have requested their full award. Next slide. Just some additional federal awards from the CRISA Act. We've got Gear 2, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, where $11.8 million went in awards to our LEAs to serve all students, and $1.3 million to the University of Utah Reading Clinic. And then for our EANS, this is our Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools, where USBE is serving as the fiscal agent. Instead of traditionally with other awards, our LEAs would be providing equitable services to our non-public schools, but for this award and the EANS 2 award, USBE is serving as that fiscal agent. So for EANS 1, we've awarded 22 schools a total of $16.5 million in equitable services. Next slide. Round 3, this is our American Rescue Plan Act, which is ARP, ESSER, and EANS 2, which must be spent by September 30th of 2024. Just some highlights from this award. This is over $615 million, 90% of which went directly to our LEAs. 5% of the award was set aside for the state to specifically address accelerated learning, 2.5% in additional state response, 1% for after school, and 1% for summer learning, and then 0.5% for any state administration needs. And along with ARP ESSER, one of the requirements that the federal government put on these funds is that our LEAs had to spend at least 20% of their award on accelerated learning. As we were analyzing these plans, we see our LEAs are spending above that on an average of 36% of their total award on this. Additional funding is being spent on purchasing technology, capital improvements, including HVAC, and student and community mental health services. And here's our reimbursements for ARP ESSER, the 90%, we've reimbursed $32 million, which is a whopping 6% of the total award. And then for the 10% base, 3.4%. The ARP summer is less than 1%, but noting we're going into summer, so this should go up come the fall. And then ARP after school is at 3.5%. And then as far as ARP EANS, our EANS 2 award, again, USBE is serving as the fiscal agent per the U.S. Department of Education. And there are 2 additional requirements for this award. Our non-public schools that applied had to meet or exceed 24% of their total student population coming from households with a low socioeconomic status. And as opposed to EANS 1, with ARP EANS, we may not do any reimbursements to our non-public schools. We are strictly just doing professional services for them. And then just an overview, 90% of all 3 ESSER awards have gone directly to our LEAs. 9.5% has been in the state reserve for additional projects to support our LEAs, and then 0.5% for up to 0.5% for our state administration. And just one more overview of how our LEAs are choosing to spend their funds. This notes the number of LEAs that are choosing to spend in each category. Down the left, these are the allowable use case categories for each of the ESSER awards. So you'll see that the majority of our LEAs are spending on educational technology, then addressing the pandemic effects on student learning, and then cleaning supplies and services. This update, we wanted to give you an update on our ESSER State Reserve projects. Just an overview of these projects. These are the projects that come out of that 10% base award from each of the ESSER awards. These projects are approved in board meeting and open and public meetings, and each project must conclude at the time of each of their subsequent ESSER awards. So for our ESSER 1, we have the Target Support and Improvement Summer Planning Project. This is, I apologize, there's a typo on there. This is ESSER 1 funding, $678,000 that the board approved, which funded 22 LEAs for working on their TSI plans. And it's ultimately helping 206 schools focusing on those performing at the lowest 5%. Our ESSER 2, I'm highlighting, this isn't all of them, I'm just highlighting a couple. Our demonstrated competency assessment, As of the date of these slides, 16 of the 18 Canvas courses have been completed, with those final 2 under review. And then the Scribble, the training by UEN showed a jump in users up to 29,900, and they've been receiving additional trainings. And then our Utah Principal Supervisory Academy, they've launched their recruitment efforts to reach the principal supervisors in our state. And then 2 to highlight from our ARP ESSER, our K-3 Professional Learning for Literacy, our LETTERS program. We have 8,900 participants enrolled, 81 LEAs participating. As of the date of these slides, they've successfully completed Unit 1, and Unit 2 is going great. And then with early learning coaches for rural Utah, the coaches are administrating the mid-project survey related to the implementation of coaching in the rural communities. And then one more update, our federal reporting survey tool to our LEAs. We talked about this at our last update. So we sent out a survey to our schools to gather data that we didn't have as far as our LEAs and how they're spending their ESSER and GEAR awards, as well as the EANS award. Our non-public schools also had to complete their survey. So right now we're in the process of compiling all the survey data into the reports, and we are on track to submit them to the U.S. Department of Education. I will note that our EANS report was submitted as of this morning. So next will be GEAR and then ESSER. So we're on track for those. And then just one final highlight I wanted to add before any questions. Just to conclude, the U.S. Department of Education, they've started to host quarterly review sessions with the states. So we had our first quarterly review session on Tuesday, where we got to discuss our successes, our milestones with the U.S. Department of Education regarding all our ESSER funding. And I just want to highlight that they noted that Utah has built out a comprehensive system of COVID-19 funds, and they're going to be asking us to model our best practices for other states in the future. So just a fun highlight to note from that. But with that, that concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Sarah, I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for this update. It's very helpful to see these updates. So thank you so very much. Okay, and thank you to your whole team for that. Okay, we will go on to Superintendent Jones, Deputy Superintendent Jones, you're complete now in your monthly budget report? I'm going to assume yes. Okay, so we're going to go on to number 6. It's the 2023 General Session Legislative Preparation. And what we have quite a bit of pieces involved in this. So we're going to review some of the draft business cases, then discuss any other requests. And then also in this process, if board members have something that they would maybe like to see move forward, we're just going to kind of make a parking lot, and we can list out things that maybe you're interested in doing a business case on. So we're going to be doing step 1, step 2. So let's start with the review of the draft business cases. Is that you, Angie? If you can talk.
I believe Deputy Jones was going to start, but I could be wrong.
I'm wondering if he's lost. Oh, there he is.
I'm still here, ma'am.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So yeah, either me or Angie, but you hit it. Oh, you kicked it off just for what we're looking for. 6.1 stems from the feedback we got coming out of the last legislative session was, hey, we really want to make sure that in this new process, or not new process, the process that we're taking leading up to the legal requirement under the Budgetary Procedures Act to submit to the governor in October, and then subsequently following on, with our great partners and the great support we get out of the legislators, that it be board driven. So last month during Finance Committee, we started this process, and Finance Committee members, your peers, your colleagues, identified particular business cases that they wanted us to start on and request for information. So 6.1 is exactly what or how Madam Chair Belknap described this. It's a review. We're not looking for any prioritization or anything like that. We just really want to make sure that all the board members are, and we're starting the process much earlier, getting ready for the next legislative session, and of course the submission to the governor's office under the Budgetary Procedures Act in October. we're starting much earlier so that we can move and work together, and that we as your staff can support you, especially where you don't meet in July. That's a great month for us to, as staff, further develop these business cases and or develop additional ones that you deem or see as necessary. So with that, Madam Chair, Chief of Staff Young has an excellent tool. I'll just call it a tracker for now. But if you could turn it over to her and she's willing to pull out, there it is. She's willing to pull it up. She can orient you to it, you and the board members to it really quick, because then essentially, as you're used to from previous iterations of this process, meaning previous years, we developed this great tracker, and it tracks your processes to arrive ultimately at what you want to request or submit to the governor's office and then request to the legislature. So with that, ma'am, can we turn it over to Chief of Staff Young?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. So as you can see on the screen, we've prepared a tracker related to the business cases and the requests for information that came from Finance Committee. So at the top of this list over here to the side, you can see that we have the business cases that were pre-prepared in regards to just providing the high-level title, the projected cost, and I'll scooch over just a little bit, whether or not that particular item would include a policy change. On the left-hand side, you'll note that we have a couple of categories where we can move these business cases at your direction into a board-supported business case, into a board-requested business case, if there's amendments or changes you would like us to make, or if there's a new item that wasn't pre-prepared from finance that will be requests for information that will come later in item 6.4. So noting that we're focusing on the draft business cases, you will see those highlighted here at the top in terms of potential business cases that the board may choose to support and add to potential legislative priorities for future discussion. So we are looking to you as our board to be able to provide direction to staff on if these potential business cases are items that you would like to support in terms of next steps.
So Sarah, I'm just getting clarity. You've highlighted just the top ones, but it's that whole row. Help me.
Yes, great question. Okay. So let's do this. I will put an orange highlight. These are the items in orange that are formal business cases currently. So we've drafted them in the business case template that's required by the governor's office of planning and budget. The items that are further down the list that are here in white are going to be those that were requests for information, where staff have prepared kind of an overview of a potential topic, and they've listed options that the board may consider, as well as any additional options at the board's direction. So for this first item, we're really focusing on these orange items that have been pre-prepared for this meeting in terms of, are any of these business cases ready and or at the board's discretion of interest to be able to support at this time.
Okay, or not interest. And also I can tell that some are struggling to see this. So if you could pull it over and just make this part bigger, I think it would be helpful on the screen, Sarah. And then just, yeah, so we can see. I don't think we need to see the left side right now. Yeah, thank you so much. I think that would really help. So I'm just looking for clarity, and then I'm going to go back to the questions. So those in the highlight across the top are ones that the Finance Committee, they think are important and are asking for the full board to say, yes, we want to continue to have more, move these forward, or we want to remove these from the list. Either one of those, correct? Okay, she's nodding. Okay, Board Member Moss.
Quick question on procedure. Are we looking then for 2 votes, one to decide whether to move it forward and keep it on the list, and then ultimately a second to whether to prioritize it?
We're not no prioritization today. We're just saying if we keep working on it or not. And also they can say we should move the whole chunk that came out of the finance, or they can say, I really don't you know, and the board will choose as a whole board today where they should put that.
Yeah, that's how I put it as a two-step. That's what I meant to say. So we're not prioritizing. You're looking for just an indication whether to keep it on the list, and then that would not necessarily mean it's in the top 7, 10, whatever. That would come later, correct?
That's actually accurate.
Actually accurate. I stumbled into accuracy. Good.
Okay, Board Member Earl, you have a question?
I did have a question. These are one, and you've articulated this, that they've come through finance, and I'm just curious how they got to finance in the first place. Was it several board members that put it on there? Was it staff that put it on there, or was this just leftovers from last legislative session?
Kind of looks like to me that they were from last session, but I would defer to Angie on that.
So thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. And I think that Committee Chair Moss might know best about how the finance. Sorry, did you want me to stop?
No, I just said, okay, if he's going to answer that. Because of your voice, I just like you to save just a little bit of it.
I was going to say those business cases are repeats though from last year. That is correct, Board Member Earl.
Okay. So another question: do repeats automatically make it back onto our list? Is that how that? I'm just wondering.
Chair, could I address that?
Go ahead.
Thanks. These were all board proposed items from the list that was presented last year. So it was not carried over wholly. It was among those that went forward. It was also an open discussion about whether people had new ones. Those potential new business cases ended up in the second half, where it had not been formally brought as a business case yet, but there was enough interest to say, let's look at what that might look like so that we could then consider asking staff to work it into a business case. But that top band there were all board member proposed and voted on from, it just ended up that way, that they were all from the list, that either in the top priorities or somewhere down the list that everybody proposed and voted on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lear. Thank you, Board Member Earl.
Not sure if this is the time for this discussion, but I've heard concerns on what just happens to be the first one on the list, that some educators feel like that title is not clear enough or broad enough. And so is the wording of this important right now, or is the sense of this important right now?
I would answer that probably the sense of it is, and that I so appreciate that we maybe can find a better title for this. I think we know what it is. If you're okay with that, Board Member Lear.
I'm all right with it. I just want to be sure that we consider what I've heard from many teachers, that that it's being interpreted more narrowly, at least by some LEAs, than I think was intended. And it certainly was intended by me when I made the motion. So I just want to preserve that idea, maybe for the later discussion.
Okay, and we just got it noted there under notes, Board Member Lear. Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Davis.
I move that the board supports staff continuing to move forward with the prepared business cases.
Are you talking about 2 through 9?
Yes.
Okay.
I second it.
Board Member Booth. Vice Chair Davis, do you want to speak to that motion?
I'll speak to it. I'm ready to move forward to start gathering details for business cases. I am just a little concerned between the conversation that we've had in the past with ongoing funds and one-time only funds. And I see one of these marked here, but I really think we need to have conversations with the LFA actually prior to going in and fleshing out our business cases, so we don't put a bunch of ongoing and then find out we need to look where we can change to one time. So I'm hoping that will be fleshed out a little bit when we come back with business cases, but I'm fine to go ahead and move forward, seeing that the board already voted on and approved these in the past. And I'm fine to get more information in a business case.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Davis. Board Member Straight? You're on mute.
So I appreciate Board Member Lear, her comments on the flexible educator time. I've heard some of the same things that has been expressed. I'd also like to suggest that we have the discussion on the best way to fund that based on the bill. We might want to make some adjustments there. And of course, I'd like to get feedback from educators, so that we know what's happening with on the ground. Because I have heard there's different ways that this is being implemented, and some of which were not my intent. So anyway.
So Board Member Straight, is it okay to put in notes that we want to discuss the get feedback from the field, and not necessarily about finances yet, because we don't know anything about them yet? Is that okay?
Well, we do know how the funding source as of now. I would like to explore if we would like to have some other discussions on the funding. Anyway, we can go on from there.
Okay, so you still want to have more information on 2 through 9. You're for that?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, Board Member Earl?
I think that's probably where I'm at as well, especially with the full day kindergarten. There seems to be a variety of different research projects out there that have suggested that there may not be the same growth that has previously been reported. So I just think we need additional information on the pluses and negatives, not just promoting something, but also on what could be the concerns associated with it, and also our district concerns associated with it too. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, Board Member Moss.
I'll just note that we acknowledge that there was some discussion with PEA and EAC on last session about whether that all-day K is available or whether it's a rollout 1 year at a time, as LEAs indicate they're ready for it. So we put the entire amount in there, but understood that there were questions. The business case that was worked does reference some of the research, which was one of our requests. So for future discussion, both of those were part of that in finance, both the time for potential funding and that backup research question.
Okay, so I'm just going back because the motion is that we're going to move 2 through 9 forward to have more, to get more information for a business case.
Point of order.
Yes.
I think this is a point of order. Can I change my motion to include, all of these came out of Finance Committee, correct? Can I change my motion to include 1 through, is it 17 that it goes to?
They actually didn't. 2 through 9 did, as far as I understand. Is that accurate?
Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't want to speak out of order. I'm throwing my hand up. They all came out of finance.
All of them. Okay.
That's correct. The first 9, we formally requested a business case. So those are already formulated as basically a business case, although they don't have a quad chart. So those are in a different category in terms of the preparation for potential vote on priority, where the others were, again, the RFIs that weren't quite worked up to the same level of detail. So
okay,
I think we could vote on either or both together, but just know that there is a little bit of difference there in what's in the material in the backup.
Okay, Board Member Davis, Vice Chair Davis, you actually can't change it, but you can amend it.
Even if it's a friendly change. Okay.
Well, I think
I'd like to amend my motion to include items 1 through whatever it goes to the bottom. I can't.
What does it go to the bottom? It's actually 2 through 16.
2 through 16, please.
Okay, Angie, do you have some clarification on that before we throw that out?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. We were anticipating that the first 2 through 9 that Vice Chair Davis made her motion on were part of 6.1. And then agenda item 6.2 is to discuss items 10 through 16.
Okay, so Cindy, since I haven't read that out, are you okay to just go back to the original motion?
If we have to, I just was thinking in the interest of time, we're just asking for more information in the form of a business case, but that's fine. We can do 2 through 9.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say that her amendment is to include 10 through 16. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second.
Second, Board Member Moss. Do you have any more discussion to that?
I'd like to address it.
Board Member Booth, you have discussion to that amendment?
Yes. I'm just wondering, Chair of Finance had any nightmare dreams from his mother, wondering if the arts were going to be included in the list from Finance of what needed to be considered, whether we're doing 1 through 9 or 1 through 16. I know that BTS was funded only at 1/3 of what we requested. And so maybe we're shying away from that other 2/3 that we really need in order to provide the arts experience for all the kids that it's so positive. So I'm just wondering how we get the whole shooting match of what we had, what we didn't have, what we didn't get. How do we get it into this system if Sister Moss didn't have time from whatever else she was involved in to bug her son?
Board Member Booth, I'm going to take that rather than passing to another board member. We actually have a place here coming up that we can put that on into the parking lot, and then it can be added in by any board member.
Excellent.
Are you okay with that? Okay. Any more discussion to the amendment? Board Member Cannon to the amendment?
No, my concern was what Board Member Booth brought up. I wondered why the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts weren't on there as one of our previous priorities.
Maybe one of the board members can answer that when we get there. Board Member Hart.
So as a member of Finance and the person that made the motion, the first section were things that were in our, I believe almost all of them, if not all, were in our top 10 last year. So those business cases had been somewhat defined, so we could revisit it, ask for new data, any additional data that's become available, and those seemed like a closer to a slam dunk than the rest. The others, the requests for information, were things that we weren't necessarily sure we had discussed enough or knew what direction we wanted to go in. It was a more broad request. So the top ones, the are different than the bottom ones. The bottom ones, like teacher evaluation, we haven't talked about where we would want to take that in any form or fashion, but we have talked about the things that we need to know in order to make decisions about full day kindergarten. And I would add in their curricular fees. We know that we need more data because that's what held it up, or might have been what held it up last year. So they really are two separate categories. We can move them forward if that's the will of the whole board, but as a member of Finance, I wanted to clarify why there were two different ones. It was not the intent of Finance to put forward the list. It was the intent of Finance to start somewhere with the conversation.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. And remember, there's no order here. The only separation here is 2 through 9 already have business cases, and the others are requests for information and that we can add to any of them. Board Member Earl.
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Okay, Board Member Moss.
Just another quick comment on the second set there. Our staff really very helpfully put together a lot of different possibilities on that second set. And so as I understand it, first of all, the top set were sort of core operational needs. We understood certainly that others would add, business case requests and things like BTS were not meant to be excluded. These were sort of like, what are the, core repeats that had some traction and probably, need to be on that list. Going down though, there are things, for example, like a teacher leader, a teacher evaluation, where, staff identified several different directions. And I don't know that today is the day to flesh those out, but if those are, understood to be promising enough to move forward as Vice Chair Davis moved, then I think there's a lot of opportunity to discuss which of those, if any, might be a formal business case that we would actually vote to prioritize, at least as I understand the process. And so I really appreciate some of this work. I threw out, for example, the teacher leader and mentor request. That one came from me. Just something that I'm familiar with from different schools. And I said, hey, what's going on there? And are there some options to prioritize that? And there are 4 or 5 good options in there for review. But again, as I understand the process, we're not really looking today to make a decision on which of those would be best. But is that topic something we want to move along? So that, again, I apologize on behalf of finance. We had a really great discussion, but we do understand this is new. So I hope that clarifies kind of what we meant to do with this and what we understood would be added to the process when it got here.
Thank you. Board Member Earl?
Thank you. I do have a question this time, and it has to do with, and maybe this is the information gathering or the notes, any duplication of programs we already have in place that would relate to this. And I'm just thinking of maybe the teacher leader mentorship, which may go along with mentoring of principals that we put money into from our ESSER funds, that type of a thing. So we're kind of looking at the full picture and we're not just adding a new program to something that we may be already addressing, if that's okay.
I guess I would, Jenny, I'm just going to ask staff, do you put that in the business case of how much funding it's already receiving and how much you're asking on top of? Is that part of the business case writing or request for information already?
Chair, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So correct. So if you look at any of the RFIs, we begin those by detailing the current landscape. So what efforts do we already have in these areas? What are our investments in these areas before we move into then identifying the current challenges that have been reflected to USBE by members of the field? And then the third section is about potential options that the board may direct staff towards in terms of developing into a business case. So we do capture the current state of affairs in regards to each of the RFIs that have been developed.
Thank you. Board Member Earl, does that help you there?
Yes, I just want to make sure we're not, that it is okay to overlap, but if we're duplicating resources, I want to make sure we know that we're duplicating. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Board Member Lear?
I don't want to drag this out, but I forgot to ask an earlier question and Sarah reminded me. There was a column, I believe it was this section, that said requests from the field. Is that right? Is that this section that had an additional column?
That is in 6.3, but yes, it is part of this comprehensive.
One of the things I would request as a board member that I would like to know, and Member Moss also raised this issue, I would like to know where the request is coming from. If it's coming from Board Member Moss, if it's coming from UEA, if it's coming from, to cite two extremes, or if it's coming from teachers generally. I just would like to know where that, where the inception was.
If we know it.
If you do, and it doesn't just pop out of thin air, so I'm thinking you do know, someone knows. It would just inform the background, I think.
Okay, and they're noting that there, Board Member Lear.
Thank you.
And just making sure, I want to track back with Board Member Earl. Board Member Earl, do we need to make a note or are you fine with knowing that they're going to put that information in?
Well, I guess if we know they're going to put the information in, that's fine. I just don't want duplication, or at least I want to know what that looks like. So if we need a note, then yes.
Yeah, let's make that note, Sarah, that if there's any duplication of or overlap of these programs, will you do that? Thank you, Sarah. Okay, Board Member Earl, I just didn't want to leave you there. Board Member Lear, did you have something else? Okay, all right. So the motion before the board at this time is that we move forward. Let me just see that the board supports staff creating business cases or getting requests for information for lines 2 through 16. Was that the correct motion? Let's see, because I'm trying to squish two together. Prepared business cases. Okay, so the motion is that the board supports continuing to move forward with the prepared business cases and RFIs on lines 2 through 16. Seeing no more discussion, please vote. It looks like it's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. I know this is a weird process, but at least we're starting to get these done and out. I mean, they're not done, but they're out. And then Sarah, do you want to go ahead to our next process here? Is that you? You're on mute.
Sorry, my apologies. I believe it's Deputy Jones who will speak to the next item.
Okay, we have a question first, Board Member Earl.
Yeah, I do have a question, and this is relevant to our discussion earlier today. If the food production, and maybe this speaks to further down, is inadequate for our state, it would seem like that would be a top priority for funding, especially if it was $2 million. And I just wondered maybe we're speaking to that mechanism now, but if that was a high priority or is a high priority, then that needs to probably be something we need to be addressing through the legislature instead of waiting for the federal government to address it. Those are just a comment as we're moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, we're just probably a little ahead, but keep that in there. Okay. Okay. Deputy Jones.
Right. So are we just, Madam Chair, just so I'm tracking right, are we moving to 6.2 or with which step are we?
We're actually, we're on 6.4, and I actually think it's board members if they have something that they would like to have a request for information now.
Yes. Yeah. So we also want to be cognizant of board members asking for, Board Member Earl kind of touched on it now. Are there other additional, either business cases or information that you do so that as we move together into your August meeting, we can also start those processes too, if that makes sense.
So if I'm providing clarity here, this is when we would bring something up that we maybe want to have a request for information and move forward with a business case, possibly moving forward after the board takes a vote on that to move forward. Is that accurate, Angie?
Yes, Vice Chair Belknap, and I just wanted to add that I did prepare a sample process outline and motion you could make if you wanted to have this more formal process where board members could submit ideas for requests for business cases or policy requests. So it sounds like, Sarah, we're now at 6.4. If you could share that process document, and this is just a sample or a starting point, but where you could I'll just describe it. The idea would be that staff would send an email to board members on Monday stating that board members could then submit a request for either a funding request or policy request. And there is a sample form that's also number 2 on there, and submit that to Greg Cannell and Deborah Jacobson by July 1. And the form should ask board members to identify themselves as the main requester, and then that they have 2 board members who also support So 3 board members total who support that business case or policy request. Then that would be submitted to staff by July 1, and then staff would be happy to help the identified board member to kind of flesh out or answer any questions that we normally answer through the business case and funding request form. So hopefully that's helpful. And then upload all of those documents for the board's consideration for their August board meeting.
So if I track back on this and repeat this for my own clarity, then you have a form. Board members can fill that out and have 2 other board members. You can send it in, and that would start the RFI during July, and in August there'd be more information on that request that was sent in on Monday, June 6th, and they have to be done by July 1st. Is that accurate, Angie?
Yes, all that would need to be filled out though by July 1st is just a short description, and then the 3 board member names, and then the additional information that's at the bottom, staff could work with the board member to fill out.
Okay, so here it is right here. And so like board member Booth, if he wants to do the Beverly Taylor Sorensen, he can fill out this request, get 2 other board members and send it in to you to start getting information on that. Okay, that's helpful for clarity for me in my slowness. So board member Booth.
So this is for ones that are like carryovers from last year, and for any new ones that might be just coming to our head that haven't been discussed or haven't been brought forward to the board as well. Okay.
Correct, board member Booth. And the reason we did those others is because they have run through a committee. They already have 3 or more board members who have brought it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board member Hanson.
Just a question, Chair. So this process, which I think is going to help us to get items forward and make sure that there's kind of a consensus on those, it doesn't preclude staff from bringing requests for policy changes or things that they recognize, does it? Are they still able to put things before the board so that we can vote to adopt those?
Yes, Chair Hanson, I so appreciate that question. Yes, because there are things they may see. That doesn't mean that the board as a full board will vote for those to move forward, but they still can bring them.
Thank you. I would really hate to cut off that avenue because a lot of our really good ideas come from staff, and then we're able to flesh those out and move them forward. But because they have the detailed knowledge, I think it's important that they have a way to get those in front of the board.
I so appreciate that question. Thank you so much. Board member Earl.
And this goes along those lines because I think that is important, but I also think it's important that we have board members behind something that a staff member moves forward. Is there a mechanism or a way for that to happen so that when staff have something they want to move forward, that it too receives similar type of backing from board members in order to move that forward?
We haven't, board member Earl, and I'll answer that. We haven't because it still comes before us and we can decide whether we want to move it forward or not. As a full board, it still is ours to just make that decision on. Okay, Deputy Superintendent Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Along the line of Board Member Hanson and Board Member Earl, to your point, ma'am, and this probably relates to 6.3 as well. Keep in mind, you know, there's the JLC body. They meet and then they put together their funding priorities or efforts. We don't typically see those though until your September meeting because they meet after your August meeting. So there is this avenue to Board Member Hanson's question and then, you know, Board Member's Earl point of recognizing the needs from the field, bringing those to you. The timing of that though is later in this process. So I just want to make sure to state from a staff perspective that yes, you know, we still work with the field and staff will have the opportunity to provide input to you as well. So the timing of that though, you know, based on the process that, like, for example, JLC takes. And then we also do reach out to the charter school entities, if you will, or teams to get their input and feedback as well. So there are processes for this. So Madam Chair, could we just spend a little bit more time on 6.3 though? Bring that up too, or I don't want to move off of 6.4 until we're ready, but you know, just so you can see.
We can reverse, but let's finish 6.4 first. Dr. Dixon?
You just answered my question. Thank you.
Board Member Lear?
Just a short comment about contacting charter people for their questions and concerns and issues. I would just urge working through the charter board so that it goes more broadly than some of the associations that are more limited.
Madam Chair, if I may clarify.
Go ahead.
So I should have been more specific. I meant the authorizers, not just the SCSB, but we have other authorizers as well, like Jordan School District, you know, things like that. So we do try to bring all those into, in addition to Board Member Lear's point, the, you know, charter organizations and things. So yes, and even board leadership had met with SCSB leadership, I can't remember, a couple weeks ago, but mentioned the process as well. So absolutely, yeah, we work with all authorizers too.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Board Member Moss' hand is down. Okay. All right. So we did have a request to move. Does anyone have any other questions on how to move a business case forward as board members, just for the process to begin? Board Member Hart?
If someone would scroll up, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the board direct staff to provide board members an opportunity to submit a board member request for a business case or policy request by June 6, 2022. Direct staff to provide the information submitted by board members on or before July 1, 2022 as backup for an agenda item in August board meeting. And 3, discuss the board member requests during the board's August meeting.
Second.
Was that Board Member Straight?
Yes.
Thank you. Second by Board Member Straight. Board Member Hart, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, even if.
For the point of order, Chair.
Yes.
I'm not sure if the July 1 is the deadline for board members to submit those. Is that what you're saying, or others?
For August meeting.
For August meeting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I hope that works.
Yeah, Molly, go ahead.
I whether it's the best process or whether we need to adjust it in the future, I think this is a great place to start. And I think that it gives us some clarity, some transparency, and some order to the process of, and I think our outcome will be better in terms of what we're asking from legislature. And I think that my hope is that they recognize our clarity and improvements in the process as a trust building measure between the board and legislature.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. Board Member Hansen?
Yeah, I think in the draft motion, I see this business case or policy request by June 6, 2022. Should that be changed to the July 1 date? We have more than 4 days from now to submit those. Is that correct?
I think it's available starting on the 6th. Reread it and tell me if it doesn't say that, Board Member Hansen, or if I'm off.
So we have an opportunity to submit a board member request for a business case or policy request.
Starting?
Maybe.
So my understanding in what Angie presented was June 6th, the email would come out from staff so that would give us enough time to then have our information submitted by July 1. It just directs staff in starting the process on June 6th so that it gets to us in enough time to move forward. Angie, that is the intent. If not, I might need to adjust.
You're correct, Board Member Hart. That is the intent, that on June 6th, this is to direct staff on June 6th to send something out to board members for them to have an opportunity to submit something. And then you can see in 2, it states that anything submitted to staff by July 1 is what we will upload in board backup.
Okay, as long as that's the understanding, I'm okay, but I think that could certainly be worded a little bit better. This opportunity is kind of vague. If the email's going out by June 6th, let's just say that. The email's going out by June 6th.
So is that an amendment, Board Member Hanson, to direct staff?
No,
to
as
send
long
an
as
email?
staff understands, I don't need to go through the whole amendment process. Let's go ahead.
Okay. I am going to take a chair's prerogative and say, because it says the same thing, direct staff to provide email to the board without objection. I'm going to see if anyone objects with cleaning that up for clarity's sake. Does anyone have objection?
The maker of the motion does not have an objection.
Thank you. And I think it's probably on June. Thank you. Board Member Hanson, does that give him a little more clarity?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, if you have an objection to that, please let me know now. Okay, then we're going to move ahead. Vice Chair Davis?
I'm fine with this motion, but, and this may have been my fault for combining everything earlier on, but do we still need a motion on 6.3? I think we do.
I think we do, yes.
So I'll just be in queue, and after we vote on this one, I'll be ready to do that one.
Okay. Board Member Moss?
I was just going to address that same question. And as I understand it, there's a connection here that if members who are wanting to use this process review part 3, we did request from staff to give us what they thought was important hearing from the field. And so that's here. And my understanding is if that's one of the things that board members want to prioritize or get on the list, they could use this opportunity between June 6th and July 1 to put forward one of these items that we're about to cover. But I just wanted to hit that while we're still on 6.4, unless that's incorrect. I believe that's part of the available source for requests for members. Am I off on that?
No. Angie?
Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. I think the intent with 6.3 was to share those ideas and then to get direction today. If there are some in there you'd like staff to develop into full business cases or policy requests, to not do it, or that's really what the direction for 6.3 is, so that board members wouldn't need to separately request them, but that today you look at that list and say, green light, yes, go ahead and work on a business case and or policy request on that. Or if you don't want us to work on one, to say, do not work on number 4 or number 10, for example.
So Angie, we can come back to that. And if there's any that we don't want to have you working with legislators, we probably need to point that out since we've approved them all already. And if there's something we want to halt on, then we need to do that. Yes? Okay, Deputy Dr. Dixon, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just tagging on to what Angie just stated, I think this links back to Board Member Earle's request or concern. And there are 17 items currently in the matrix that was just shown to you. So any help we can get there, it prevents the kinds of concerns that I think Board Member Earle was stating. You've heard us talk about in the past how a legislator or somebody from the field approaching a legislator will then draft a bill, ask us for information, and then staff are suddenly put in an awkward place. So we're trying to filter everything we're hearing and things that we see we need, et cetera, into this document. So currently there are 17. I just want to draw that to the board's attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to the motion. that's before us. And the draft motion is that the board, number one, directs staff to send an email on June 6, 2022 to board members on the opportunity to submit board member requests for a business case or policy requests. Number two, direct staff to provide the information submitted by board members on or before July 1, 2022 as backup for an agenda item in the August board meeting. And number three, discuss the board member requests during the board's August meeting. Seeing no hands, please vote. I see that as unanimous. We're going back to 6.3. Board Member Earl, do you have a question?
I do have a question. This is based on superintendent's comments. So when a staff member does bring, I don't know that this is what she was hinting at, but it made me think of this, bring something before us down the road, do they also indicate where that came from? Is that accurate? So if it did come from a legislator, that would be indicated. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Angie, go ahead.
Thank you. On our policy request and business case form, when staff fill that out, there is a question on there about have you worked with or been working with a legislator on this? And so you'll see at times it'll say a certain legislator reached out or yes. So we do include that information.
And okay, so just in addition to that, so we'll be aware of any staff that are working with legislators on a funding request in the August meeting? Is that, I know that this is relevant to staff, but is that the same with those, or is that come forth at a different time?
So these, I think we've now moved to 6.3, and as you'll see, some of these are funding requests, some are policy, and some are both. And we actually use as staff, we use the same form for both. And so that question is asked whether it's a funding request or policy request. I hope that.
Yeah, and I suppose the reason why asking that is to get to January 18th, January 27th, whenever we start next year, and then have a major funding request coming out that staff or individuals were aware of that we weren't aware of. I guess that's what I'm trying to seek clarification on. So if we have staff members that are aware of something, those will come before us before the end of the year. Would that be maybe an accurate statement, or could we ask that happen?
Well, I'm gonna answer that because the answer is yes and no. Because sometimes the legislators will ask just for information, and we pass the information because we have it and they're working on a bill. That doesn't mean we're supporting the bill or helping them with it. We just are giving information. And that's not necessarily something what we could consider working on, Jenny. Maybe Angie has more details on it, but if we're working with someone or we're asking for it, especially as a whole, we know who where we're going. Angie, do you have more clarity on that?
Sure, Vice Chair Belknap. It is a little bit of a complicated answer I'll give, but it really depends on the legislator. So sometimes legislators reach out to us. We provide them information, for example, that's just very, I have this bill, I want this program, and what would the fiscal impact be? Or what are some things administratively I should be considering before I finalize this bill? Other times, staff are contacted and want ideas, and it's a protected bill file. It's not something the staff have requested, but we answer those questions. But we always clarify that the State Board of Education has not taken a position on this, and that any information we give doesn't indicate or should not be assumed to mean board support or USBE support or advocacy. So it depends on the legislator, and it depends on the request and when it comes and how it comes. So sometimes we get bill drafts that have already been prepared. And it might be, though, that it comes in August because the bill draft's done and they say, well, I want to know what kind of fiscal impact this is going to be, or if you have any administrative ideas for amendments, and we will provide that information. If staff are advocating for it or are asking for it, and we will also invite legislators to either present their idea to the board, or sometimes we have said, we'd like to present your bill as, or this idea as a policy request or a funding request to the board. Do you approve of that? And sometimes it's yes, and sometimes it's no. And so I just wanted to let you know, Board Member Earl, it's not always we don't always have the ability to share every single bill file that is shared with us because they are protected or confidential, or legislators reach out to us confidentially for information and they're not ready for that information to be made public. If we were to share everything with the board, by default, that would be making it public. And so then we would we'd be asking legislators to essentially make their bill files or their funding requests public. By sharing that. And I hope that helps. We do our best to try and inform as we can, as early as we can.
Okay, and I guess that's the point there, is to inform early so we're aware of it. There's no surprises. I think there were a few this year. That's why that question came up, and that's why I have an interest in that, so that we can look at the funding items before we get to legislative session.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis?
Yeah, I agree with those comments, and I just think if there are any large-scale major changes to the education, it's good to know earlier than later if that's coming up. Is it appropriate to ask questions about two on the chart? Two of the
yes,
ideas on the chart. Okay, one is, and I'm okay with most of the ideas on the chart. It'll be nice to see how they flesh out in the cases, but on the FAFSA completion grant program, this isn't something to where we're, are we providing supports for people? FAFSA is way too complicated. It should be simplified. But what I don't want to do is try to, in any way, create an incentive like, you have to fill this out to graduate. I know we've been the rounds on this conversation, but I don't want to force people into applying for a loan to graduate. I'm fine with the other incentives and the Ken Garf incentives and the things they do. Hey, if you fill this out, you and your family can do this thing, and that's fine, but I don't want to hold anything contingent over people's heads. So it's more of a choice to fill it out rather than you have to get something that should be coming to you already. And then the other question is—
Hold on, Vice Chair. Okay. Sarah, can you bring up the chart again? Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Okay, and then the other question is on early learning coaches in rural schools. I'm just wondering, would that already be covered under the early literacy bill that just passed this last legislative session that's going to infuse a lot of this early coaching into all of our schools? Would this become a duplicate or repetitive? How do those two work together?
May I speak to that one, Board Member Belknap?
Yes, Dr. Thompson.
So for the early learning coaches in rural schools, we actually we bring in the rule tomorrow, but in calculating where those coaches go, all of them ended up on the Wasatch Front except for 2 of the 28 schools are in the rural areas. So honestly, those coaches are not being placed in rural communities, and we would adjust for that within funding. This would be to continue the RESA coaches that we've had through the ESSER funds. We've been kind of have those 9 coaches operating. It's going really well. We just finished our survey data for the first year, and they have another year left. But the rural communities are seeing great benefit in having those additional coaches and would like to see them to be continued beyond the ESSER fund cliff that is coming.
May I follow up, Chair?
Go ahead.
I appreciate that distinction. So this is just a double question then again, or a question and a comment. I have in my recent meetings as the liaison for the board heard our rural RESA groups say that those literacy coaches have been very, very important, and our larger districts have access to those. That helps me to feel more comfortable continuing. But just out of curiosity, why did only 2 end up in our rural school? Was that because of a codified formula in the law?
No, it was who qualified. So we ranked through using multiple data, KEEP, Acadience, and RISE outcomes, and then we ranked the schools from most needy to least needy. And out of the bottom 28 that were able to serve with coaches, only 2 of them ended up in the rural areas. The rest are along the Wasatch Front. It's just based on performance of student outcomes.
And that criteria was in code.
The criteria is going to be in rule. The code required the board to make the rule. So the rule is what you guys have coming to you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Norton?
Yes, I would like to ask questions about this universal screening for gifted and talented programs. I'm just concerned that we are going to, put all of our kindergarten, first, second grade, I don't know where, that will start through another testing. They already have the option of a teacher nominating them or the parent nominating them. I don't know that they should also have to go through a screening for that. And, especially when it's something that we're going to have to pay for, that's a concern to me.
Chair, may I respond to that?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. This is Trish French. I am the Gifted and Talented Specialist in Teaching and Learning. And I appreciate that comment. If you look back at board rule 4277707, it does require to establish a method for an LEA to identify a gifted and talented student to receive extended or accelerated opportunities. So the recommendation is that this is a combined subjective and objective evaluation. What this request for funds does is just gives LEAs an opportunity to have universal screening at their disposal should it be necessary. Does that answer your question or respond?
Yeah, may I follow up?
Yes,
ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
But again, who is the one that is determining whether or not that child is screened? Is it USBE or is it, the parent and their, when it's been determined? I just don't want to see another screening that we're rolling out and running through testing on all these students. I feel like they get tested going into kindergarten and, that should provide the data or whatever, but I strongly oppose additional testing for students, especially when we've got plans, we've got a mechanism to do it without an additional test. So that's my question. That was my point here.
Board Member Norton, I'm happy to speak to the historic perspective on this one, Chair, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks. My name's Nathan Ock. I'm the STEM coordinator and early college specialist for the Utah State Board of Education. And in 2018, the board, there was some data brought to the board that demonstrated there were significant participation gaps for students in both early college coursework, being AP, IB, and CE, or concurrent enrollment, advanced placement, and international baccalaureate, as well as students within gifted and talented programs. And so there was a task force brought together called the Early College Coursework Committee that also did some work with gifted and talented. And they came back to the board with a number of recommendations that included this universal screening process for gifted and talented students. And so the board tasked staff with carrying out a number of those recommendations. Well, actually, they tasked staff with carrying out all of those recommendations, including the universal screening. So we bring this business case to the board as a reflection of a board priority from a few years ago based on those representation gaps that existed within gifted and talented programs. We continue to see those gaps today. And this universal screening process, there's a number of ways to administer it, but basically schools that wouldn't want to participate within the gifted and talented program wouldn't be required to engage in the testing, and there's certainly ways that we could incorporate it that would allow for opt-out provisions for parents.
Thank you. I'll be interested to see how it comes when it moves forward with additional information. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Lear?
My question's a little bit different than Member Norton's, but similar in the area. I recall reading this and thinking, I'm reluctant, and I hear what you're saying, Nathan, and I appreciate that clarification, but I'm reluctant to create something that's a statewide screening process, which might be circular, because if there's money, if additional funding depends on it, then maybe LEAs would have to, their screening might be subject to the requirements of the USBE. So I'm just, I want to keep an open mind, and I'm willing to hear more, and I am concerned about gaps in opportunity, but I'm also right now very persuaded that the screening for GT programs should stay at the LEA level. And I want to keep an open mind, and I also want to keep, it's important to me, like I said, that that gaps are addressed, or opportunity and equity is addressed, but just have reservations. So just be prepared with information, and including how many LEAs really want it to be more of a state level opportunity or requirement.
Chair, if I may respond to that one.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll be quick. Board Member Lear, the way that we envision this happening would be to allocate funds to LEAs to engage in a local process, and so they would have the opportunity to choose what their screening would look like. It would not be a program that would be like state run. It would be an allocation of funds in order for LEAs to choose what program made the most sense for their community.
Thank you, Nathan. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, my question's around the FAFSA also. And are we just asking for information? Is that what we're doing on this? I'm curious about the type of incentives that would be placed on this for districts, especially when you're talking 1.5 million. That's quite a bit of incentives. I want to know why individuals are maybe not completing it. Are they going to some other direction? It seems to me like not the board, but the local boards or schools stepping in and maybe forcing a completion when kids maybe aren't, I don't know, maybe we've already discussed this a little bit, but the concern there is that we're incentivizing something that may not be something individuals are going to do, or maybe complete. Maybe they're not qualified to get into college. I have one other concern, and that's on the excessive amount of data that's collected on these. So I think we have to be careful how we incentivize, because it may be incentivizing something that individuals aren't wanting to do, or anyway, something around that line. So if we're gathering more data, I want to know more data on that.
Chair, I'm happy to respond to that one too.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Again, Nathan Ox, STEM coordinator and early college specialist with the Utah State Board of Education. Board Member Earl, I appreciate you remembering the conversations that we had a couple of years ago connected to this FAFSA circumstance. During that time, there was a number of stakeholders and partners from across the state that came together to kind of form a committee connected to this idea that at the time, Utah was 50th out of 50 states with regards to FAFSA completion percentage. And there we have like some potential answers to that question of why is that the case? And once the committee's had some discussions over the past few years after that original conversation with the board, where the board directed us to consider ways to incentivize rather than to provide some sort of mandate or an opt-out provision within FAFSA completion. We kind of landed on the same circumstance that I was just speaking to with the GT community, is that if we kind of empower local communities to identify the solutions that make the most sense for them, that is going to be a more successful effort than some sort of state mandated expectations regarding FAFSA. So the members on the committee include partners like TRIO and Gear Up. It includes institutions of higher education, folks from counseling, and others from across the state. And so that's I bring this request at their behest, not only my own. And I'm happy to pull some more background information connected to more specifics related to the questions for the business case in August if you all decide that that's a direction you want to go.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. Vice Chair Davis?
Yeah, as we've been trying to sort of revamp this process a little bit and look at better ways to bring forward business cases, we've left out one little piece that I'm thinking of right now, and that is that, you know, the motion that we're looking at for 6.3 is that the board support creating business cases and requesting that legislators open a bill file where necessary. But we have this piece in the middle where in the past we have not edited business cases other than amounts of financial requests. We haven't edited necessarily details of business cases because that would open up a massive can of worms. And maybe because we're starting earlier, we're okay to have the can of worms open. But I just want to be really clear as we're kind of wading through and working through this new process. And Chair Belknap, maybe you can help clarify this. If we make the motion as listed in 6.3 and we move forward with a bill file and with a business case, does that mean that as a board, we're done? Then we're voting up or down. So should we edit the motion for these to bring back more information first? Or are we going to have an opportunity, since we're early enough in the process, that we could tweak a detail here or there on the couple of these that we have questions about?
I'm going to defer to Angie. I think we're going to have to be careful. I mean, if we want bill files open, we're probably already a little late on some things. If we don't want something to, and just because a bill file is open, it doesn't ever have to get fully fleshed out. It can just have a title. So Angie, can you help me where we are on this at this point?
Yes, I think that you could do any of the three. So the business cases are a little different than policy requests, or even business cases that have requests for policy changes or needs. We as the board is not required to present anything or have a bill file open on purely funding things. Those can go to PEA and to the governor's office by, I think it's October 1, and then PEA in January. It's different for bill files or when we're requesting that language be changed in statute. So I think you have two options here. You could, or three. You could say we support these moving forward as a business case. We could then, on the ones that require policy changes, you could do one of two things. Either request additional information in the form of a policy request, which is when we fill out that form where we answer the questions related to policy requests, which shows what amendments we're anticipating, et cetera. You could ask for that, and we could bring that in August and not request a bill file be open. But if there's any on there that you are comfortable with a bill file being open, and I would just throw out maybe the first one as an example, which is to ask a legislator to open a bill file for any needs related to the accountability redesign work, for example, then we could request or ask a legislator to open a bill file on that. So it could go either way. We could just ask for information to come back in August for additional information on those policy requests before the bill file be open, or if you are comfortable with one or more of those items, we could ask for the bill request or ask for a legislator to work with us on a bill file.
Angie, clarity. So when have they've already started to open bill files. They only have 3 priority bills. And then if they don't open a bill file, when's the last day they can open a bill file that we could even have a say in it to move policy forward?
So the legislators, as of May 4th, are now have the ability to request bill files be open. And you're correct that each House member, I believe, gets 3 or 4, and then I think senators are allowed to prioritize 5, up to 5. Oftentimes, and I think I've shared this before, legislators don't often prioritize bill files requested by the state board because they assume that staff can help them with the drafting, and they generally reserve their priorities for other things. I'm not saying that's always the case, but often I have noticed that they're hesitant to prioritize our requests. And so then after those priorities, the staff draft the priority bill files. Then it goes in a first come, first serve. So whenever they're opened first. So those opened in May are going to have a lower bill file number than those in September, for example. But to answer your last question, when is the last opportunity? Legislators have the ability to open bill files up through the second Thursday of the session. And they can even prioritize bills. They have one priority, I believe, left on that Thursday. So sometimes bills that are opened and prioritized late jump the queue. So hopefully that information helps.
May I follow up, Chair?
Yes, that I just needed that information, Vice Chair.
Yes, that's helpful. I would like to make a motion.
That's appropriate.
I move that the board support staff creating business cases and or requesting a legislator to open a bill file on the items listed in the needs from the field table to be discussed in the August meeting. And I'd like to speak to the motion.
Second.
Second, Chair Huntsman, go ahead. Speak to the motion.
Okay. As I'm looking through the table here, some of these, as you said, can just be funding requests that go to PEA, and some would require more policy that's involved. And so, without dividing the question and getting down into the weeds and being here for 3 more hours, I think that we need to move forward and we need to get more information. But I think we need to build in that time in August to where we can see the details that have become fleshed out, and the board can approve or not if there need to be some changes made, just like we're doing with the second portion of the other list that has been asked for, a business case to be fleshed out. Is that clear to everybody? Is that an appropriate request?
I think that's your motion, and I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
So, okay, discussion, the motion is that the board supports staff creating business cases and or requesting a legislator open a bill file on items listed in the needs from the field table to be discussed in the board's August meeting. Board Member Moss.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to offer an amendment for clarity. In the last line, to be discussed for possible approval in the board's August meeting. I would understand that to be the intent of the process as phrased, but I think the concern would be that there's not an assumption that the board has thoroughly vetted and reviewed any of these items until those come up in August and we decide whether to put our stamp on those. Anything before that is sort of preliminary, just exploring.
That's friendly, Chair.
Thank you.
But I need to make sure that without objection, if we have an objection, then we'll have to go through the amendment process for a possible approval. Do I have anyone who objects to adding that or inserting that? I'm just making sure. I don't want to ever overstep.
Probably should have done it in the other one too, but I think it's understood.
Oh, I think it is too, but that's okay. All right. So now this is the motion that's on the table. Board Member Earl.
Yeah. So this is my question is this. These are the most pressing things I think we're seeing. Is that an accurate statement that
These
staff
came
were
from
like,
the field. These came from the field.
These came from the field. Okay. And then my question goes back to our previous dialogue earlier today, nice long dialogue. Is anybody bringing up that inadequacy of food? Did that come up? I'm just wondering, is staff pulled this from the field? I'm just trying to get a feel if that needs to be on our list or not. Can anyone speak to that?
Can I just help you with that? Because that is something you can bring forward and it will be presented exactly like these are with a business case and where we should move forward.
Well, I'm asking, just because this came from the field, I was wondering where it came from. We're not hearing that. I guess that's the question.
Okay. Does anyone have a response to that? Dr. Dixon?
I'm just happy to say that, I mean, I'll share. I'm not the expert, but we have not had that brought forward as an idea for a business case at this time.
Okay, I just wanted to see clarification about the urgency of the federal stuff we approved earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Hart?
I just have a little, I mean, why did we go through, I'm lacking understanding. Why did we go through the whole process if all of these things were going to turn into business cases already? Part of the problem is we're writing business cases for possibly something that isn't of interest to the board. Why are we going about it?
You don't want one.
What's that?
Divide if you don't want one.
Did you hear what she said, Board Member
No.
Hart? You can go ahead and divide out.
Oh.
I'll go to Board Member Norton while you look at that, if that's okay, Board Member Hart. And then if you want to divide, that would be great. Board Member Norton?
I have a clarifying question that I just don't really understand with this process. For instance, an example case would be the SOEP appropriations. We have it on the original list down below number 9, but down in those requests for information. But it's also on the request for the field. Do they get merged together? Does one have a higher priority than the other? Obviously, we would need to look at the information and how the business case fleshes out, but I don't understand if we're doing it this way, why do we have 2 separate lists?
Somebody else could answer that, but they might be 2 different requests, but eventually they'll be merged would be my answer. But Angie, do you have more clarity on that?
No, I mean, I think it's just the difference of where the one list came from was out of the finance committee discussion, and the other came from staff populating the list from their awareness of things that were being asked for and needed in the field. So there might be a little bit of overlap in a couple.
Board Member Norton, does that help you there?
Yes. So I'll just hope that they get somehow merged. Thanks.
Okay, Board Member Straight?
Yes, for me, I actually have questions about many of the business cases as well as many of the other items. And in fact, I talked about one. It was one that I pushed heavily last year. I guess for me, I want to see those business cases so I can make an informed decision. So I feel like to identify those now would limit my ability to truly and fully judge them.
Thank you. Board Member Lear?
2 comments, different ones. First of all, when I asked earlier about where this comes from the field, I hope that it was understood that from the field is not very descriptive to me. If it comes from 15 charter schools, if it comes from the USBA, if it comes from 3 curriculum directors, that's the information I'm looking for in that from the field column. Second,
let me just track that. Hold on a second. Will you please put that on there so that we have that information from the field so that that can be clarified moving forward? Go ahead, Board Member Lear.
Greater specificity is my point. And my second comment to Member Earl's reference back to our discussion of food shortages and food needs. I personally feel like we can't draw too many conclusions from what we don't hear. Because if that's the standard, I can certainly start the emails coming like we have with other issues where individuals can email board members about their concerns and their opinions, because I think sometimes more sophisticated field specialists, with air quotes, will know to go to this process. Other people who are probably more the people in the CMP programs in school districts and charter schools don't understand the budgeting process, don't understand the prioritization process. So it doesn't mean there are not needs in certain areas. It just means maybe some of us need to do a better job of getting those emails flowing. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Hart?
I've clarified my misunderstanding. So if we bring them as board members, we have to get additional people on board and make sure it's not just one person. But yet we have a chart of ideas, basically, and we're just going to automatically turn them into business cases. I really don't understand why a board member wouldn't reach out to the contact and then bring it forward if they could bring it, if they wanted to take it through the process. I really hesitate to end up with a laundry list. I don't think that provides good direction to our legislatures. So, or our legislators. So I think it needs to be a parallel process, not this chart. I mean, we had more information about the other items than we do about these ideas. And I don't even know if these people that put this down, even in their mind, if it's a priority. It really does seem like a brainstorming. I'm just concerned that we're asking for work that doesn't need to be done. I don't know what the question is.
I or the answer.
No.
Vice Chair Davis?
Okay. We're going to look at business cases in August to determine if we want to make these changed or requests of the legislature. Another board member has already said, I don't know if I want to or not because I can't see a business case. I need to see a business case to have information to make a good decision. So if there are items on this list that board members say, we don't want to move forward, and we don't want a business case because we hate this, it gives us heartburn, and we don't see any need for this at all. Let's pull them out, but let's not lose June and July and hit into August before we decide if we want to make these into business cases.
I would just make a clarifying statement that I don't believe that just because it's made into a business case that it should ever hit up to the legislature, that we vet them after they are business cases and decide what should go up there. That is just, maybe that would help Molly just a little bit. Just because it's a business case doesn't mean it automatically goes up there, even though we don't prioritize it. But that may be something we can discuss in the future. Board Member Earl?
I think this is what I was getting at earlier that maybe Molly articulated well. And that's that instead of moving all these forward, these individuals would reach out to a board member, get the support of the board member so that then it can be brought forward into a business case. Instead of everything being brought forward into a business case and us having to go through all that information, all that research, and try to narrow all those items down, that it actually has the support of the board before it shows up into a business case. And I think that's the direction to go so that we're not overworking staff, and we're also not our board meeting isn't overdone either, that we're narrowing that down. That would be my recommendation. I guess I could put it into a motion that these items actually find a board member to support it. And then they would reach out to other board members, because then it helps to create that clear process.
Board Member Earl, we actually have a motion on the table right now.
Okay, I will make a motion in a minute.
Okay, you can do what you want. I just am telling you.
Okay, I'm not in support of this. The current motion, it needs to be amended or ratified. Well, it needs to be a different motion.
Okay, Board Member Hanson?
Sorry, I'm speaking in favor of the current process. I just see having staff having to recruit board members being a really awkward and possibly improper situation where board members can go to staff and ask for information, but staff members trying to cozy up to board members to get something that they want to promote, going through that doesn't feel right to me, and I don't think it would be proper. I think that the USBE staff has a process where they can vet things through their chain of command, up through supervisors, directors, assistant superintendents, all the way to the top before that comes onto the board's agenda. And then the board has an opportunity to vote up or down on that. So the board's still involved. Staff, this isn't just one staff member throwing their item on the agenda. This is a process that staff has to go through to get something on the agenda. And that just feels like the proper way to do that to me. I would not be in favor of changing that process.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Vice Chair Davis?
I think it's totally inappropriate to have staff members go shopping for board members. Now, if we want to say none of this goes forward unless board members somehow cherry pick this out, something they want, and get three members, but I think you're going to lose things that are important and that could be important considerations for the legislature. If they don't want to fund it, they don't have to fund it. But if we see value in getting a business case, to Board Member Straight's point, so I can decide if I want to move this forward as a request, then we should ask for the additional information here. If we see no value in some of these topics, then we shouldn't ask for more information.
Okay, we still have a motion on the table. Board Member Hart?
I have a question, Chair. If you could ask staff, or if I could direct this to Angie, what is the capacity for writing all these business cases in terms of staff capacity?
Vice Chair Belknap, it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say that the items from the field that are listed here, staff is aware that they are on this list and are fine with or would welcome preparing that information for you for August for your consideration. So I wouldn't worry about that. I think staff would be happy to prepare additional information for the board in August.
I have a follow-up question, Chair.
Go ahead.
Were these from the field or were these staff requests?
That is, I don't know if Sarah or Superintendent Dixon, who would be best. It's probably varied. My staff brought them to that chart. I think you may want, it would probably vary dependent on staff. So maybe some came from the field, some it's like, I'll just use again the first one on the list as an example, not trying to pick on Darren Nielsen. But that one, it may just be kind of a no-brainer that with all the work that the board's been doing on the redesign work of our accountability system, that he didn't necessarily ask from assessment directors or others, but that staff just knows that that's something that likely we'll need a bill file for. So it probably varies on the item, and I apologize, I don't have the answer for all of it.
It's fair enough. I just was, it was a question I had.
Chair Huntsman?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I've kind of stayed out of it a lot because this is, I have my own preference on how to do things. But after listening to the process, or after witnessing the process for the last couple of years, it seemed like the what I heard from board members and many of you is that we want to start it earlier. And so what's being proposed and what's even in this motion and the previous motion is allow board members to be engaged earlier. Staff is more than willing. I can't tell you how many business cases that 3 or more board members are going to come up with. Plus, our board members are very much engaged in their community, LEAs and other places. And I see this as not perfection, but a betterment to help the board with these business cases, help me as a board member to be better informed instead of just having my own opinion. So I don't see there's a tremendous amount of work in crafting these business cases. I see them as a betterment moving forward. And board member, I'd like to call to previous question, or Vice Chair Belknap, I don't want to call the previous question.
Okay, I don't know. Chair, does that take a second? I don't know.
Second.
Okay, well, we have enough seconds just in case it does. Okay, so the motion before the board is to call to previous question. Please vote. Okay, I have 2 no votes, Board Member Hanson and Board Member Klein. Okay, so the motion, that passes. So the motion before the board is that the board supports staff creating business cases and or requesting a legislator open a bill file on the items listed in the needs from the field table to be discussed for possible approval in the board's August meeting. Please vote. See board member Hymas. Okay, there's 1 no vote. I don't know where Jenny is. Oh, there's 2 no votes. Board member Earl and board member Klein. So that passes. Okay. So we are now on to, we're going to not do number 7 right now. We'll do that after some lunch. And it is 1:30. We will start at 2 o'clock. If everyone could be back at 2 o'clock to begin. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Scott, I'm really interested in hearing from that new board member there with you.
Thanks, Randy. I've got her just for a second. This is our granddaughter. Our daughter and her husband are out of town for a little bit, so.
She's a beauty.
Say hi.
Hi, how you doing? So fun.
She'd be a good one. Positive about everything.
I love that.
That's so cute. Oh, Scott, remind me.
She's just 1.5 years. Her name's Maisie.
Yeah. She's just a couple months younger than my granddaughter.
Okay, hello all. It's 2:00. I'm just going to do a quick roll call just to make sure that we do have most people back from lunch. Board Member Booth, I already saw you there. Board Member Cannon. Board Member Klein, I see you. Board Member Davis. See you. Board Member Earl, see you. Board Member Hanson, I see you, and Maisie.
Here we go.
Board Member Hart, I see you. Chair Huntsman, I see you. Board Member Hutchings. Maybe she hasn't made it yet. Board Member Hymas, I see you. Board Member Lear, I see you. Board Member Moss.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Norton.
I'm here.
Great. Board Member, I see you, Board Member Straight. So Board Member Cannon. Okay, well, we do have a quorum, so we're going to go ahead and start. I'm going to turn the time right now because we had to move this agenda item to Chair Huntsman for the chair's report. Chair Huntsman, you ready?
Yes. Do we have somebody driving? I've got like 3 slides.
Okay.
We'll just start with that first one there. My board members, or my chair's message today, I was trying to think what was appropriate. And there's lots of different things to talk about. You know, there's school safety, there's a lot of things happening, but I went to this place celebrating this 21-22 school year, and as many of you guys are engaged, we've got one member to a graduation. Closing the year out is really, really important, and it's an important time of year. There's lots going on. If you stay up on Instagrams and Facebook and everything that's happening in your own personal life and a whole bunch of other people, it's all about the celebration and rituals of closing out a school year. Next slide. Yeah, one of my favorite. I look forward to it. In fact, my daughter's been doing this. I think this is year number 10. Is field day at Midway Elementary School, and she's in charge of it. And every year it gets a little bit bigger and more grandiose. It's just not a typical field day. I look forward to it just because I like to be of service to my daughter, who's an educator. But I enjoy the faculty. I enjoy this Midway Elementary is in Wasatch School District, but more so I look forward to the joy and happiness that these kids have, and then their parents. A lot of parents come out on field day and watch their kids progress and get engaged. It's good community engagement. The highlight of this that I look forward to, and then I kind of had a highlight this year, is the 5th grade is a grade that's the last grade in the school. I think this might be one of Member Moss's pictures, but this is a tractor pull. Can you imagine kids in elementary school getting involved in a tractor pull? Those legs look like they could be mine, but they probably are. I'm up there on that tractor, but if you look to your lower left, there's a young man sitting there. That's a 5th grader, and there's a bunch of 5th graders on both sides. They're watching the line. They're in charge of safety. They're timing these events. And at this elementary school, the 5th graders are in charge of putting on all of these events for their peers and the rest of the class. And every year it just gets a little bit better and better of how committed these older elementary kids are. They're just like faculty. They're making sure everyone's safe, everyone's having a good time, they're leaders in their school. It's a rite of passage, and they're now getting ready to move on to the being the underclassmen or the newbies in a new school. But they finished strong. At this particular field day, I didn't get a lot of pictures or anything to share with you, but these fifth graders at the very end, they get to attempt at their teachers. The fifth grade teachers are in a dunking booth, a dunking pool. They throw baseballs and they get to watch them squeal in that really cold water. And it's kind of cold up there this spring, and they get to participate in that. And then at the end, the faculty try to put the principal in. But the one thing that made this a little bit more on the special side is member Moss joined me in setting this up and taking orders and supporting the cause here. But I think he's the one guilty of this particular picture that made it into here. And I want to thank him for participating there. I believe his fifth grader, is that correct?
Yep.
Remember Moss, this is his last year at a really awesome elementary school. Next slide, please. It's just not a field day, but there's graduations. We see it in the celebrations and the euphoria and the joy and the happiness in these kids' faces is when they leave. They graduate from preschool and then they're headed to kindergarten, or they leave kindergarten, they're going into first grade, or they leave the elementary school or the middle junior high school. And then of course the ultimate is high school. Now every school seems to be unique in its rituals and celebrations, but the one thing they have in common, there are completers, and they become completers and they're moving on to something different with the help and support of parents, fellow peers, and a lot of people that are committed to public education. And so I just want to take a little bit of time to just reflect, or have you reflect on this busy time of year with concerts and programs and of course field days. A few of us, and I didn't pull up some pics, but I know that all of you have got them. I was able to go to our Utah schools for the deaf and blind graduation at their Ogden campus, and it was fun having member Hymas and member Straight there also, to be able to visit with the parents and also witness the joy and euphoria of these unique individuals as they've taken on a lot of challenges in life, as you can know with the challenges of the deaf and blind, and be able to move their tassel across their hat at their graduation. It was a really special day for me to be able to be there. It was really special to the students and their parents, but more so their teachers and their lifelong friends that have helped them along the way. And it makes it all worth it as we finish out the school year, and we're regrouping. We spent quite a bit of time. Now we're preparing for another legislative session, getting ready for more ahead of us. I want to make sure I recognize the teachers in that are pretty well exhausted and administrators when it comes to this point. They're ready for a little pause, but their mind is already set up for what happens in the fall, and they're thinking preparation. I know my girls that are in education, yeah, they're glad the school year's over, but they're still on their computers. They're still getting ready. I go, what are you doing? Well, we're working. Their work is never done. So I give a shout out to all the educators that made this year-end close joyous and very memorable for the students of Utah. So this concludes my report. I want to thank you, board members, also recognize you as you move policy forward, and the good stuff and the betterments that are necessary as again, we're in the education business. I see your fingerprints on a lot of things that are happening in the school. So thank you for your service. Madam Chair, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. I love graduation time of year. So thank you so much. Okay, we will move on to number 9.1. We're going to discuss a resolution. Board Member Hanson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I move that the board adopt the resolution in support of Portrait of a Graduate. It's been posted to backup. And if I have a second, I'd like to speak to that.
You can if we get a second.
Second?
Second, Board Member Straight.
Yes.
Okay. So Board Member Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you. If I can ask staff just to put the Portrait of a Graduate up on the screen for us. I think it's important to look at that as we talk. Thank you. The Utah Portrait of a Graduate has been in place since 2019. It's enjoyed universal acceptance and support by parents and educators until recently, and that's what's prompted this resolution. When I first came onto the board in 2019, I had the opportunity, along with several other current board members, to be part of the task force that created the Portrait of a Graduate. We recognize that getting an education means more than just academic mastery, and so we ask ourselves and a diverse group of stakeholders what characteristics a student needs to develop in order to succeed and lead in post-graduation life, no matter what path the student chooses, college, tech school, or direct to the workforce. The concept's not new. I looked at my second grade report card and I saw that I was evaluated for attitude, behavior, and citizenship. And I have to report that I wasn't exemplary in all of those. But at that time, I believed that evaluation was entirely subjective and up to the individual teachers, and we were all okay with that. We trusted our teachers' judgment. Kids interact with one another at school. In a lot of ways, it's their workplace and their community. Teachers and administrators direct their interactions in constructive ways, and the Portrait of a Graduate simply adds detail and consistency to our definitions of attitude, behavior, and citizenship, and provides guidance for the teachers to do that governing and give instruction. The characteristics of academic mastery, wellness, civic, financial, and economic literacy, digital literacy, communication, critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, collaboration and teamwork, honesty, integrity and responsibility, hard work and resilience, lifelong learning and personal growth, service and respect are all identified in the Portrait of a Graduate. And I would challenge detractors of the Portrait of a Graduate to identify even one of those characteristics that you wouldn't want your child to have. The Portrait of a Graduate encourages further parental involvement by advocating for development of local versions of the Portrait of a Graduate, and several of our LEAs have done that. The Portrait of a Graduate was developed and built up through a painstaking and transparent process over several years. It takes effort to create something good. It's much easier to attempt to tear things down. The Portrait of a Graduate is supportive of a transparent process for setting direction. It's supportive of parents, it's supportive of local control, and it's supportive of kids. In my opinion, the Portrait of a Graduate is some of the best work the board has done in years. If we can look at the resolution, please. Did I get that up on the screen?
That must mean it's coming. And
There
can
we
we
go.
make it a little bigger?
Might need to. And I will not read the entire resolution now. Many of the points that are in the resolution I've touched on. But I would like to just go down to the wherefore be it resolved part of the resolution, where the board would reaffirm its enthusiastic support for the process by which the Utah Portrait of a Graduate was developed, the value of the characteristics identifies, and the work of the USBE and all Utah educators to continue to use the Portrait of a Graduate as a foundation for our efforts to support parents in preparing our children to succeed and lead by having the knowledge and skills to learn, engage civically, and lead meaningful lives. I hope that we as a board can get behind this. This Portrait of a Graduate document is a Utah document. It was developed in Utah by concerned Utahns to benefit Utah students. And it's my hope that it will go forward for many years in the future as a basis for our educational efforts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. So the motion before the board is that the board approves the resolution to support the Portrait of a Graduate. Discussion to that motion. Board Member Klein?
Yes, I would like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
And that would be to adopt the resolution to revoke the Portrait of a Graduate. And I can speak to that if you'd like.
Okay, I'm going to have to just get a little clarity. Are you adding to or taking away from this motion?
What does the motion currently say? I can't say it.
That the board approves the resolution to support the Portrait of a Graduate, the one that was up.
So I would amend that to say that the board, I make a motion that the board revoke the resolution, the Portrait of a Graduate resolution, or sorry, the Portrait of a Graduate, instead of adopting
so
this resolution supporting.
Okay, so you're against the resolution.
And I would like to propose the resolution to revoke the Portrait of a Graduate. Yes.
Give me more clarity. Natalie, help me here. I'm
not sure how to say it. I'm not sure how to say it. But,
I'm not either. So
I would like
motion
to.
Is, okay, that the board approves the resolution to support the Portrait of a Graduate. Is there something you want to add or take away from that motion? Are you amending? Tell me what
I would say that if could somebody put it up? Is it up on the screen somewhere? Then I can give you more.
Okay, because I'm just trying to follow. How do we amend?
Right. Is there a motion on the screen?
Motion.
Say that, somebody help me.
Is this a substitute motion?
This is a substitute motion.
Okay, you want a substitute motion, not an amend.
Yes, that's what I first said. Yes, I would like to substitute.
Okay, I'm just making sure, is that proper protocol? I'm just checking. Sybil, is that accurate? That's appropriate, correct?
Yes.
Yes, if she's substituting the current motion, that means that she would be replacing the current motion.
Okay.
With a new motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Great, we've got it. Now you've
okay.
Okay, so the substitute motion would be
that the board adopt the resolution revoking the Portrait of a Graduate.
Do you have that? That's what you sent before?
Yes.
Can someone pull that up, please?
Staff should have it ready to pull up.
And we need a little bigger too.
So we're without a second on her substitute.
Okay, I just want to see it.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, the Portrait of a Graduate. Okay, so the motion, the substitute motion is that the board approve to revoke the Portrait of a Graduate. Is that
resolution.
accurate?
To approve the resolution to revoke the Portrait of a Graduate. Yes.
Okay, the resolution, then we're not. Okay. Okay, so the motion is that the board approve the board revoke the resolution on Portrait of a Graduate. Is that accurate?
That the board adopt the resolution to revoke Portrait of a Graduate.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have a second to that? I don't see a second, so we're going to go back to the original motion. The motion that the board approves the resolution to support the Portrait of a Graduate. And we're having discussion on that. Board Member Straight?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I am supportive of Portrait of a Graduate. As I look back through my experience in local government, having a strategic plan that guides and directs the work of an organization is fundamental. Now, within the organizations I've worked, every once in a while, at least no more than every other year, we go back and we revisit our mission, our vision, all the different things that are a part of that. And sometimes we make amendments. It's an ongoing process. Strategic planning is an ongoing process. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that what we have now is 100% exactly what I would say as far as the Portrait of a Graduate goes, or personalized competency-based learning, or our mission, or our vision, or any of the different parts that work together to form our direction as an organization. But I support it. In fact, that was one of the things that excited me the most as a new member of the board. I'd actually went back a year previous, and from when I actually took on the board, and I'd read through this, and I was very pleased to see the direction of the board. Moving on. Different LEAs throughout the state are in different places regarding Portrait of a Graduate. However, as Board Member Moss mentioned earlier today, I was also at Mona Elementary and Juab Junior High. I also attended in an earlier session Timpanogos High School to look at what they were doing. And wow, what a great experience to see how one LEA took Portrait of a Graduate and adapted it to their situation. Portrait of a WASP, as was also mentioned earlier. But here's the biggest thing that I have to point out about Portrait of a Graduate. Portrait of a Graduate does not replace teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, or any of our other base. They work in combination with each other. They're supportive of one another. Board Member Hanson brought up his 2nd grade report card. I have my 6th grade report card that my mom saved for me, thank heavens. And they had two sides to this report card. One is scholarship, the other is citizenship. Under citizenship, health habits. Now this, you might laugh at this one. Breathes with mouth closed. Uses handkerchief. Keeps clothing, hands, face, and teeth clean. In fact, every morning when the lunch count was taken, and believe me, I went to a super small school in elementary. We had less than 50 kids. There were one teacher for every 2 grades. Imagine that. But all these things were a part. We would have to report whether our fingernails were underneath our fingernails were clean, if we brushed our teeth, different questions. Also have promptness, reliability, self-control, cooperation, courtesy, industry, and thrift. That's all part of my report card. Social emotional learning. At Mona Elementary, they had their SEL standard, and then they had their science standard in the kindergarten. It was at 1st grade. I can't remember, but it was one of those 2 grades, and they were working those together. I have a photograph of it, but I didn't download it, so I won't show that to you. But yeah, that's where we're at. Now, since Portrait of a Graduate came under attack, I think for political reasons, I wanted to go back and I wanted to talk to former board members, and some of them currently serve on the board, and I asked them about it. But also the person who I replaced, who was a great board member, who was very focused in on Portrait of a Graduate. She says, quote, Portrait of a Graduate was completely homegrown. Completely homegrown. It's Utah's Portrait of a Graduate. Just like when we have core standards, they're Utah core standards. People want to say, oh, we're back to about Common Core. No, these are our standards. We're going to work through those. Homegrown. Former board member Gravitt also said, we visited Weber State University and listened to recent high school graduates. This process happened all over the state. Real Utahns gave input. The public gave input. Educators and parents gave input. And those who were a part of the process, the primary sources, parents, business leaders, educators, everyone was a part of this process. I take my hat off to the former board members that came before me in my limited capacity, who developed Portrait of a Graduate. Yeah, we've talked about this. There is going to be time, and there is going to be an opportunity to revise Portrait of a Graduate. But all in all, whole and whole, it is a wonderful document, and it doesn't replace teaching the basic skills that we're supposed to cover in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Okay, as a reminder that the motion before the board is that the board approves the resolution to support the Portrait of a Graduate. So, Board Member Hymas.
Thank you. I first want the public, the board to know I do support Portrait of a Graduate. However, I do have a difficult time with the resolution. I don't know, it looks odd to me to write a resolution to support our own document. The fact that we have the Portrait of a Graduate, that we're continuing with the Portrait of a Graduate, should speak for itself. We run into bumps in the road all the time. A resolution is not necessary for every hurdle that comes in front of us. I commend Scott for his work here and writing what he has. I think he makes some great points. In fact, if you scroll up just a little bit, right there, Utah's Portrait of a Graduate has gained. I would love to see that paragraph and the next one with recent attacks. If we put out a statement reaffirming our stance for Portrait of a Graduate, I think that's fantastic. But again, I'm not in favor of a full-on resolution for supporting our own document. So I will most likely vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Board Member Lear.
Member Hymas makes a legitimate point, but I personally think because this has been under attack, because this has been challenged recently on social media in very specific, targeted ways, I do think it is important that the board speak up and say, yes, we still support this. It is a different board, as Scott points out. And I think that's an important reason. I've got to say, I was a late adopter to Portrait of a Graduate. I participated, but at first it seemed like a lot of jargon to me. What finally hit home to me was the point that a number of USBE staff members made, including Superintendent Dixon, who said that this, and she said it in a subtle way, this allows the staff to focus our work. Instead of having to respond to every legislator's random ideas for a bill, the staff members were able to bring the legislators back to Portrait of a Graduate and say, this is what the board wants to focus on. I think that's a really important element of this. I finally understood how important that was after the years and years of doing some of the same work myself. I also think it's important to note, and again, most of us will remember, this was a line-by-line discussion, a vote on line by line if we supported this. And there was near unanimous support for almost every line of this. So it was a very board inclusive process. And it also included, as Brent pointed out, lots of regional meetings. Also, I have to say that it was interesting to listen to the public comment this morning, because almost every single, and then to listen to the discussion of the presidential scholars, there was not a lot of emphasis on content. It was emphasis on values. I could give you some quotes. Gail Ruzicka talked about civic and character education, shared values. Mr. Jonas talked about the American spirit, character of an American. There was discussion of loyalty and commitment. There was a discussion of engagement. When the presidential scholars talked about their teachers, they didn't emphasize the brilliance of their content knowledge. They emphasized their engagement with the students, their attendance, their personal commitment to the students, which is a little bit of an aside, but even these students recognize the importance of those skills. So I don't at all for a moment think we want to minimize the importance of academic skills and job-related skills. But what we've heard today and what we hear from employers constantly is graduates need what we have often called softer skills over and over. And so I think this document clarifies that, it brings it into focus, and it helps the staff focus their work on our behalf. I very much support this resolution.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Earl.
Thank you. I just have a few thoughts. The components of Portrait of a Graduate, I think almost everybody could get behind. The application of it is a little different. I think there are some criticisms out there, and those are criticisms we should probably be looking at. I think that a board that allows for that kind of dialogue to take place instead of shutting it down is important. Those may be valid or they may not be valid, but to have that kind of discussion is important. I will not be supporting this in the form it's in, while I support the contents of these things, except I do think we have to keep in mind a couple of things. As a board, that this is not a legal document. This in and of itself, or the Portrait of a Graduate, is it's almost a resolution in and of itself. It's not a legal mandate that any school applies it or uses it. There is no legislative mandate for it. So it's an idea, that type of a thing. Let's see where my other notes are. The other question I have is, can the Portrait of a Graduate itself stand up to criticism, or is it weak enough that it has to be continually sustained or pushed forward? If it is a document that's weak enough that it can't stand on its own, I think we might have some concerns with that. I do think that we need to look at this as a balanced issue, which things have more precedence and more balance within the Portrait of a Graduate, and which things are secondary. And what I mean by that is I've seen us break down components of the Portrait of a Graduate to try to define things that are really not definable. They are secondary characteristics of a culture or a community, and that those are things we want. And I think we lose some of that quality when we try to say honesty is these four things, or honesty is this, instead of expecting that honesty to take place within the academic environments. I just worry that we may be getting too far from the mission by spreading things out too far. And I just hope we can have continued dialogue and continued dialogue about the criticisms, so that we don't allow outside organizations, large organizations, to hijack the intent. And anyways, those are my thoughts at this point.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Norton.
Yes, I was not on the board in 2019 and did not get to vote in favor of this. And so this gives me an opportunity to publicly state my support for Portrait of a Graduate, and also through this resolution. Board Member Earl just said that this is an idea of what we hope for the future. And I also think it is an ideal. We've been talking about historical things up to this point, but as Board Member Lear said this morning, we got to see the future of our graduates when we saw those presidential scholars, and I was taking notes as they were discussing, as both the teacher and the student were discussing their pathway, and I heard words like balanced and extraordinary and nice. And I immediately thought of Portrait of a Graduate. I thought, here we have these 4 students who have such a deep academic mastery with the depth of knowledge, and yet we got to hear about their critical thinking, their collaboration, their service, their responsibility, the skills that they have developed in all settings. They are balanced young men and young women. And one of the comments in there is that they are extraordinary and they have extraordinary and impactful lives. And I thought that's what we want for our graduates. And these are the same skills and the same requirements and the same ideals that we put forth in Portrait of a Graduate. And I think it's a great plan for Utah students and a worthy goal that we should have for all of our graduates. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Norton. Board Member Moss.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I know everybody's got their hand up. I shared my thoughts this morning about Portrait of a Graduate. I think it's a very positive thing. I enjoy seeing its application in the field, the way people do their own portrait of their local district or school. If this required a vote to keep it in effect, I would vote for it, but I'm going to abstain. I'll just explain why. I think this is teed up, as it says in the 3rd full paragraph, as a response to political and factual argument and criticism of Portrait of a Graduate. I don't think this is the venue to resolve whatever criticism there might be, and I don't think it's necessary to vote yes to take on that political argument. So as much as I love and appreciate Portrait of a Graduate, I look forward to discussing it when we come up with our strategic plan. And I think we need to make sure we are not discouraging dissent or argument about our policies as much as I may like those policies. So for that reason, I can't vote against it because I don't want to vote against Portrait of a Graduate, but I can't vote for it because I think it's the wrong vehicle. And so I'm going to take the cop-out route and abstain, but it's for the principled reason that I don't think we should be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. Board Member Booth.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Over the last 20 years, as a parent, as a grandparent, as an educator, I have chosen to spend a good chunk of my discretionary time on a school board. Because when I get together with my 10 grandchildren, I remember how precious these children are. As I see the children who don't have a voice, who don't have a parent, who don't have a support system, I want to be a part of a group of dedicated volunteers who will provide for those children what no one else is providing. The Portrait of a Graduate is, as it's been said earlier, truly homegrown. I haven't been reading about Portrait of a Graduate and all these Portrait of a Graduates across the country and all of the big companies that have been promoting this or that or the other. I've been living it. I was there at the turn of the century when P21, when 21st century skills were being developed by a group of educators in Arizona. I watched and went to meetings and year after year got more and more excited as I simultaneously traveled the world visiting 45 countries, analyzing and interacting with educational systems in those 45 countries, recognizing that we were really onto something besides the incredible need for mastery in content areas. There were these other more aspirational qualities and characteristics that have been identified beautifully in Portrait of a Graduate. I'm not voting, I'm not standing up and saying we've got to defend this. I'm just saying this is a natural outgrowth, natural development of good people coming together with parents I think it's so interesting that the minute you get on the board, you're no longer a parent. The minute you become a legislator, you're no longer a parent. The minute you become an administrator in our public schools, you're no longer a parent. It's the parents against all of us bad people who are trying to do something horrible with their kids. This is just ridiculous. Recently, my mom passed away. She was lying in the hospital on the last day of her life. They were trying to feed all of these PICC lines and everything into her poor little body. She felt like a pincushion. She hadn't had one lucid moment for 6 weeks. She didn't even know who I was, but she turned to me in her last moment of lucidity and said, "Randy, this is ridiculous. They're killing me." And I think this is a moment where we need that moment of lucidity, where we need to understand that, yes, there's a lot of voices out there and there's a lot of concerns, and we share those concerns. But we are on the same team, and we are doing our very best, and have been doing for a long time, our very best to find. We don't have all the answers. We recognize that there will be changes coming down the pike because we continue to listen and we continue to interact with those kids in the classroom day after day, and with those parents after school and in all other kinds of settings. I believe in what we're doing. I am totally and completely behind this, and I would just turn to someone like Superintendent Sid Dixon to hear from with an army of staff is interacting with the educators and the parents every day of their life in the agency. What does this document, what does this approach give them that makes their job easier or more productive? I really am grateful for the chance to be able to talk about this with all of you, because I highly regard you, and I have great feelings of gratitude for the privilege of working together for these kids that we love so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. Board Member Hart.
So I support Portrait of a Graduate, but I don't need a resolution to do that. I feel like I would like to be known as somebody who lives and makes actionable decisions rather than relies on words. I think the whole conversation is taking up valuable time where we could move towards that ideal rather than repeating words. Every student that has come to me after they've left the school or when they feel they need to leave the school, every time it has been about an issue that is not about academics. It's about all these other factors. We talk a lot in our LEAs are having lots of conversation about the allocation of time, what we should be doing, that kind of thing. We are not helping them by creating resolutions supporting what we already support and reaffirming that. We reaffirm it through our actions. And I really do feel, and I know it's crazy, but I feel like there are forces at work. I don't know why, and I don't understand how it happens, but it seems that we're not able to move forward. And there are forces keeping us from moving forward. And this is a great example. We have so many things on our agenda, our things that we need to handle and decide and create and think through and revise. This is not one of them, because the way we reaffirm this is through our actions. I am exactly where, and I realize the irony of it, right? I'm taking more time to say that we spend too much time. I see the irony, but I'm where Jim is, and it's not a cowardly position for me. It is a conversation that I don't think should be continued. Now, I will talk to anybody about why I believe it isn't something that wasn't homegrown. I will have that conversation with anybody that wants to have it. I just am not going to spend more board time talking about something that we need to be acting on and modeling through our personal actions. So I will abstain. I'm not going to continue this conversation.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. Just a reminder that the motion before the board is the board approves the resolution to support the portrait of a graduate. Go ahead, Board Member Cannon.
Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. Well, I've been on the board a long time. I was off for a few years, and when I came on, one of the first places I landed was on the task force to create a portrait of a graduate. And we worked on that task force for 3 or 4 years. And I remember long, laborious meetings where we wordsmithed exactly what we wanted that document to say. So you can imagine my shock when I get an email saying that Portrait of a Graduate came from Ohio. What? What in the world? And suddenly all of this painstaking work that we did to create something of value for the school children of Utah was brought under condemnation and was attacked in a way that to me had no credibility. Of course, the public doesn't know what I know. The public wasn't in those task force meetings with me, but you know, this was something that was generated by the board that got input from many, many people that we did for the betterment of Utah school children. And so I feel rather resentful that it has been brought, I believe, unfairly under attack. And because of that attack, I think this resolution is necessary. And I wonder if we might be able, Chair, to hear from Superintendent Dixon as well on this before we go to a vote. But anyway, I am an enthusiastic supporter. I was a helpful creator, and I want the public to know that this is a Utah document created by people in Utah for Utah students. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. I'll hold on Dr. Dixon at this time, if that's okay. Board Member Hutchings, congratulations on the graduate today, and we're glad you're back with us.
Thank you so much. Glad I could be here. I was hoping I would get back for this discussion. And it was interesting. I wasn't here this morning because I was at my daughter's graduation, and that was an awesome mom moment. But it's interesting as I was sitting there listening to specifically the valedictorian and salutatorian speeches. I had the thought, and I've heard it said here before by a couple others before, that, you know, neither of them said they were really grateful for learning about quadratic equations or about, you know, the Civil War or any of that. And yes, school is about academics. It's important that they learn the state standards. But what did they talk about? The valedictorian and the salutatorian of this graduating class spoke about how important it was at their school that they learned hard work and resilience, that they learned to be lifelong learners, that they learned about service, and that they learned about responsibility. Those were the things that those high achieving students brought up because those were the things that they recognized of such great value. And those are the things that we find in the Portrait of a Graduate. I have found in my experience leading a school that yes, we can focus on academics and we need to, that's our main purpose there. But I have experienced schools where they are only looking at academics, and it's not the most healthy learning environment. When I work with my staff and I see schools that are focusing on some of the attributes and characteristics in a Portrait of a Graduate, you create clarity for the teachers of what to focus on in those areas. You create a focus
for the students as far as what are some of the important characteristics and attributes that I need to learn to be successful in adulthood. And you also create a positive learning environment, which to me is really, really important. You create this environment where learning can thrive when you see these attributes practiced at school. And through a portrait of a graduate, it's identified, it's clarified. You can use it as a school leader to say, this is what our focus should be in your classroom. And you can have rich discussions about it in professional development meetings, and you can have discussions about it with your students, because the Utah State Board of Education has stood up and said, this is important for Utah students. My last thing I want to say is I do have a concern about supporting Portrait of a Graduate, but voting against this resolution. And we've talked about, I'm not going to go over, it's been attacked. We need to respond. This is our document. We need to defend it. And this is our way of being able to defend it. If you vote against this resolution, the press, the public will be told that board members have voted against a Portrait of a Graduate. That may not be the intention of those who vote, of some of those who vote against it, but it will be what is publicly communicated, that members of the Utah State Board of Education do not support the Portrait of a Graduate. Those votes against this will be interpreted and it will be shared that way in some circles. And so I agree. I really appreciate what Member Hart said about reaffirming through our actions. And I completely agree with that. We need to model this in our schools. We need to model this in our circles. But the way that we can reaffirm Portrait of a Graduate right now, today, is by voting in favor of this resolution.
Thank you, Board Member Hutchings. Board Member Klein.
Yeah, so I just want to start off by saying that the many ideals that are listed in the Portrait of a Graduate, I think, are just that, ideals, such as honesty, integrity, responsibility, hard work, resilience, lifelong learning, personal growth, service, respect. All of those things are wonderful things, and so it's very hard to speak against those. But when you actually research all of the third-party organizations and special interest groups that are behind this, I mean, you've got Portraits of a Graduate that are being adopted or have been adopted throughout the country. And I know that we had lots of meetings here in Utah to try and personalize it and make it a Utah-based version, but it's the movements behind it and where they all, the end goal that they're all working towards. And that's what I've tried to bring up in my social media posts with all of the links so that people can do their own research, taking people to the sources of these organizations like Knowledge Works, like Workforce Development and CASEL and others. And so I have no objection to those ideals, but in how we actually incorporate those into our schools, or how we choose to hold schools accountable to teaching those, when those are ideas or things to be modeled more than taught, that's where the problem comes in. And I forwarded you some more information to your inboxes, information received or found through a grandma request that somebody shared with me. I think you'll find it very interesting. Our internal auditor at USBE, Debbie Davis, gives her take on the Portrait of a Graduate and how it aligns, or more accurately, doesn't align with the legislative mission and vision for Utah schools. And she specifically talks about how it is a stretch to try and conflate what is required in the legislation for Utah schools versus what the portrait of a graduate is trying to do, and the vision and mission statement that we have as part of our strategic plan. In the strategic plan, it literally talks about portrait of a graduate being the compass for a systems transformation in our public education system. And I just want to ask, what is this transformation? A complete systems transformation. What is that? I know, we talk about having these bold conversations and not holding back so that we can bring these things forward if we have a concern. That's what I've tried to do. Unfortunately, it's been seen as an attack, but these are concerns that I have that I would like to discuss and understand. Because if we're going to completely transform our entire education system, I think that needs to be brought out into the open, and we need to talk about what that is, who's behind it, what it's going to look like, so our parents and the citizens of Utah know where it is we're taking them, and we can actually get input to see if they're really okay with that, because this is a lot more than just these simple ideals that have been listed, and our efforts to try and take what is essentially a square peg in our vision mission statement, a portrait of a graduate, and force it into the round hole of the legislature's vision and mission statement, and trying to conflate the terms they use with the terms we use when they are not the same thing. And that's very clear in Debbie Davis's explanation entitled Internal Audit Brainstorming Questions about the USBE and potentially the legislature. I think you'll find those very interesting, along with another chart called Personalized Learning Coherence, where it ties all of the different elements together, not just portrait of a graduate, but how that is just the starting point. And then these concentric rings, they get smaller and smaller until you get to, I guess, the outcome that we're looking for. And those different, that first ring is portrait of a graduate, and then getting smaller, each ring personalized competency-based framework, high quality instruction cycle, all leading to the P20 competencies, which are the Sustainable Development Goals aligned with the United Nations. And they're global competencies. If you read the literature, it's all there, as well as the Utah Core Standards and Social Emotional Learning based on CASEL's SEL framework. That's an actual USBE document that was also found in the grandma requests, dated, is it dated March 2021? And that was, all of these documents came out in March, or these emails were sent in March, right after the legislative audit, as to discuss how they were going to respond to the audit, how they could frame it and make it look like they were doing what the legislators wanted them to, what the legislation requires, without actually having to change our plan. And we need to be following what the legislation has requires of us, instead of trying to fit the legislation to our plan. We need to fit our plan to the legislation in order to be in compliance. And that is why I wrote my resolution to revoke portrait of a graduate, because as you'll see from Debbie Davis's explanation, it is a huge stretch to say that it complies with the legislative intent. That's all I have to say.
I don't very often speak on this, but I am going to do a clarification that there was some convolution there, that between strategic plans and portrait of a graduate. And I think speaking for Debbie Davis is very dangerous, and because of the content of that. I'm going to go to Chair Huntsman.
Yes, I just quite a few hands raised. I just want to speak to.
They've all spoken before, Chair.
Okay. I just want to, I'm going to play off Member Hutchings' part of our closing comments. Not everyone chooses what's on the agenda, but when there's a motion on the floor and a second, we have a choice. whether we like it's there or not. And this body will be measured based on the actions of the choice that you make as individual board members. So I've seen a lot of people regret when they abstain and that, but I think Member Hutchins covered it very well, and I concur with that. I have the same passion as Member Booth in the same place, and I think it's warranted. I mean, it's on the floor. I have a choice. I either say yes or I'll say no, but I'm in favor of saying yes. Now, I agree that it didn't have to be here, but it is before us. And I've watched the legislature and other bodies put resolutions forward, and I've asked legislators, did you really support that resolution with the Utah Jazz? I mean, but that was kind of fun and it was kind of light and etc. This is not fun and light. This is serious right here, and there's a lot of stakeholders that are engaged in this work of Portrait of the Graduate. So I'm in favor, and then I also invite people to either give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Okay, just a reminder, we've now spent over an hour on this topic. If you have something that because everyone has had opportunity to speak to this who wants to, I'm not going to deny you, but I just want you to know that we're rehashing the same things over and over again. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I just want to be clear, based on some board members' comments, this is being used as a political vehicle in place of setting things in order. Am I hearing that right? If you disagree with this, then in other words, it's a political mechanism for disagreeing with the resolution is not disagreeing with the components of the Portrait of a Graduate, and I want to be clear about that. So, because I don't disagree with the components of the Portrait of a Graduate. So if I don't agree with the resolution, then that would not be in opposition to the components of the Portrait of a Graduate.
Thank you.
I had one more thought and I didn't write it down. So I just want to be clear about that, unless this is being used as some kind of a political vehicle, and I'm hoping that's not the case.
Thank you. Board Member Hart?
Yeah, this is exactly why this conversation shouldn't have ended up here. If we needed to have a conversation about the Portrait of a Graduate, it needed to be in a roundtable where we could talk about this. But since it's been talked about, and now we have information about, a smoking gun memo, I just think I need to go on record as saying I've read that memo several times, and I very much disagree with the conclusions drawn. I don't believe that is an accurate representation, and I just feel that is the beauty of democracy, that people can disagree, and I also think it's the truth of education that you can look at something and see something completely different. I don't think, however, that an abstention puts you on the wrong side of history or doesn't. That is a clear representation of my position. I fully, with all of my professional and board-related energy, support Portrait of a Graduate. I've seen it in action, and it turns students' lives around, and it provides some structure for teachers and other educators and parents to all speak the same language. However, I don't believe that a resolution should be made because, quite frankly, I don't think it deserves to be hashed over in this form and fashion. I will always support and be willing to talk to anybody about why I support it, but talking about it right now in this forum in this way is, I think, irresponsible. So I will continue to abstain from participating in this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hart. Board Member Moss?
I'll just echo Member Hart. The part as I have reviewed this that I objected to was the paragraph of recent attacks, which then go into a factual dispute. If this were a simple, unifying, positive endorsement of the portrait of a graduate, I'd be all over it. But the choice has been made to engage in a political dispute and to try to get all members behind that. I won't, so I'm going to abstain.
Thank you, Board Member Moss. Board Member Cannon?
Thank you. I'd like to call the previous question.
Okay, it doesn't look like we have any other hands up, but I am going to go ahead and take that as a motion on the floor. Do I have a second to that?
Second, Board Member Booth.
Second, Board Member Booth. Please vote to call the question. I think Board Member Hymas is somewhere else. Okay. All right, so we have 2 no votes, Board Member Hanson and Board Member Davis. Okay, so we're going to call the previous question is, the motion before the board is that the board, let me find it now, is that the board approves the resolution to support the portrait of a graduate. I'm going to do a roll call vote. And Board Member Booth?
Yes.
Board Member Cannon?
Yes.
Board Member Klein?
No.
Board Member Davis?
Yes.
Board Member Earl?
I'm abstaining.
Board Member Hanson?
Enthusiastically vote yes.
Board Member Hart?
While I support the portrait of a graduate, I abstain from this vote on a resolution.
Thank you. Chair Huntsman?
Yes.
Board Member Hutchings?
Absolutely, yes.
Board Member Hymas?
I support portrait of a graduate. I do not support the resolution. No.
Thank you. Board Member Lear?
Yes.
Board Member Moss?
Abstain.
Board Member Norton?
Yes.
Board Member Straight?
Yes.
That passes. Thank you. Okay, I will turn the helm over to Vice Chair Davis happily, readily, and gratefully. So Vice Chair Davis, it's yours to take.
Point of order, Chair, you did a great job.
Oh, 4 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We will go ahead and move into our committee reports, and I'll turn the time back over to you, Chair Belknap.
Thank you. Okay, the motion from Audit Committee is that the board approves updates to the board bylaws article 8.5-A and approves board policy 2006 to be consistent with the request of the board and due to the passage of the 2022 HB 419.
Okay, we have a motion on, do we have discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor that consistent with the request of the board and due to the passage of HB 419, the board approves updates to board bylaw article 8.3A and approves board policy 2006. Those in favor?
Please vote.
Please vote. Remember, we do this different virtually.
Yep.
Looks like that vote is unanimous.
That concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you. Chair Moss.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We will go to action item 11.2. The motion is that the committee approve R277-2726 draft 1 on first reading and I'm sorry, this is the committee. I'm reading the wrong stuff here, sorry. The committee moves that the board approves R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on second and final reading, but I understand there will be a substitute motion.
Okay, discussion to the motion. Board Member Norton? You're muted.
Kristen, you're muted.
Board Member Norton, we can't hear you at all.
And if you click that unmute button, you can change all that. Okay, I would like to provide a substitute motion that R277-726 statewide online education program be moved back to committee for further discussion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that R277-726 be moved back to committee for further discussion. Discussion to the motion. Go ahead,
Yes,
Board Member Martin.
I would like to weigh in on this. I've had several conversations with superintendents around the state who are concerned about some of the language in both the original and the substitute motion. And I think until we have an opportunity to hear from them, it is important that we get this right. And we have a program in place for the coming school year. I don't know that this has to be handled and ready to go by July. So I feel that we need to obtain that additional information from those superintendents as a group and then be able to meet and discuss this further.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. I'm sorry. Oh, I think Lear was first and then Earl, if I saw the hands come up right.
Yes, I just wanted to know from either Chair Moss or Member Norton, Vice Chair Norton, what the nature of the concern is. I had some concerns, but I sort of let it go. So I'm curious what the concerns are that you've heard.
The majority of the people that I've heard from, their concerns have to do with the portion. In just a second, I'm just getting there right now, about the rural schools and the restricting of funds for rural schools. These rural schools are in great need of having opportunities, and with this SOEP program, and it has been said, well, they can just pay for it. If the money runs out from this grant, they can just pay for it out of their particular budgets. But those margins are so slim for rural schools that no, they can't. They also have some concerns with not just the funding, but more understanding of how their funds are being withdrawn already, but to have it, additional, I just think it needs to be cleaned up a little more for them.
So quick follow-up, Chair Cindy.
Go ahead, please, go ahead.
I just wondered, so this will be discussed in August board meeting, not tomorrow. Is that right?
Yes, that would be my suggestion, yes.
All right, thank you.
So then it wouldn't come back to the full board until September? Okay, Board Member Earl?
Yes, Vice Chair, I'm just wondering if, are these emails that were sent in with concerns? And if so, if there's a way to access that information that Board Member Norton's referring to?
Board Member Norton?
I think, no, they were not emails. I requested information from SEDC and received phone calls back. I received another random phone call yesterday. And in our original committee meeting, it was mentioned that they would take this, these questions to the superintendents in the Utah Rural Schools Association meeting, which will be in July. And yet here we are presenting it to you for passage. And there's also a superintendent's meeting that's coming up in June, which would be another opportunity to gain that information.
Okay, I just was wondering what the specific concerns were is all. And if they were in an email, that would be easy to access those and learn about them. So, okay, thank you. That's what I was wondering. If you have specific concerns, I'd love to have access to that. So thank you.
Okay, we can talk.
Okay.
Dr. Thronson and then Board Member Hutchings.
Thank you, Director Thronson of Teaching and Learning. We as staff were charged to come back sooner by that committee. So we were actually asked to try and convene with the superintendents prior to this meeting, which we did. And so their feedback is what you have here. There is not enough money. What we put in for this request and what we were given is insufficient. And so the concerns are real. There is no way around that there's insufficient money for the number of students that might participate. And therefore, the superintendents that participated suggested that we put a base and plus funding to where everybody knows they're going to get this much, and then based on the number of students they have, there'd be an additional piece above that. We've been running different scenarios, hence why this is pretty vague, to try and figure out what scenario might be best. The way that this is written allows staff to continue to work with the superintendents over the summer to get this worked out and to be able to execute that in time for fall enrollment. If we wait until next August, a couple board meeting months from now, we won't have this passed until September, and at that point it will be too late for enrollment, and the LEAs might be at much higher risk than us figuring this out. So I would really highly recommend you pass this as is, knowing it is written really vaguely for the purpose of allowing us to continue to work with the superintendents to get this right, but the limited funding is the issue that we will not be able to overcome. But this is where the superintendents, we met with USSA yesterday, discussed this as well. No concerns were raised. So at this point, we would really suggest to staff to move forward. Otherwise, our LEAs won't even be able to engage in this project in the fall because they won't know what funding source they're getting.
Thank you, Board Member Hutchings.
Yeah, and that was actually what I was going to ask Director Thornton to weigh in on. I believe we're better off if we go ahead and pass this out and allow this program to get started. I think more students and schools will benefit if we allow them to get started at the beginning of this school year. And if we put it off, it will effectively put it off for a whole school year. And it will make it so that schools and students won't be able to access some of these programs, specifically the concurrent enrollment opportunities. This school year, it'll be delayed, not just by a month or two, but most likely for the full school year. So I would vote against this.
Thank you, Chair Moss.
I was just going to throw out a suggestion, but I should defer to Vice Chair Norton. I just wondered whether there's another opportunity to come together for an emergency finance committee if we need further discussion, still get on the board agenda for August if we took this up. But I don't know if Chair Norton or Vice Chair Norton's concerns have been addressed, so I should wait to hear from her.
Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap.
I guess I'm trying to figure out why this isn't going to move ahead anyway. Money has been allocated. They already know that they can sign up for these courses. And so I don't really understand the rush to do this wrong. The schools can already sign up and the allocation of the funds can go in the first semester, because I don't believe our rural schools are going to run out of funding in the first semester. It's going to come in the second semester.
Thank you, Vice Chair Norton.
Well, and in line 160 on the original draft, and it's probably still the same, it says that the student shall enroll in online courses or declare an intention to enroll during the school course registration period designated by the primary LEA of enrollment for regular course registration. Now, what I am most familiar with is usually those students have done all of their enrolling in next year's courses in the spring of, the prior year. So as Vice Chair Belknap just said, they probably have already enrolled. We're not going to stop them from enrolling.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thronson?
Yeah, that is not the impression of the superintendents. Many of them, because this passed so late, it was past registration windows. So they're actually having to kind of execute this differently. And yes, there'd be funds available no matter how many kids enrolled, but that would start tapping into not the small schools amount. And that is where these LEAs historically have not participated, because that funding doesn't allow them to keep their FTE that they need in their LEAs. This is a pretty significant issue. And if, again, as a board, if you choose not to make a motion, and we do need draft 2 to move forward, not draft 1, as it has more of this flexible language in it that the superintendents suggested. it still allows us flexibility to work on the formula, but the money can go out. Otherwise, the money will not go out until after the school year has started. Some of these LEAs are going to get 4 kids that we are going to be able to pay for. And they might be enrolling 20 or 100, and that they need to know up front what money they're being allocated from this product in order for them to make decisions around their FTE and their student opportunities.
Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. Vice Chair Belknap.
Put my hand down.
Okay, Board Member Hutchings.
Sorry, just a point of clarification, and I probably just missed something. The draft 2, there's a draft 2 that Dr. Thronson's starting or is talking about. Okay, and that's different than, that's not the motion that's on the in front of the board right now. Okay, is that correct? Because I see there's a draft 1 on the motion language, but she's talking about a draft 2. Could you just clarify that for me really quick so I make sure I vote on the right thing?
Vice Chair Davis, may I respond?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. So right now, what's on the table is draft 1. We actually need draft 2 to be proposed as the one, as that was what we iterated on based on Finance Committee's feedback. Go talk to the superintendents. We went and talked to the superintendents, and this is where they led us.
Okay, thank you. Chair Moss.
Thank you. And our draft 2 just came in, I think, yesterday. So we've sort of been addressing it and seeing whether there would be a substitute motion to adopt draft 2. Vice Chair Norton felt there was need for more discussion. I'm just kind of looking for direction from Vice Chair Norton if we keep the motion on, or does this address some concerns? I'm sorry, Chair, I'm playing the chair role and directing questions. I'm just sort of trying to, if I could direct that to Vice Chair Norton, I'm just sure that this is developing just kind of the last day or two.
Vice Chair Norton, does draft 2 address your concerns?
No, it does not.
Okay, Board Member Hutchings.
Would it be in order for me to make a substitute motion?
I believe so.
Okay, then I move that the board approves R277726 statewide online education program draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, there's a motion, a substitute motion on the floor that the board approves R277-726 statewide online education program draft 2 on second and final reading. Discussion to the motion.
Need a second.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Hutchings.
Yeah, I just want to, just with that clarity, it's when we had a really good discussion about this in committee meeting, and there were some things we asked Director Thronson to go and do to help us be more comfortable with this. It sounds like she did that, and the superintendents have come up with something that they are comfortable with, and that is in draft 2. I think it's important that we move it forward so that all students and schools can access this program and funding.
Thank you, Board Member Earl.
I don't see any reason why this couldn't be addressed down the road. Additional issues as they come forward. It sounds like it's key that this is in place for school. Anyways, and so I think that the right thing to do right now is to be moving forward with this so that it doesn't create confusion for our districts moving into the fall. And then as we need to address, it sounds like there may be some additional concerns. Those could be addressed. If we need to pull the rule back in the fall and continue work, that would be appropriate.
Thank you, Board Member Straight.
I think we've already announced that we're having a special board meeting on the 30th. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Okay, so could we have that resolved by then? For everyone, because I'm not sure where I'm at. I'm listening and I'm trying, and I don't know.
Are you making a motion, Board Member Straight?
I think it's a question to staff. Will there be any clarity, any additional clarity to this? Will there be any other meetings or anything between now and the 30th? I think this is what Member Straight's asking. Sorry, I got in there. I'll be quiet. I should be back.
Oh, thank you.
It's all right. We'll hear from Dr. Thronson and then Chair Moss.
Yes, I am scheduled to meet with them up at USSA, their retreat in June. So if you would like to have it come back at the end of June, that would work in terms of giving a little more time to get more feedback, but also allow us to get things out the door in the fall so people know what they're working with, which would be optimal. So it'd be a good middle ground for sure.
Chair Moss.
Well, I would support the suggestion of a motion from Member Straight. I don't know procedurally, I guess at this point we have on the table a motion to approve draft 2. If I could amend that to.
Can you make a motion to postpone?
Right. I'd move to postpone till the June 30th meeting for consideration after further discussion.
We have a motion on the floor to postpone R277-726 to the June 30th meeting.
Second it, Booth.
And with a second from Board Member Booth. Seeing no other hands, unless Board Members Straight and Moss have additional comments, please vote. This looks unanimous. Thank you. Chair Moss.
All right, we only have a couple items, so I think we'll be quick from here. Action item 11.3, school building revolving loan review and approval recommendation. And the motion is that the board approves the school building revolving loan application, which is from Duchesne School District.
There's a motion on the floor that the board approves the school building revolving loan application. Seeing no hands, please vote. This passes unanimously. Chair Moss.
Thank you. Action item 11.4 is the fiscal year. Here we go, 2024. Let's see, where are we here?
Member Moss, I don't think there's an action item for 12.4.
No.
Oh, okay. It was noted as action, but all right, down to 11.7. Use of public education stabilization account, one-time funding. Motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277-125, use of public education stabilization account, one-time funding, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Discussion to the motion. Seeing no hands, there is a motion on the floor that the committee moves that the board approve R277-125, use of public education stabilization account, one-time funding, draft 2 on second and final reading. Please vote. This passes unanimously.
That concludes our report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair Lear.
Thank you. We are ready. I'm on item 13.2, library materials model policy. We had an interesting discussion, and we definitely learned from this meeting why there is an odd number of board members on committees, and it is much more effective. The motion for the board on this item is that the board review and consider approval of a library materials model policy in a future meeting.
Thank you. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, there's a motion on the floor that the board review and consider approval of a library materials policy in a future meeting. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Chair Lear.
Thank you. Item 13.3, school counseling ratio report. The committee moves that the board approve the plans for the 2021-2022 school year submitted by LEAs who are out of compliance with the 1 to 350, one counselor to 350 students school counselor ratios.
Thank you. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, there's a motion on, Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, thank you. Board Member Lear, I tried to get all of this in, but I'm kind of curious as to, first of all, 350 is way too many, but that's beyond the point. What are some of the plans that they're going to do, and how many years have they been in that plan? How many years?
I appreciate that question. We had the same question, and the content specialist would be the best person to answer that. I don't know if that should be.
It's okay, Carol. I'll pull that offline. I just wondered if you had it. I'll pull that offline and reach to it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 13.0. No, did we vote on that, Cindy?
We did not. There's a motion on the floor that the board approve the plans for the 2021-2022 school year submitted by LEAs who are out of compliance with the 1 to 350 school counselor ratios. Please vote. That passes unanimously.
Item 13.4, R277608, it's just a continuation, so no changes. Prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah's public schools. The committee moves that the board continue R277-608, prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah's public schools, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Discussion to the motion? Seeing no hands, there's a motion on the floor that the board continue R277-608, prohibition of corporal punishment in Utah public schools, draft 1 on second and final reading. Please vote. That passes unanimously.
Item 13.5, R277-309, appropriate licensing and assignment of teachers. This was in response to a discussion. There's no motion for the board. Let me start with that. This was in response to a motion for a change in a rule that was necessitated by a change in legislation. Unfortunately, we had 2 members in favor and 2 members abstaining, which are no votes, and in context of enough to pass a rule out of committee. So we have no motion for the board, and the motion could be made, I guess.
Okay, Board Member Booth. You're muted.
So sorry. Vice Chair Davis, I would like to make a motion that the board approves R277-309, draft 1 on final reading.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Discussion to the motion. Board Member Booth, would you like to speak to your motion?
Since we were kind of at a stalemate in the committee, we felt it would be wise to bring it to the board, and I'm in support of this draft as it's now presented.
Thank you. Board Member Jaimes.
Thank you. I was one who voted no on this originally, and I still have concerns over it. I understand that there may not be, according to law, there may not be anything I can do, but there are just too many opportunities. We have such great professionals who have spent a career in special education outside of schools, helping special needs individuals, and then to have them go back to school or have them not have the opportunity to help us in our schools as a director of a school or LEA, wherever, would be just a shame to utilize some of those resources that are available to us. So I'll continue to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Earl.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to help me with this. Does this require within a certain period for a certificate to be put into place, or does it say you can't at all? I apologize. I probably should have looked up this question.
Chair Lear.
I am not the best person. It my understanding is that it's an immediate change that requires now there's a director of special education that has a license per federal requirements. But I think someone like Leah or perhaps Malia could explain this, the thinking behind the bill and then the rule better than I can.
Dr. Height?
Yes, thank you. Malia Height, Educator Licensing Coordinator. The legislation was changed this last session to comply with IDEA, federal law for special educators. And that legislation indicates that that you, the board, draft rules to ensure that any individual serving as a special education director at a charter school has appropriate educator licensure. And so the rule is drafted to state that individuals who meet the guidelines of IDEA, federal special ed law, would have these appropriate license areas.
Thank you.
So there's no mechanism. Yeah, so there's no mechanism if they're hired on to be able to acquire that in the future. They have to have it. Would this hamper the ability for them to actually service students if they can't have a director at a smaller charter? In other words, they may not be able to actually do special education there. Can you maybe answer that? I don't know if someone can.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please. And also answer, do we have a choice in this matter? Or is this the law? Can you answer that as well?
Yeah, so the law states that we have to have, that educators who are serving as special ed directors must have an educator license. The flexibility comes with what kind of a license that is. However, special ed law states that anybody who's providing special education services to students must have a license for to provide special education services. There's nothing in board rule or in law that states that a charter must have a special education director. They must have a special educator if they're going to provide special education services. There are mechanisms in place for individuals to work towards a professional educator license in special education. Specifically, we have the Apple SPED program, which is the alternate program that is sponsored by USBE Special Education. There are also a variety of university-based programs. And while someone is working towards that, they are qualified for an associate level license in special education, which would meet the requirements of this board draft rule.
Thank you. Board Member Hutchings, is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, I'll just say it really quick. Having special education is such a tricky area, and as a school leader, I need someone with that background on my staff to make sure to protect and to serve those students with those needs. And I think it's really important. I'm glad there is a pathway for teachers to gain that license, and so they are given that runway. And I did actually want to make that point that a charter school is not required to have a special education director. And so there's many ways that a charter school could comply.
Thank you. Board Member Moss.
I apologize for not digging into this as well. I didn't realize a motion was coming. I'm just curious, from those who had concerns about the rule, is there an adverse effect here on operations of some of these charters that are smaller? And was there a way that it was felt that folks could comply with the current legislation in the absence of this rule? I don't know who that would be directed to. I'm just, I think I understand now that you don't need to have a director. So I question why, if you do choose to have one, they would need to have a SPED license. But I understand one side of the argument. Just curious if anybody knows the other side of that.
Would either of the two people who voted against this like to respond?
I can just give some thoughts. We are already at a place where we are struggling to keep or to get individuals. And I get what you're saying. And in fact, I don't know if that was made clear to me in the Law and Licensing Committee meeting, or I must have missed it, that it's not in law that a charter has to have a director. It's just we start putting, like I said, there are people out there who can do this very well and who have been doing it for years throughout their career. And then we say to them, "You're fantastic, but you don't have a license." And not only do you not have a license, but it's not in the area, right? It's not in special ed, preschool, special ed, speech language pathology, or school psychologist. And so we're just limiting, and that's my concern, is we're limiting in smaller areas, smaller schools, smaller towns, who can get help when there's resources available. Now, we still have to have, to the other point, you still have to have licensed special ed teachers, right? And so we're not, in my opinion, we're not jeopardizing the program. We're just opening up for additional resources that could possibly help these students in these communities.
Thank you, Board Member Earl.
It's red tape-ish. Is that what I'm understanding? Like you may have a director now, but because of this new policy, you may just call them something else. And am I right in saying that? Because if they didn't meet the licensure, you could give them another title, and then they would be something else. I'm just trying to understand where we might be putting complications on districts instead of, and maybe Stacy, I know Stacy, it sounds like she understands this a little bit better, but.
I was just reminded we have a time certain at 3:30. So a quick answer to that question from Dr. Height and then Stacy Hutchings.
Just to help clarify perhaps the scope of the rule, as well as the current status of the rule, is that this is really to ensure that individuals who are providing special education services to students have the required licensing that is required through IDEA. And currently, of the 58 special education directors that are assigned in a charter school, there are 2 of the 58 who do not comply with this rule as written.
Thank you. Stacy Hutchings.
Just really short, to me, giving someone the title of special education director, it says they have a certain level of expertise in that area.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-309 draft 1 on final reading. Please vote. We have no votes by Board Member Klein, Hymas, Moss, and Earl. This motion passes. We have a time certain now, so we'll go ahead and come back to Chair Lear and pick up where we left off, but we'll move to our time certain at this point.
Thank you.
And I think, so do we have someone here from Student Health and Risk Prevention?
Yes, Chair, this is Tracy Gruber, the Executive Director at the Utah Department of Human Services.
Hi, Tracy.
Vice Chair Davis, this is Tanya Albornoz from the Coordinator for Prevention and Student Services. I'll be leading out on this discussion.
Hi, Tanya. Thank you.
So board members, thank you for allowing us to be here today. Today we've been asked to give you an overview of the SHARP survey and to look at questions on the survey for the purposes of allowing board members to submit feedback for consideration for the 2023 SHARP Survey Planning Committee. To that end, for your reference, you received copies of the SHARP survey that was administered in 2021 in the board backup documents. The SHARP survey is scheduled to be administered to students in the 22-23 school year. And to speak about the SHARP survey today, we've been joined by Tracy Gruber, who's already introduced herself, and Mary Johnston. I'll give you a short introduction of them both, and then I'll turn the time over to Tracy. Tracy Gruber is the Executive Director of the newly formed Utah Department of Health and Human Services. She was appointed by Governor Cox effective July 1st, 2022. Previous to this appointment, she was the Executive Director of the Department of Human Services and was tasked with overseeing the merger of the Department of Health and the Department of Human Services. Previous to her appointment as the Director of DHS, she was the Director of the Office of Child Care at the Utah Department of Workforce Services and a Senior Advisor for the Intergenerational Poverty Initiative. She was also named Government Official of the Year by the Community Action Partnership of Utah, and she represents Utah on the Education Commission for states. Tracy's brought with her also Heather Borski, Assistant Deputy Director for Community Health and Wellbeing at DHHS, and Craig Povey, Program Administrator for Prevention at the DHHS Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Health. Heather and Craig will not be presenting, but they are here to help answer questions if needed. Mary Johnston is our other presenter today, and she's the Director of Survey Services for Bach Harrison, which has been the contractor for the Utah SHARP survey since 2003. Mary has worked in the social sciences research field for 22 years and has been working with the SHARP project since its inception. In addition to overseeing the SHARP survey, she's also managed upwards of 70 similar school-based health and wellness surveys in 10 additional states. And I'll turn the time over to Tracy.
Thank you so much, Tanya, and members of the board. As I mentioned a little prematurely, I'm Tracy Gruber, the Executive Director, currently at the Utah Department of Human Services, and as noted, the Executive Director at the Utah Department of Health and Human Services when our Department of Human Services merges with Health, effective July 1st. It's really a pleasure to be joining all of you again. I've had the opportunity to partner with the board in my previous roles as the advisor on the Intergenerational Poverty Initiative on issues related to early childhood development and other issues to ensure that children receive the best opportunities to be successful throughout their lives. As the introduction mentioned, many of you already know, for nearly 20 years, the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, the State Board of Education, and local school districts have worked together to better understand the factors that promote healthy development and well-being in our youth, as well as risk factors our children and youth face. We all have been hearing a lot about the increase in mental health challenges for our youth, and that continues to cause great concern, along with several other issues impacting our youth right now. A lot of this information that we know about and the knowledge that we gain is gathered from the Student Health and Risk Prevention Survey, also known as the SHARP survey, and that is administered in Utah Public Schools. Like all of you, we think parents are best equipped to make the decisions on behalf of their children, and this survey reflects that value. Parents decide whether their children will participate in this survey. It's worth noting that without this information collected on the survey, we're unable to holistically address the health and safety needs of our youth statewide, while also recognizing the variations that occur in different communities and regions of the state. The information that comes from SHARP helps families, it helps parents, school districts, and the state with prevention efforts across the board, from physical health issues and concerns to mental health, while ensuring that privacy and security of this information is retained, which is critically important and a very high priority for our department. The survey is how we learn about mental health issues, bullying, vaping, suicidal ideation, involvement with substance uses, including alcohol use, and many other issues, including the impact of COVID-19 on students' school and personal lives. We also learn not just about what their risks are, but we also learn about the protective factors from them. Things such as mentors, families, and the presence of caring adults for our children to provide these protective factors and support their healthy development. The SHARP data, which is aggregated and de-identified, is used by numerous stakeholders. I mentioned my involvement with the Intergenerational Poverty Initiative. We used the SHARP data for that, including from all levels of government, from the governor's office and policymakers to state and local public health officials and agencies and prevention partners and the State Board of Education, down to local school boards, district schools, and community organizations. The survey has been used to develop and inform so many programs that you know about and are familiar with, like the Parents Empowered program focusing on underage drinking, suicide prevention program, Live On, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and what we've been hearing a lot about in the past 10 days in the wake of some violence in our schools is the Safe Utah app, which has been heavily promoted and regularly promoted, including tobacco and vaping cessation campaigns. So we've got the ones that you're really familiar with and probably some that you might not be as familiar with that all emerge from the use of what we learn on the SHARP data through the aggregated and de-identified data. It also informs legislation on a variety of topics, from parent consent on the use of tanning beds, tobacco and vaping restrictions for youth, underage drinking, and as mentioned, mental health services. And lastly, I think that it's really important that the SHARP survey allows us to protect taxpayers by ensuring that more efficient allocation of limited resources and funding is targeted to the regions of the state and programs of the state that are most needed to support the positive outcomes for our children. This board has supported the SHARP survey throughout its presence in the state of Utah, and we are so greatly appreciative of the support that we've received. Together, we'll continue to provide the best information available to protect the health, safety, and privacy of Utah children and youth. And I'm just really pleased that we have the expert on this issue, Mary Johnston, who's been working with us on this survey with the involvement of the State Board of Education. And with that, I'd like to turn the time over to Mary to talk more specifically about the SHARP survey, how the data is collected, the board's involvement in creating the survey, and then an opportunity to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tracy, and thank you, Tanya, for the introduction. Am I able to share my screen? I prepared some slides to keep me focused.
You should be able to, Jerry. Can we help?
Oh, I just got it. Thank you so much. Okay, hopefully everybody can see that. All right, welcome. Yes, as Tracy mentioned in my time today, I'll be talking about some history and founding goals of SHARP, the structure of the SHARP survey process, the instruments that we use, and the process for building our forms. I'll end with some of those benefits and talk about some of the changes that you're going to find from 2021 to 2023. And then we aim to leave about 15 minutes at the end for your questions, and we welcome those. SHARP was founded in 2003 by 3 state agencies: the Department of Human Services, Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health, the Department of Health, and then the State Board of Education. So prior to 2003, each of these agencies was conducting their own separate survey. DSAMA was leading the prevention needs assessment in just a handful of communities. The Department of Health was leading the youth tobacco survey, and then the State Board of Education was leading the youth risk behavior survey. These agencies realized this, having 3 separate initiatives was burdening schools, while also not even providing local level data to drive regular prevention planning. So in 2002, SHARP was born as an umbrella survey project that would combine all administrations into one survey project. Let's shift to SHARP goals. So while my slide mentions that these were goals that we initially started with, I'd like to clarify that the goals I'm going to talk about are still current ongoing goals. SHARP has become something that honestly none of us could have imagined in 2003 when it started in terms of informing so many programs and practices. So first and foremost, SHARP is designed to provide communities with local level data to drive their prevention planning and to evaluate their progress. So prior to SHARP, these communities had no community level data. Prevention planning required the use of state level data, which we all know is not a true representation of each of Utah's unique communities. It's been amazing for me to see the impacts that local level data collection has had at the state level, region level, and community level. Utah's substance use and antisocial behavior rates have been steadily decreasing since SHARP began in 2003. Second key goal of SHARP is simply to simplify school-based data collection in the state of Utah. Rather than completing 3 surveys through 3 separate active parent permission processes, teachers only need to administer 1 survey, and students can take only 1 survey. Many of the states that we work with at Bach Harrison struggle in this realm. They haven't yet figured out how to combine these efforts as Utah has done, and they feel the effects of that inefficiency. Third, SHARP provides state agencies and committees with the data that allows them to apply for funding, to justify funding need, to report progress, and to, most importantly, evaluate their efforts. Further, the applications that can actually demonstrate strong data-driven infrastructure are scored higher, and Utah has a better chance with SHARP of winning those. That said, while SHARP data are used, SHARP itself is not specifically tied to any state or federal legislature or statutes. SHARP merely supports the data needs of the states. Some additional SHARP facts. SHARP is 100% voluntary and optional at all levels. So districts must opt in to the SHARP survey. They are not required to participate. After districts opt in, schools are also able to opt out. As you know, SHARP requires active parent permission, which means that parents must complete an active consent form, opting their child into the survey. This is not a passive consent process. Before students are even allowed to see the survey, they need to have that signed consent. And even when a student has parent permission, they are welcome to opt out of the survey entirely or skip any questions that they do not wish to answer. There are absolutely no penalties for not participating in SHARP. Juab School District is a great example of this. They have rarely participated in SHARP in the past 20 years, but the district and Juab community still receives funding from the 3 state sponsoring agencies. Also, students receive no penalty for opting out. Instead of taking the survey, they're asked to sit at their desks and complete an alternate ungraded activity like reading at their desks. Further, SHARP is completely anonymous. We are excited to be heading into our 11th administration of the SHARP survey. Over the past 20 years, we've seen the SHARP survey grow, with participation peaking in 2019 at 90,000 students participating. We were so pleased when our 2021 participation reached 75,000 students, which we feel is a really strong indication of district and community support for data-driven planning and a desire to understand how students were doing and feeling during the pandemic. A final small factoid, SHARP is administered in odd numbered years, with planning beginning in the even numbered years, and then we provide ongoing data training year-round for communities and organizations who would like to use SHARP data to better help their youth. Let's see. With that overview in mind, I'd like to take a step back and discuss the details of the survey itself, including the instruments. So as I mentioned, SHARP is an umbrella project that rolls multiple surveys into one more efficient administration. Present day SHARP includes the administration of 2 survey instruments in 1 survey administration. We do the prevention needs assessment, which we also call the PNA, and we do the youth risk behavior survey, the YRBS. You might recall that in SHARP's earlier days, we also included the youth tobacco survey, which was removed in 2007 when those tobacco questions were included in our PNA. The survey also allows districts and schools to add questions to the end of their Utah PNA survey, which is just an additional means of allowing them to collect the local level data that they need to drive their school level work. And many have done this to aid in their accreditation processes, to aid in additional student health and wellness initiatives, etc. So how are we able to do this? Bach Harrison is able to combine these 2 survey administrations by consolidating the active parent permission form, asking parents to consider both surveys in 1 form. Our parent consent forms are run through a really rigorous IRB process, which I'll talk about in a bit. And we also include a state mandated URL so that parents can see the survey forms before signing. From there, Buck Harrison works with a district level contact to select the YRBS sample, to identify classes that will administer the P&A, to oversee the active parent permission process, and to make sure that teachers are really prepared and ready to go. Imperative to the process is just making sure the students only take one survey, because that is ultimately the purpose of it. You can see here, this is an example of our parental consent form that we're using in 2023 that combines those two and allows parents to weigh in, or to opt in, I should say. So I want to discuss each of these forms in greater depth because this part, the fact that we're using multiple forms, I know just can be a little bit, just adds a level of complexity to the project. So let's start with the prevention needs assessment, or the P&A. The P&A is the main instrument of the SHARP survey effort, meaning that overwhelmingly a majority of surveys administered through SHARP use this survey form. So when most people actually talk about SHARP data, they're actually referring to data gathered through the Utah Prevention Needs Assessment Survey. The P&A is a comprehensive student health and wellness instrument, which covers youth substance use, antisocial behaviors, school climate and safety, mental health, social determinants of health, health and wellness behaviors, highway safety, the factors that place students at risk for engaging in problem behavior, and the factors that offer protection. So you can probably see, given all these topics, we can see why these survey data show up in so many places and are used in so many ways. Again, a key goal of SHARP is to gather all the data, the health and wellness data that's needed for the state and local level planning through one survey administration. So the comprehensive nature of this prevention needs assessment survey allows us to do that. Although the survey was originally validated at the University of Washington, the ongoing evolution of the survey is driven by Utah's research teams. I'll discuss the process that we use for updating the forms in a couple of slides. The prevention needs assessment focuses on grades 6, 8, 10, and 12 through the use of two forms. We have a specific 6th grade form, and we have an 8th, 10th, and 12th grade form. The survey is offered at absolutely no cost to schools, and as I mentioned before, districts can choose to add additional questions if they want. And then we have two administration options for the survey, which I want to give you just a little bit of an overview of those. Our online survey option, which about 75% of students took in the 2021 administration, is built using a platform called Alchemer, which comes with an incredibly high level of security, encryption features, and also allows for complete anonymous participation. We would be happy to share a white paper going through these security features with you. The online survey does not require a student login. It doesn't involve any device tracking or IP address tracking. Each school is given a unique URL, which students simply click on, or they type it into a browser, and then they take it in kind of an online form fashion. So once a student closes their browser, they are unable to return to their survey, and likewise, nobody else can return to that survey either. So if that student or anyone else were to go to that URL again, they would be directed to a completely new survey form. Once the student takes the survey, there's absolutely no way to link the data back to them. And I'll discuss our rigorous data reporting protocols in a few slides to kind of reinforce why this is. Our paper survey, which has taken about 25% of students in 2021, also involves some really high-level anonymous administration with a lot of built-in privacy protocols that are designed to ensure that teachers and administrators never see a completed form. So survey packets, which are sealed by students themselves, are not opened until they arrive at Buck Harrison for scanning. The YRBS, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, is a lesser-known component of SHARP. It only involves 2,000 high school students across the state, which is oftentimes why it is it's just a little bit unseen within this process. So the YRBS form stems from the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, but is Utah State built and led. What I mean by that is that the Utah Department of Health builds Utah's YRBS from a CDC-provided list of validated questions. So due to this protocol, no two YRBS forms for any states that participate in this are the same. Well, the survey strategy of the prevention needs assessment is to attempt to survey as many 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th grade students as possible. The YRBS sampling structure is more strict, and it involves just a very small sampling of 9th through 12th grade schools, and within that sample of schools, a small sampling of 9th through 12th grade classes. The sample size across the state is only about 2,000 9th through 12th grade classes. Given this small sample size and the really rigorous sample design, the main goal of the YRBS is to gather a high school level snapshot for the state of Utah, and YRBS data do not allow for local level reporting, just given to this very small number of students participating. In contrast to the Prevention Needs Assessment Survey, in which we don't set any strict completion goals, we're honestly very happy with whatever we get. The YRBS, in contrast, requires a 60% completion rate, which amounts to about 1,200 completed surveys, in order for the CDC to be able to make statewide conclusions based on the data and to compare our data with other states. So that said, while the pressure is high on myself and on Bach Harrison to reach the 60% goal, there's no penalty for district schools or communities to opt out of the YRBS. The Utah Department of Health receives grant funding from the CDC that's directly tied to our ability to implement the YRBS survey and to meet the CDC requirements of a 60% completion rate. Let's shift to data privacy and security. Anonymous student participation, data privacy, and data security are top of mind for every party involved in SHARP. We go above and beyond the minimum requirements that are required by state legislature to ensure that students can participate anonymously, to make sure that the data gathered are held in strict confidence, and that the data security protocols that we use are top of line. So I've already discussed the ways in which we ensure anonymous and confidential participation in the survey itself. We use tested and validated protocols that are run through a really rigorous IRB approval process to make sure that when we're administering a survey, or that we are administering a survey in which students can participate anonymously and with a high level of trust, so that we ensure their privacy and then they take the survey seriously. After the survey is completed by students, data are first stored for online surveys in Alchemer's secure encrypted system, while the survey administration window is open. So since Bach Harrison is contracted for state survey administration, survey collection and scanning, data work and reporting, all scanned surveys and data sets are kept safe in Bach Harrison's secure server system. When we combine the two data sets, both of which have no student identifiers or school identifiers, all remaining data work is done in our secure server system as well. Privacy is a top concern when it comes to releasing the data. It's one thing to keep privacy intact while you're gathering the data, but we know that when we finalize and we have a big data set, we just want to make sure that we're releasing the data in a way that ensures that privacy. So Utah State Legislature mandates that no data can be released for groups of students less than 10 students. We take that minimum much further, not releasing any data for groups lower than 25 students. So if we get lower than 25, the data are suppressed in school or district reports and no data are released. All the data are released in report format, which means they're all just reported in aggregate, and they're only reported at the grade level. We don't report by any other demographics or identifying information. And most have no interaction with the raw data sets. When data sets are requested, for example, by the Department of Health for additional study, all school and district identifiers are removed. So related to this, we see districts as the owners of their data. Any requests to access district or school data need to be approved by the superintendent in question. A few slides prior, I referred to our surveys as ever evolving. I'd like to take a few minutes to just describe what I mean by that. The SHARP survey, the forms we use, the protocols we use, the communications we create are managed by the SHARP Planning Committee, which is a collaborative effort of representatives from all sponsoring agencies, including the Utah State Board of Education. We began the process of building the forms for our next administration in January of the previous year. So we're gearing up for our spring 2023 administration. We began building those forms or discussing the forms in January of 2022. This allows 13 months to prepare the forms before they're administered in schools. So this process of revising the forms for each administration involves a really collaborative discussion of just what our current data needs are. And then it also involves critical study of the previous survey to ensure that every single question on the survey serves a significant purpose. It also includes careful validation of the measures that need to be added or revised. This process has served us really well over the past 20 years, allowing Utah to adjust its forms based on current needs. So for example, in 2003, no one was concerned about student methamphetamine use or prescription drug abuse, and then vaping devices hadn't even been invented, or at least they hadn't been marketed yet. Over time, our survey review process has kept our content current and has allowed Utah to lead in the prevention realm. For example, Utah was the first state that I know of that included vaping and e-cigarette questions on their survey. We were actually had the bittersweet ability to see e-cigarettes be at, I think, less than 1% in our first administration. So in doing this, Utah was able to assess earlier than other states, the tremendous need for e-cigarette and vaping prevention efforts. Part of our ongoing review process is to work with the DHS, Institutional Review Board, or IRB, which carefully reviews all of our protocols and our forms for each administration. This is the group that ensures that students are protected at all levels. And then finally, the SHARP Planning Committee has always included representatives from the State Board of Education. And over the years, we've worked hard to accommodate USBE feedback when possible. So for example, we've included additional school climate and safety items in 2019, and those are continuing to 2023. We've revised question wording to better align with growth mindset principles whenever possible. We've removed items that might presume future use or ask students to report their perceived reasons for being bullied. We're open to USBE feedback. That's why we're really happy that we were invited here. We really value this partnership and really appreciate having USBE as a part of this planning process. I know top of mind today and today's presentations are the forms that we are proposing for 2023. So from 2021 to 2023, if you were a part of the board in 2021 when we reviewed those forms, you're not going to find a whole lot of differences from 2021 to 2023. I'm going to walk you through some of the changes that are being made this year. The first is related to COVID-19. In 2021, like many states, we included a COVID-19 impacts question that asked students to report, due to COVID-19 or during the pandemic, have you experienced any of the following impacts? It could be anything from food scarcity to someone losing their job, getting sick with COVID, struggling with mental health, family conflict, not being able to keep up with schoolwork due to not a lack of access to the internet or devices, etc. It was a really powerful question that showed a lot of strong relationships between what we know to be social determinants of health and then also just kind of these impacts on students. So we will be keeping this question. It was incredibly valuable, especially from the frame of social determinants of health. And the question will remain, but the frame of it will shift. It will just be, in the past year, have you experienced any of these? We have two questions. We ask students two questions that rotate every other administration. So we ask students, if you have used alcohol in the past year, where have you used it? We call this our alcohol places question. And then we have a question, if you have used alcohol in the past year, how did you get it? We call this our alcohol sources. In 2021, we used the alcohol sources question. We're rotating that. So in 2023, we will be using the alcohol places question. Tobacco is it is a market that honestly is always changing. So you can always expect when we're presenting to you that every administration has some fine tuning or adjustment of our tobacco questions so we can keep up with this ever changing market and just what students are being inundated with. So we will be adding 3 questions or these questions related to tobacco products. We will be asking specifically about lifetime and 30-day use for vaping with nicotine and also vaping with a marijuana product. We'll be asking questions, lifetime and 30-day use questions about nicotine lozenge use And then also we'll be asking a question about how you use marijuana. The days of students simply smoking marijuana are gone. So it would be helpful to know really where and how they are using marijuana in terms of, are they smoking it, vaping it, dabbing it, etc. Finally, we will use the SHARP, as I mentioned before, we revised the survey from a really strict understanding of we want to keep the survey as short as possible. So we have a one question in, one question out rule, which really keeps us in check. If you are really desperate for a survey to be added to the survey, you need to be willing to sacrifice another question. And it forces us to think about which questions might not be relevant anymore or might not be used at a high enough level. So we will be removing our how used vaping question because we will be specifically asking about nicotine and vaping marijuana. And then we will be removing one additional question about peer perceptions of cigarette use. Finally, before opening or talking about benefits and opening to questions, I want to discuss the strategies that we have used and are planning to use to keep the survey to a minimum length in terms of test taking time or survey taking time. The first and foremost is the SHARP Planning Committee, again, made up of all agencies, really focuses on the length in each survey revision cycle. The top of mind is always, can we make the survey shorter? Are there any questions that nobody is using? And we just make sure that every single question has a specific and powerful purpose. We also, since the beginning of SHARP, have offered flexible, no pressure teacher instructions. And what I mean by that is teachers and students are specifically instructed that, honestly, if you don't get through the survey within the time allotted, that's fine. End the survey at the end of the survey period, and we will take what we get. So there's no pressure to force slower reading or to have teachers force slower reading students to complete the survey. We take what we can get, and when the survey administration period is over, students just close their booklets or close down the internet browser and then go about their other work. In 2009, we created an A/B form methodology, which you may or may not want me to get into, but ultimately for the paper forms, especially the first 5 pages of each survey are identical, and then the last 3 pages of Form A and the last 3 pages of Form B are different. This allows us to gather more data, again, to fit all of these purposes and needs while keeping the length of the survey short. In 2019, we created the online survey, which dramatically reduces the amount of time it takes students to complete it. The paper survey takes about 40 to 45 minutes. The online survey takes about 30 to 35 minutes. So it trims out about 10 minutes of survey taking time. And then finally, we have heard from a number of parties over the years that we really do need a 6th grade form. So we've formed a SHARP planning subcommittee to design a shortened 6th grade form. The State Board of Education and Tanya have been really gracious in helping us to kind of kick that initiative off. It doesn't look realistic for us to create a thoughtful and well-designed 6th grade form by 2023, and our goal is for 2025. Finally, I will wrap up with some benefits, and a lot of this I'm echoing just the wonderful benefits that Tracy discussed. This is the why we do this, because since 2003, we have seen these tremendous benefits and what this SHARP survey has allowed communities to do. First of all, the SHARP survey demonstrates strengths and the needs of communities. This is crucial information for policymakers and for any seeking resources to fund prevention and other services. We're not just going off of guesses, we're going off of the data that allow us to see exactly what students need and also where communities are already strong. The survey is used for the evaluation of programs and strategies. So we want to make sure that the choices that are being made are actually making a difference in children's lives. And if they're not, to think about how those programs need to be revised so that they can create positive benefits. The schools use the data to inform their strategies regarding school climate and addressing risk and protective factors that pertain to academic success. We're working with the State Board of Education, and Tanya is helping us with this right now to develop scales that specifically fit the State Board of Education's protective factor priorities, which I know that you're working on and Tanya has shared with us. We're really excited to see how SHARP might allow you and your schools and districts to collect the data that you need for those initiatives. The survey helps prioritize services to schools and communities based on greatest need. The survey guides policy development. So many laws have been developed due to the results of the SHARP survey, including laws pertaining to substance use and other health issues such as cancer. So a great example of this is youth use of tanning beds. So 2 iterations of the SHARP survey included questions about tanning bed use. And based off these data, state legislation was introduced and passed requiring parental consent for youth tanning bed use. The survey drives evidence-based prevention and helps programs to find their focus and keep that focus where the greatest needs are. So examples of this are parents empowered, teachers as parents, both of which use SHARP data to guide their work. Another great example is that Safe UT app. SHARP data influences creation. As a result of the SHARP survey and its supportive data-driven prevention system, the state has seen a significant decrease in substance use and other problem behaviors. There is no other source in the state of Utah for this wealth of information. Without this data, we would know far less about the health and safety of our children in the state. And the information that comes from SHARP helps families, parents, districts, and the state with prevention efforts across the board, from physical health to mental health. Thank you for your time. We welcome questions. I will go ahead and stop my share so I can better see all of you. I am happy to answer any questions you have, as well as Tracy, Craig, and the team as well.
Thank you. I see Board Member Jaimes.
Yeah, thank you. You talked about minimizing the survey, especially for 6th grade. On the backup here, we see the SHARP A, SHARP B surveys for 6, and then A and B. Are those the reduced ones already?
Yes, those are, well, honestly, right now, the 6th grade form doesn't differ a whole lot from the 8th, 10th, and 12th grade form. The main differences between the 6th grade form and the 8th, 10th, and 12th is the 6th grade does not include 2 demographics questions regarding sexual orientation and gender identity. I think also we do not include a driving after drinking question because it's not really relevant for 6th graders. But those are the main differences right now, and we're aiming for 2025 for that shorter 6th grade form.
So, sorry, currently when I opened it, maybe I opened up something different. There was like 120 questions?
Yeah, there's, I think in the 6th grade form, yes, 120 questions. It seems like a lot, but if you were to, yes, it is. Yeah, if you were to take the survey, you would get through it in about 20. And students do complete the survey online in about 30 to 35 minutes.
So here's some just thought, and I know you've had this feedback before. As somebody who's giving this test to students, especially in 6th grade, these questions are mentally exhausting, right? I mean, you're gonna ask questions that are gonna open up some things. Some of these kids are gonna have trouble reading these questions to determine whether they skip it or not. Some are gonna burn out after question 20. Question 10, and then just start checking boxes. I wonder if there's a way to get this, and I know every question is important, but not to the 6th grader, right? So we have to find a way to get this down, and I dare say 20 to 50 questions. I think 50 is way too long. I take surveys, I get emails for surveys, you get emails for surveys. If they take more than 2 minutes, I don't have time for that. Now, I started reading through these questions. I'm 42 years old. I could barely handle it, right? You see where I'm going with this, guys. I think we have to do better at narrowing this down. 120 is not minimal for 6th grade. It's not minimal for 10th grade or 12th grade. I have a senior sitting in the room next door. There's no way he would want to take this. He's been told to. So I don't know what the next steps are. I agree that this is a very helpful survey and that the data that comes from this can help a lot of people, and honestly, like you said, can even save lives, can change cultures. But I think we are quite a ways away from where we need to be still. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Belknap.
Yep, I have several questions. why did these 3 areas decide to use our children as a testing ground for this information? Why is that there? That's number 1. And well, actually, the other 2 are comments. It's not true that parents really know that they can opt out of this, because we have parents who have taken this because it was handed to their kids, or they were sat in front of a computer and they took it, and later on they found out they took it. And number 3, the comment again, the other one, I had 3 different counselors when this was given a year ago that said we would never let our own children look at this survey. I think it's a very leading. I think the questions are just leading them to certain directions that we want to get information, not that we're getting information. So I'll go back to my other one. Why is it that we're using our kids to ask these in-depth questions that I think are very inappropriate?
Mary, do you want to take that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. These are great questions. I thank you for posing them. In general, these questions and these types of forms are used nationwide and have been for decades. So it might seem shocking to you. That's why Utah is honestly the only state that we work with that has active parent permission. And we completely, we lean into that. We appreciate it. We feel like it is part of what makes SHARP so special. Also the fact that an overwhelming number of parents sign this consent form. So that may or may not answer your question, it may or may not ease your mind, but these forms, these questions have been validated and tested. They're used nationwide, and a majority of students get through the questions as they are, and we receive positive feedback for them. For your second issue, what you're describing about a student taking a form and then later the parent finds the consent is a violation of our protocols. And that should be reported 100% to our IRB, which is listed along with my contact information, is listed on every consent form. So if you do hear of these instances, that is very serious, and we need to know about them immediately so that we can try to do something and to just kind of double down within that district and make sure that other schools are following the policies that we set. These are policies that we hammer in every single material that goes to teachers, that goes to our survey coordinator, and then we would hope that they would pass that along according to our protocol. About the questions, again, these questions are validated and tested at a national level by a number of research organizations, and we do have active parent permission, which honestly gives every parent the right to either have their child take the survey or not. And so I think that's honestly my best response for that.
Thank you. Board Member Earl.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions around this. This particular survey is what we got started in a lot of public education law policy in the first place. And so Mary and I go back more than a decade. But I do have a couple of questions that, can you speak to the limitations of surveys and what they really tell us? That's just one. And then the other one has to do, you mentioned that districts could provide information in other ways and still get the funding they needed for prevention. Is that accurate or not? Because I think they're being told you have to do this or you can't get funding. Can you speak to that as well?
Mary, you want me to take that one?
Yeah, go for it. That's great for you.
Yeah, I was waiting for this opportunity to clarify that point that was brought up earlier, by the way. You know, there's a lot of different funding streams and people who provide funding for things like prevention and healthcare. Each of them have their own criteria of what that fund, or you know, how they're going to decide where that funding goes. And so we at the state, we do not hold back that money. I think what you may be thinking about is when a county level entity or the Substance Abuse Authority has required people to provide data in order to receive some of their funding. But from our office, we disseminate the money out to the county level. They make those decisions. There's also plenty of, or several coalitions or local efforts that get other grant funding, that the data from the SHARP helps them get those grants. So I guess we really carefully put is that while there's no money held back, there are many cases that require data in order to get the money.
Okay, well, for 5 years, one of the districts I was in did not do that. We put a community coalition together that gathered information from adults and from other resources. And in the end, they ended up going back to the SHARP survey because they were told they couldn't get that funding without that. And yet I think we had, well, I know we had high success rates without, anyways, I won't go into that, but I just think that needs to be clear to districts if they're able to use other mechanisms instead of using this mechanism for their students. If there's other ways of validating or providing information, I think that's key. I do have concerns over the questions and the impact that it has. The other thing I do have a concern with is districts rewarding students for taking this test. It's an unethical practice in administering any research or surveys to provide any mechanism that's going to coerce, especially children, into completing something if they feel uncomfortable. I don't know if there's any way to articulate that better in any kind of administration of surveys, that at any time someone who's engaged in that, especially a research type of a thing, and that's what this is gathering data for research and implementation, that they can ethically stop, especially children. That's an area where they should have the autonomy if they feel uncomfortable to not continue, especially questions that ask about their families and that kind of a thing. So anyways, Mary, you can finish the question I had.
Yes, thank you. And I would love to speak to that. That is another thing. This is not in our policies. I'd be happy to share with you all of our administration materials, any type of communication we have with survey coordinators, but our protocol specifically says that there is no reward for participating, neither is there any penalty for not participating. So we're very clear about this. There's honestly no incentive for students to return their consent form. That is the way that it is intended, and it's the way that it should be. And honestly, if you hear of these instances, I would love to specifically know the school and the district. We're gearing up for another round of training for the 2023 survey, and I want to make sure that these districts explicitly understand that these are the protocols that we're following. This is not what you indicated. It is not at all how SHARP was intended. To speak to your first question about limitations of surveys, yes, honestly, I will say it. There is no one data collection ever that's going to get you every single bit of data, which is why if you look at the AATC report or the Parents Empowered report or any of the reports that use SHARP data is one source of many. So Utah, the SHARP survey provides one source that is offered at no cost and hopefully low convenience to schools. And yes, we would encourage that they look at other data sources, including our archival site, including the data dashboard, including, honestly, there are a myriad of others. So I would agree with you there.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go 10 more minutes on our questions and feedback for our guests. So we're going to move to Natalie Klein, and then I'll circle back to you, Board Member Earl, after some of the other folks with hands up get a chance.
Okay, thank you. Just a few questions. This is called the Prevention Needs Assessment. How do we know it's actually preventing anything? And I'll piggyback on that before you answer. Maybe I'll let you answer first. How do we know? Is there a way to know?
Craig, do you want to speak to that one?
Sure. Yeah, so it's called Prevention Needs Assessment because it gives data that the prevention system uses to match up what needs to happen at local community levels. As Mary had mentioned earlier, that was the original intent of the survey, was very specific to substance use disorder prevention, which has now grown much bigger than that. So there's a lot of entities that use that data. Now, as far as effectiveness goes, so gathering information in and of itself isn't going to get us where we need to go. it's akin to going to a doctor's office where they get a bunch of statistics on you before making a prescription of a health regimen or prescriptions or whatever it might be. You just gather that data so that you can match it up to what's been shown to be effective at doing whatever it is that's going to be done.
Okay, so I guess, yes, follow up, please. Are they looking at the results from year to year and measuring whether the rates are going up or they're going down?
Yes.
I think that would be a really, and if so, what are the results?
Yeah, so I can give you one example off the top of my head. When we saw alarming rates of underage drinking in the state of Utah, the legislature pulled together some resources to address underage drinking. We've watched a decrease in underage drinking since they've done that. So like since 2005, a steep drop in underage drinking across the state of Utah. So that's just one program that comes to the top of my head on using the data and using it to drive it, using to drive the messaging that comes with that program, and then evaluating the results of it.
Okay, so
last follow up.
Yeah, you said earlier that you've seen like the rates of vaping and everything, other areas go way up over the years since it was added. And so my concern is that we're actually educating kids in how to use drugs, what drugs are available, where to find them, and planting the idea of how to use them. I'll just quickly, when I read through the questions, I could not read through them all. I kind of jumped around and it was so heavy. And I'll just read you what kind of the thoughts that I wrote down afterwards from if I, putting myself in the shoes of a teenager. Right? Reading through these dark survey questions makes me anxious, depressed, suicidal, and causes me to think about things I never would have thought about. It teaches me how to use drugs and to think about using drugs often. It makes me think that suicide is a legitimate option for dealing with discomfort and the challenges in my life. It causes me to see my parents as the source of my problems. The SHARP survey didn't say anything about many kids' stimulant of choice, pornography, readily available and accessed anonymously in the school library and classroom. I just have so many issues with this. My vote would be that we get rid of it. I don't know that it's helping as much as it's hurting.
Thank you, Board Member Belknap. Actually, do you mind if I go to some who haven't spoken yet? Board Member Hanson.
Oh, thank you. I think it is sad and a sad commentary on the state of our society that these kind of questions are necessary. But in my time on the board, I've seen how necessary they are. We can't get this kind of data in any other way. And before I would say throw out the SHARP survey, I'd say, what do we use in as a replacement? How do we get the information we need to know who's being bullied, to know kids with what kind of characteristics are thinking about suicide or self-harm? That kind of data just doesn't exist for us if we don't have this sort of a survey. And it's a survey that's statewide, so we can see trends in urban areas, trends in rural areas, and then we can take action to try to help those kids, to prevent those behaviors, to make our schools a better environment for these kids. I agree, these are really sensitive questions. I don't like some of them, but if not this, how else do we get the information we need? Because it's our job to help these kids to not partake in these types of behaviors, to not harm themselves, and to successfully graduate from our schools and go on. To create that safe environment, we need this information. So I would just ask, if we were trying to shoot this down, let's think about the question of what do we use in its place, or how do we act without this kind of information?
Thank you, Board. Did you have a comment to make, anyone from our SHARP guests, or shall we move to the next bit of feedback? Let's move to Board Member Moss.
Thank you. kind of a narrow question. I understand that they have parent review. That it sounds like there might be some challenges there, and that they're anonymous. I'm worried as I read through this about a few of these that are addressing the parent relationship and maybe a bit suggestive. Not suggestive. I know one survey problem is sometimes suggestiveness about the appropriate answer. My concern is more suggestive about the meaning of an answer with respect to your family relationship. And so as I was scrolling through, this is on page 6, for example, there's kind of 3 of them together that jumped out at me on this concern. One is the 88. My parents ask me what I think before most family decisions affecting me are made. My parents give me lots of chances to do fun things with them. How often do your parents tell you they're proud of you for something you've done? I think I can guess how that might be useful in understanding perhaps a concern with their parents. But I read that and worried, a kid could easily, a 6th grader, I've got a 5th grader, so this is kind of hits close to home, but you think parents probably should ask kids, but maybe they don't. Are they looking at that and perhaps thinking, gee, they don't. They just drag me off to grandma's or take me on a trip to California, and I wanted to go to, I worry that some of these, I don't mind if a kid gets the sense from this that cocaine is wrong. They read it and think, oh, okay, there's some negative connotation, but I worry that it might actually affect the parental relationship and a child's perception of whether his parents are good parents. And I think those 3, I don't know how many others there are, but has that been considered?
I can speak to that. That is part of what we call our family opportunities for pro-social involvement. And we also have a scale of family rewards for pro-social involvement. So all of those risk and protective factor scales are part of that validated instrument that originated in the University of Washington. And what each of these scales is doing is essentially taking where research, peer-reviewed research has shown consistently that type of risk or protection or that type of risk factor either puts can indicate a student who might be at risk for engaging in problem behavior or a protective factor that might buffer against problem behavior. So those questions are kind of getting at trying to measure students who do have opportunities within their family for pro-social involvement. The scales were designed at the University of Washington, and I know right now they're taking a look at their survey and perhaps are looking at that too, but that's the intention of them. We're not looking at those specific questions and kind of, I don't know anybody who has many of those questions on like a prevention plan or they're tracking the trend for any of those, but perhaps they are tracking trends when it comes to family opportunities for pro-social involvement. So I don't know if that answers your question. I wanted to quickly jump back to sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. If I could, you've answered the upside. I haven't heard you say anything about whether the downside has been analyzed. Do you review these or other questions for that precise potential issue, that it might actually affect their perception of the person that they're being asked about?
I haven't. I can check with University of Washington to see if that was something they specifically studied when they were building the forum. That said, honestly, the answer to this relates to what I was going to speak to for Board Member Klein in terms of if asking students these questions triggers something negative to happen. And in general, the data don't support that theory at all. In general, over the past 20 years, we've been asking these surveys to students every other year. So we follow cohorts of students through middle school and high school. And if this was the case, we would see, honestly, we would see an increase in alcohol use. We would see an increase in tobacco use. And also we would see probably a decrease in family opportunities for pro-social involvement. And that's not what we see in the data. Even following students from 6th grade to 12th grade, the data consistently from 2003 when we started the survey and started this data-driven prevention model have shown really positive improvements, which in general, that's what I have to say, but I will look into the initial validation of those questions.
Thank you. Board Member Earl? And we've got about 3 more minutes, so be as quick as possible.
Just quick statement. We don't still know who's being bullied. We have a general grouping, maybe hallways, and I appreciate Scott Hansen's comments because I thought they were very thoughtful, but we still do not know who is being bullied. We just have a general idea. And so that leads to my next concern is that sometimes this is misleading in that we think we can help the one person that needs the help with suicide. In reality, we still don't know who needs the help with suicide. We're just going to treat everyone as if everyone needed the help with suicide. And it may be, for those that are answering a positive to this, that they're having, suicidal thoughts. We don't know who those people are because they're anonymous. And so while, once again, we can be doing an overall view, this SHARP survey itself does not necessarily address the individual needs that are needed for each individual. Those are my thoughts. Let Laura talk.
Thank you, Laura. Vice Chair Belknap.
Thank you. I have numerous things, but the motion is supposed to be that the board submits feedback for consideration, and there's been a lot of feedback given here, and all of them have been, if I can just be very blunt, dismissed. That we need that to get this, we need that to get this, and I feel like we're handcuffed. Either we say we're going to move forward with the SHARP survey, or we just say we are going to vote to not do the SHARP survey, because there are so many pieces of this that need to absolutely be taken out that don't lead to anything that I can see. So, Chair, I'm not really sure, but how we are going to proceed with a motion on this, because I don't feel like our thoughts and considerations are going to make a difference.
Okay. We have been giving feedback. Maybe we can hear from our guests. Is this feedback going to go? You said they're revamping the survey right now. Is this feedback going to be considered? And will there be follow-up?
Mary, I could take that. I think definitely yes. And we rely a lot on the survey experts for the questions and what can be valid and all that kind of stuff. But some of the comments, particularly coming from counselors, I think is very valuable for us to listen to and to get in front of that SHARP committee and see what happens. I think Mary also pointed out earlier that meetings like this have made changes to the survey for the better. And we welcome this opportunity. So I apologize for maybe a defensive posture. Maybe it wasn't intended that way. I just wanted to answer some questions, but I think that through the Board of Education and through the Board of Education staff that are represented on that SHARP committee, that we could take this feedback plus any additional feedback that you may have in the future and really take a dive into it and make some positive changes where we can.
I didn't assume that you were being that way. I just assumed that what we're saying just seems to be hitting a brick wall, because we don't get to create this SHARP survey for what we need here in the state of Utah. It is created for across the board. And if we need these questions answered for our children, we should be creating this survey and not having it be created somewhere else.
Thank you. Board Member Klein.
Yes, I have one suggestion, that if students take the survey, that parents be required to read all the questions before they give consent. That might be one solution, but I would only consider that after I make a motion that we as a board cancel the use of the SHARP survey here in Utah. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. I'm not hearing a second.
Oh no, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Discussion to the motion. Would you want to speak to your motion, Board Member Klein?
I think that I already have. I will say, they mentioned that they don't have any data showing that it has negative effects. Well, anybody that reads the questions like I did knows it has a negative effect from personal experience. So,
okay, thank you. Board Member Lear.
I want to go back to Member Hanson's question of, and Laura, you're the only one that I've heard give something of an answer. I'm a lawyer by training, a teacher by training. I trust, maybe more than some of you, psychometricians who are trained to get results and put them together and then compare it to communities. But I'd like an answer of how do we get information about how to help kids? This may be not perfect, but I've raised my own children. I'm helping with grandchildren. I need to know a way to help kids. If reading nasty questions about suicide saves one child's life, that seems worth it to me. So I'm just looking for a suggestion for, if you want to throw it out, do you think we just don't ask kids questions at all? Do we really take it upon ourselves to write the questions locally for Utah values? What do we do in the alternative that helps kids whose parents maybe are not as engaged as some parents are able to be? Or I'm looking for an alternative that's viable.
Okay, while board members think about that, can we go to Tanya Albernos?
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. I just want to point out that LEAs opt into the survey, as Mary has talked about the processes. LEAs are opting into the survey. USBE does not, we can't necessarily cancel the use of the survey. You can withdraw support for the survey, but I think DHHS would want to maybe respond. My guess is that the survey would go forward and LEAs would still be given the opportunity to participate and to opt in to the survey. But I think just that you just need to be aware that we can't exactly cancel the survey, if that makes sense.
Because it's not initiated by us.
Correct.
You mean? Okay. Board member, let's hear from someone who hasn't spoken. Board member Hart.
I think I have a question along the same lines. I have concerns about the SHARP. As a middle school principal, I've administered the SHARP, and to 6th and 8th graders, as in other states, I've administered a similar instrument with some overlap. My concern is really the same. Yes, absolutely. Change some of the items, look at the overall instrument, look at the length. Those are all extremely valid. And perhaps we don't need to support it, perhaps. My concern is we don't have another tool lined up in the wings. And if we take this away, which I realize there's questions about whether we could or not, but if we don't have this data, we're going to possibly be looking at a situation where people are making their own surveys, and that is more terrifying. That is more, I don't know that I feel comfortable. I don't give it my blessing because there's lots that needs to be changed and looked at and updated and such. But I also I'm worried about just cutting it off without having another tool or some sort of guidance or something to prevent districts, LEAs, schools from creating their own instrument, because that quite frankly is terrifying. So I just would I'd like to slow the brakes on this one a little bit and or apply the brakes and see what we're going to do to replace this type of data gathering.
So you're speaking against the motion right now?
I think so. I think so. I don't know.
Okay, Jeff Van Holten.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Jeff Van Holten, Policy Advisor for the board. I just wanted to remind everyone, I'll put the link in the chat. Oh, I am not able to put a link in the chat, so I won't. I'll send an email to you all very briefly. Just wanted to remind you that in 2020, you did pass a resolution in support of the SHARP survey, including asking that online administration for this upcoming 2023 school year be supported and looked at. So that is a resolution that is still in effect and posted on our website. It should be, I believe your resolutions are in effect for 4 years. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you. Chair Huntsman. And if everyone remember, we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, well, we've got a motion on the floor, but if the motion doesn't pass and we choose to do nothing, then the board does not support. By doing nothing, pass is saying that we're not in support of it. It comes up every 2 years. So there's another way to message that.
So if we do nothing, it means we do not support the SHARP survey.
Yeah, it comes up every 2 years. Do we continue to support? And if we don't say yes, then that message is back to the SHARP survey folks that maybe they want to get engaged more with the questions and some feedback from the State Board of Education.
Can I add a quick question in? What happens if we don't support the SHARP survey? Does it still go out? Just without our cover letter? That essentially?
Well, are you asking staff?
I'm asking someone from the SHARP survey or staff, whoever can answer.
Chair Davis, that's what I was alluding to, is that, if I may, that's what I was alluding to. Like, the survey would still be provided to LEAs with the option for them to opt in without just a cover letter or USBE saying that we support the administration of the survey. And I'd ask DHHS and Bach Harrison to speak to whether or not the survey would still go out, because I can't speak to that.
Okay.
Can I follow up?
Yes, please.
So coming into this, my expectation is the board going to support something like with a resolution or something that was from 2 years ago, or it would not have support because there isn't a motion of support. I figured it was one of two things, and that was the expectations that I had coming into this as a board member. So
thank you.
So thank you.
Do we have Bach Harrison or whoever was?
Yeah, I think the way I look at it is similar to some of the districts that have added questions that haven't been endorsed or supported by the state board. I think that the school districts are going to do what they think is going to be best for their school districts. On the administration side, as mentioned before, it's been very helpful. We've greatly appreciated the partnership. There was a time back in the Safe and Drug-Free School days where the State Office of Education or State Board was an active, providing funding for the survey and getting that data. We know that now that it's more of an in-kind support and helping us get the messaging out of the importance of the survey. But to circle back to my original point is that I do believe that the school districts would continue to make the decisions at that local level, whether they're going to opt in or not.
Thank you. I have had a request. We've had a couple of board members ask, if not this, then what? So I don't know if board members who are proposing that we don't do this would like to speak to that. Board member Straight.
So how is this authorized? Is it by the legislature? Who authorizes this survey?
Tanya, do you have an answer, or?
I'll defer to Mary or Tracy on that. I just would like to point out again that even without our support, this survey could go forward. That's what I'm trying to say. But go ahead, Mary.
The survey is funded by the current Department of Health Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health with funds from the Department of Health. So they're the main funders. Craig is correct. There are no funds that come from the State Board of Education.
So where does the authority come from? Who gave the health department the authority to administer this survey?
Craig, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling. That's a really good question. There's authorization and code that says what the departments will do as far as, you know, I'll speak to my world, SUD prevention, and what that will entail. I know that there's other pieces of code that ask for the data to come back and report to the legislature on certain things that they are funding. But as far as an actual code for the SHARP survey, there is none.
So data goes back to the legislature and they've requested certain data. Is there anything in your survey that the legislature is not asking for and doesn't go back to the legislature?
Yeah, there is, unless you're looking at the broad scope of the, you know, healthiness of the communities and students across the state of Utah, where there are several agencies and departments that have that in code, and they want to make sure that they're following what they need to do in order to make that happen.
Okay, so
Okay, quick follow-up.
Would this be curriculum? I mean, I'm trying to place it because curriculum is in the hands of the local LEAs. We're over standards. I'm just trying to figure out where all this lands, because if someone has a concern, what I'm hearing is that we are just giving our opinion. We're like giving a recommendation. We're giving our input. Well, if something needs to change, who do we go to? Because I know counties do a lot with the Department of Health for counties.
Tracy?
Thank you, and thank you, Board Member Straight. That is a great question. It is absolutely the case that our department has broad authority to do activities that are granted to us by the legislature, and not every piece of authority that we have is specifically enumerated. As Craig mentioned, we have broad authority to be involved in prevention of substance use disorders and mental health challenges and prevent a variety of public health issues. So specific authority that says grants to our department, you shall conduct a student survey, is not in our code, but we do have general statutory authority in the interest of public health and within human services to address the needs of the state and utilize our resources to gather information and research. And that's the authority that we leverage when we do not only the SHARP survey, but other types of survey and research that we do within the department.
Thank you.
Last thing. So, I mean, I don't want to take away a tool that helps children, but I'm hearing all the other stuff too. I know I had a hard time going through all those questions. I think there's elements of this survey that may put into question some of the validity of the results. And that's my concern, because really in the end, we all have the same goal. We want to help kids, especially those that are at risk. And so I don't want to put up opposition, but I also want to make it effective. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hart.
So how does this relate to a survey I just did as principal, about 11 pages long? I believe it went to the health department. Would you offhand know what I'm talking about?
This is Heather Borski, and I'd be happy to answer that question. That was the School Health Profile Survey, which is a survey of middle and high school principals and lead health teachers about health practices within the school.
Okay.
And it is a complimentary survey that's offered in off years to the Prevention Needs Assessment and SHARP survey.
So thank you. My concern is that all of our efforts, well, not all, but many of our efforts in this space are very scattered. They're not brought together. We don't know what everyone else is doing. There's possibly some overlap. There's numerous grant programs. I recently had somebody show me 22 different programs that they had to manage regarding student health and these types of things. I would like to see the board look at consolidating our efforts around that. I know that's been talked about. So in the meantime, I would like to, is there a motion on the table, Chair?
Yes, there is.
Could you restate it?
I believe the motion is for the board to not support the SHARP survey. Is that right, Board Member Klein?
You cancel the use of the SHARP survey.
I don't think we can we don't have the authority to do that. Do you want to amend it from what I'm hearing? Do you want to say we don't
I could amend it to say the board withdraws support of the SHARP survey.
Or just does not support, because every
does not.
We renew the support. So you could just say will not,
no longer supports the use of the SHARP survey in our public school system.
So board, Chair, can you guide me on how I would add to that motion? Would it be amend? Would that be an amendment? So yes. I'd like to make an amendment to withdraw the support until a thorough accounting can be done of, anybody could help friendly, in this, until a thorough accounting of
maybe overlap, length.
Yeah, of student health initiatives or student health initiatives across USBE can be completed. I don't think we know. Oh, well, you want to, I'd like to speak to it if I can get a
second to the amendment.
I'd love to second, but I have some questions on it. I just did second. I get that from our Robert's Rules training.
Right.
So let's go and I'll ask.
Okay, let's have the motion maker speak and then the seconder speak.
Thanks for seconding that so I could just explain my thoughts a little bit more. I don't think we know what we're doing in this space. So I don't think we know what data we need, what data we already have, what this data is used for. This I can see has some ripple effects because I believe many of those grants require data that is gathered through the SHARP survey. So I am very concerned that if we withdraw the support, we may be putting our LEAs at in kind of a conundrum while we try to figure out how to collect the data so that the services that they have that they're providing using that grant fund, those grant funds can continue. I also believe that if we withdraw the support until a thorough accounting of student health initiatives can be completed, and then it can be reconsidered. I think that's a little bit more careful and less capricious. I'm just worried about some second order effects because I don't think we know what the SHARP survey is used for in its entirety. And I'd like to know more before I'd like to have questions answered. A lot of questions weren't answered, and that's why I think it's important to get more information.
Okay, Board Member Hymas?
Yes, on the similar vein, there have been some very legitimate concerns brought up here. I don't think it's too much to request that the board does not support, at least until some or all of those problems are at least addressed, right? I mean, it's going to be hard for me to say, yeah, I support this, because I just brought up 3 different problems that if I say I support it, then what's the motive to make any changes? And we all know, I think we can, most of us, if not all of us, can agree that some things need to be changed. I still think there should be a cap on the number of questions. I know each year there are things that come out and we can add 20 to 30 questions that would be very beneficial, but we're not going to get as relevant data as possible. We need to be more efficient, and I think we can do that. And I think we can do it by the way we ask questions, what type of questions we ask. And I understand we're working with universities to come up with these questions. They have to understand the same thing, right? If you go to a university and say, hey, people working on this, people don't want to take these kind of surveys. They do because they're the doctors, they're in that field. They might find this kind of fun or interesting. Most people don't. So we need to look at what we're asking, how many times we're asking it, and do as best we can to get this data. So to circle back, yeah, I am support of Member Hart's amendment here. I think that we deserve some answers if we're going to support this, and we haven't received those answers yet. So I'd like to get them before we can support it. Thank you.
And before I move to the 2 hands that are up that have not yet spoken, I'll just echo that really quickly. I would say if there's any way we can look at the validity of the questions, if we can maintain the validity while reducing the number, in particular in the 6th grade. I've read the full survey the last 2 years in a row, and the 6th grade, if we could reduce that, that would be so great. Board Member Hutchings.
Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of this motion, and just it reminds me of a discussion that we had last month about concerns and questions about the effectiveness of prevention programs overall in our schools. And here we are discussing something in the similar vein again this month. And so I support this motion. It's a recurring theme and concern, obviously, and I hope that we can have a fuller discussion over prevention as a board soon.
Thank you, Board Member Booth.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. I'm certainly resonating to the fact that we don't know a lot. And we are constantly being placed in a position of having to know everything about everything. And it's just not a possibility. But thankfully, we have some excellent partners. This is not strictly our program. We are cooperating with other professionals for whom this area is perhaps a more known entity, something that they are dealing with every day. And so I welcome the opportunity to dig deeper with those excellent resources and those partners who share with us a desire to protect and preserve the safety and the well-being of the children for whom we have responsibility. So I really resonate with the need to know more, to ask more questions, to solve the problems. But I would think in withdrawing, just kind of pulling into our own little corner, saying, you guys figure it out, we're not accomplishing what we've got to accomplish. We can't absolve ourselves of responsibility for these kids. So let's get to the bottom of it and ask the questions that all of us are asking and rely on these very highly qualified partners with whom we share responsibility for these kids. And so I would just call the question.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to call the question. Do we have a second? We need a second. Okay. Second. Thank you. I don't think we have debate to call the question, correct? So we just vote. Board members, please vote. Okay, that motion, I think, passes, but
You want me to do a roll call, Cindy?
I think we have 8, but I think we have 8 with Board Member Hanson opposed, and Board Members Lear, Moss, Straight, Klein, and Earl opposed. Sybil, were you able to get that?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor that the board withdraws the board's support of the SHARP survey until a thorough accounting of student health initiatives across USBE can be completed. And I'm guessing that would include.
Yeah, we're voting on the amendment.
Yes.
Or the substitute motion.
Yes, we are voting on the substitute motion as I just read it.
Thank you.
So do we have to go back again for comments, or do we just vote? If the question's been called, we just vote.
Vice Chair, is this really a substitute or is this an amendment?
Actually, I thought it was an amendment to change.
I think it's an amendment as well. We were just building on the original.
Well, kind of, because actually Board Member Klein friendly agreed to change it to withdraw support for her motion, actually, and then Board Member Hart added the
And she
last
actually
part.
amended to use the language of amendment, I believe. So we're voting on the amendment to postpone until there's a thorough accounting of student health initiatives across USBE. So
double check with Sybil, make sure we're on target there.
Sybil, are we on target?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, so those in favor of the amendment, and I'm going to say, I'm assuming that accounting of student health initiatives would include the ways that we as USBE use the SHARP survey data, because I don't have that question answered either. So we could find that out. Please vote. That passes with board members Lear opposed,
Hanson
and
Cannon.
Board Member Hanson has his hand up. Are you opposed, Board Member Hanson? Board members Hanson, Lear, and Straight opposed.
And Cannon.
And Cannon. And Deputy Superintendent Stallings?
Yes.
We have voted and that's passed, but you had your hand up. Did we miss something from you policy-wise that?
Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize I had the hand up, although I did raise it at one point just to mention that we do have that resolution that Jeff mentioned. And so you can see I had drafted a potential motion to rescind the board's resolution. But since this is just pending some additional work, maybe you can wait and decide if you need to withdraw that resolution at a later date. So I think you're fine. I apologize. I didn't put my hand down.
I think that sounds good, and we would put that back on an agenda item with the next meeting, since this is a tentative withdrawal. Okay, so that takes us to our next agenda item, which is going back to Law and Licensing. Thank you to our guests who came.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order, yes.
We amended the motion, but we haven't voted on the motion, I believe.
That's correct.
That's correct. We have to come back.
Okay, we have the motion on the table that the board withdraw support of the 2023 SHARP survey until a thorough accounting of student health initiatives across USBE can be completed. Do we need to have discussion again to this?
Yes.
Okay. Sybil, you agree?
Yes.
Board Member Hanson.
Thank you. The direction that we're headed, I think, is premature and irresponsible. We have a body of data that's gone on for several years. I think 2003. I think we said the board looked at this less than 2 years ago and supported it. If we have questions about it, and I have questions, I think there are things, valid concerns that were brought up today, things that could be added, such as pornography, that could be in there. There are many things we can do, but we have this train that we've been riding for some time, this body of data, and to withdraw our support before we have a substitute is just irresponsible. Let's put a task force or a work group in place. Let's look at it while we support it, and then make whatever changes we need to. Why give a signal to all of our LEAs that we don't want this data? Some of them may be influenced by that and drop off, and then we lose the ability to do anything with this. The results of that are far-reaching. It's not just us that uses this data. It's used widely in the state. Legislature uses it. It's required in many areas. It's just, I hope that this motion is defeated so that we can raise another motion to put a work group together or a task force and continue to support this while that work's being done. Thank you.
Are you making a substitute motion?
If I can do that at this point, I will. I'll make a substitute motion that the board continue to support the 2023 SHARP survey and appoint a work group or task force to conduct a thorough accounting of student health initiatives across USBE.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second, Booth.
Okay, second, Board Member Booth. Discussion to the motion. Would you like to speak again, Board Member Hanson, to your motion?
No, you guys have heard enough of my voice today.
Okay, Board Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm going to speak a second to the resolution because it speaks to the reason why we had the original motion in the first place. And in there, it talks about simplifying. One of those simplifications that it addressed was if a child said something like, I've never smoked before, they don't have to answer the smoking questions, which would simplify things. Has that been done? Or if they don't drink, have never drank alcohol, then it would eliminate those questions. So I guess the concern is if we wait for a task force, this has got to be in production by fall. It's got to be something that we can actually engage in. And then the last question, this speaks to our concern about moving towards better prevention and leading kids in the direction we want them to go, is the last item on here is promote a positive, proactive message to students. And when you read this survey, I'm not sure, I know we're trying to get to some of the concerns we have, but overall, are we providing a positive message or an environment where they feel like the relationships they have with others, as well as their own relationships, that we can get that information without it being in a positive way, and have those things been addressed? I guess that's the question asked. This is an old resolution, so to speak, 2 years old, and have those things been adequately addressed that were requested of this body? And if not, then we need a mechanism to do that. And then the other question is, could these surveys be sent to the homes for the parents to, for children to be completed? And then, the chances of a parent looking at it at that point are increased.
Thank you.
So that's my concern with moving with this new.
Chair.
Tanya, do you have answers to those questions?
Yes, Vice Chair Davis, I'd like to address that. I think that's what Mary was speaking to when she was speaking about skip logic in the survey, as far as if they answer no, I've never drank alcohol before, they don't have to answer the further questions. But I'd like Mary to have an opportunity to address that.
Yes, we will be initiating skip logic in the survey that will do exactly what you described, Board Member Earl. In the past, we hesitated to do that, or our hesitation was there was a time where a large majority of surveys were taken in paper pencil format. With a majority of surveys taken online, we have so much ability to build in that skip logic, so that yes, a student says, no, I've never used alcohol in my lifetime, they wouldn't receive 30-day alcohol use, they wouldn't receive past year alcohol use, they wouldn't be asked if they had driven after drinking. All of those questions could be skipped. So yes, we are building that in. And I do feel that we, based off the feedback we got from after the 2021 discussion of the survey, we did actually enact a lot of that, and we took a lot of it into consideration.
And I want to thank you personally for moving into an online format to speed up at least the process for these lengthy surveys. And thank you for taking our feedback. I do appreciate that. Board Member Lear.
I would quickly say I agree completely with what Scott says. I am concerned about withdrawing support from something that we've supported for 20 years with no consultation with LEAs who may or may not value our opinion. We don't know what their grant funding or their information or their processes are tied to this. We've had no conversation with them. I feel like we're doing something very prematurely. I would also wonder, in order to maybe satisfy both masters, because I have concerns too. Mostly I have concerns because some of those questions have words that sixth graders will never be able to read. And also because to Matt's point of it's too long. So I share your concerns, but I'm also really worried about doing something precipitous just because we have concerns. We, the non-experts, have concerns. So I would like to propose I hope a friendly amendment to what Scott's amendment was, or I don't know if it's a substitute or amended. Across USBE can be completed before a date, and I was thinking of November 1 or something. Maybe that's not soon enough, but I think we need to be more. This is urgent. I get that. But I think it's irresponsible to just withdraw the support for something we've supported for 20 years.
Might we ask when the next surveys are going out?
The survey is set to be administered in the spring of 2023. So February, honestly, through the end of the school year, we opened it up during the pandemic just to allow schools more flexibility. Typically recruitment so asking districts if they want to opt themselves in for this voluntary survey, typically that recruitment would begin at around this time to give schools enough time to prepare, to work through active parent permission processes and things like that. So in the fall, we would be working on those early planning.
No, would November 1 be too late? Is that a reasonable date?
As someone who's coordinated this for a long time, that gives me a little anxiety to think I wouldn't be able to work with districts to help plan for this, because it is an initiative that needs thoughtful planning if we want it to be administered in a convenient way for schools and for teachers. So that gives me personally, as a project manager, some anxiety to think I wouldn't be able to work with school districts until after November.
And I'm sorry that's an urgency. Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry that puts you in a difficult place. But I can't support this without knowing that I can't support continuing it unless I know by a very certain date before the next survey goes out that we can have more information and that we can communicate with LEAs.
Would October 1st be more appropriate, Mary? Would October 1st be more appropriate for what you have to do?
Honestly, we're flexible. We administered a very successful survey during a pandemic last year. So honestly, we're very flexible. We try to roll with things as well as we can. There are many districts that have already expressed interest. They're ready to get started. They probably already planned on it. They just plan on SHARP. So I think I do have a question of if I actually like the idea of gathering this feedback from LEAs. I would like to honestly find be shared the results of that, because I think it could be helpful for us. But my question is if this would happen, would all districts be prohibited from doing their own planning independently?
And my understanding, the only thing that all of this discussion is doing right now is deciding if we're going to put our USB letterhead on front of the survey to say our name is also on this.
Yes.
This survey is going out regardless of whether we do this or not. So I think everybody needs to have a clear understanding of what's happening here. We are making a decision to either support and put our name on the letterhead on the front of the survey, or we're going to withdraw that. And that is what's happening here. Students are going to take it regardless of what we say because it's not our survey. So if I'm understanding everything accurately. So I think Board Member Lear is asking that this work group, and I think a work group is a great idea, quite frankly, because if we are going to put our name on it, honestly, we have to feel comfortable with it as a board.
I agree.
So, you know, let's get a working group going. Let's look through the surveys and the question. Let's provide our feedback. In the end, you will, Sharp Survey and the Health Department will either take it and say, we're going to take it and we want the feedback and we want the letterhead back on, or we're not going to. But Board Member Lear, is October 1 okay?
Yes, I think that's great. I want to know this will happen. And I think it gives some comfort to LEAs who may care what the USBE thinks or says.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Belknap. And then Board Member Klein, and I've lost track now of who was first, so I apologize.
I'm sorry, I think Board Member,
also. I got three.
I think Board Member Straight was actually first, but
Board Member Straight, and
my question is, I'm just going to go here because my question is can't we just make a work group and not support or not unsupport either way today, and just say we're not going to make a decision today until we have this information? Why would we support this and or not support it until we know where we're going?
My understanding is if we don't make a motion to support, then our letterhead comes off until we support.
I think that's okay. It doesn't go out till February of 2023.
State Board of Education's letter, logo and letterhead is actually not on the survey itself, nor is it on any of our materials. Actually, the only time that we use letterhead or State Board of Education's logo is on the initial letter that goes out to superintendents, where all three state agencies historically have signed it, showing all three state agencies support. So that is the only instance in which.
But the information goes from our listservs. That's where I have some rub.
But also they are sending that to parents, because I've gotten calls from parents. Why is USBE asking for all this personal information? So they are getting it with, with the invitation to take the survey.
And that would be, maybe when we do talk about the survey to the community, the State Board of Education, who is part of the planning committee, is listed as an agency that sponsors it. So I guess we could remove, it would involve essentially only listing the Department of Human Services, Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health, and the Department of Health. I think that would be the result.
Point of order, Chair. We do have a motion, and the motion is not to remove. The motion is that we'll continue to support. Can we keep our discussions to that?
Okay, Board Member Straight, we have a motion on the table. Will you speak to it?
Yes.
We actually have an amendment. We have the amendment we're working on.
So I would like to add to that amendment.
We actually have an amendment to an amendment. Don't we?
To a substitute motion.
Substitute and one of the
substitute motion.
You take one more amendment to an amendment. So Board Member Straight.
Okay, so if I'm out of order, I'm sure you'll let me know. So I guess one of the things I want this work group to find out is what is the authority by which this survey is sent out to the schools, and who authorizes it. Someone help me write that right. Okay.
So you.
Because I want to be able to take what we have with the work group and who do we take our suggestions to? If we're not, if we only have a recommending authority, who has the power over it to where we can request changes to be made? That's what I want to know.
And I think that amendment would go to the language of the substitute motion, which would be the concerns and issues raised during this discussion, including the authority by which SHARP survey is administered.
I think you're right.
I would agree that that's included in the intent of my substitute.
Okay.
motion.
So is that a friendly?
That's perfectly fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So then let's go back and vote on, gratefully seeing no other hands, Board Member Lear's amendment that we add that the work group provide a report to the board by October 1st, 2022. Please vote. You are voting that the work group provide a report to the board by 2022, October. This passes with board member Moss, Earl, and Belknap opposed. The next we have on the table that the board continues to support the SHARP survey and convene a work group to study the concerns and issues raised during this discussion, including the authority by which the SHARP survey is administered, and that the work group provide a report to the board by October 1, 2022. Please vote. That passes with board members Klein, Belknap, Earl, Hart, Hutchings, Moss, and Hymas opposed. Do you have that, Sybil?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair.
Let me just say my understanding is this, that whether we do or don't support is not going to make a difference until the spring, if I'm understanding the correct timing of when the survey is administered, because our name on the letterhead is not going to go out until we make a decision on October 1st, 2022. So we will look forward to the working group doing the work and studying all the health initiatives, and we'll come back in October of 2022. Thank you. Thank you to our guests for coming. That was much longer and involved than I'm guessing you had anticipated, but we appreciate your help. Chair Lear, let's try to quickly get through law and licensing.
I think
And
we're
then
on item,
decide when we need a break.
I think we're on item 13.6, is that right?
Yes.
The committee moves that the board approve R277609 standards for local education agency discipline plans and safety interventions, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Discussion to the motion, Board Member Earl.
Yes, line 81, 82, it specifically talks about surveys. Not that we haven't exhausted this, but my understanding from standards and assessment meeting last month, we were going to thoroughly discuss this. This has to do with the discrimination-free and what's the other word? Harassment-free schools. And I think there needs to be clarity on exactly what this survey is, who's going to construct it, what the ethical standards are around it before it's moved forward. I'm asking that it be, as we're continuing the dialogue about 428 in standards and assessment, that it be in association with that instead of moving this forward at the time, unless there's further clarification on the use of the surveys here and other mechanisms for creating that policy.
Okay, are you speaking against it or amending? Well, sorry,
I think my motion would be to have this item, I hate to push stuff into standards and assessment, but we already last month talked about having survey information coming so that we could address this issue there. So I'm not sure.
The substitute motion?
Putting it there, so.
Can we see the rule on the screen?
It's line 80.
I may have it.
Yeah, 182, I believe. There's just not clarification on whether they can design their own surveys or exactly how this is going to roll out.
So where is this language?
This is in association with the House Bill 428. We're to change our policies.
Okay, I just want to see
relevant.
what you're talking about. Survey right there on 82 are informed by data obtained by any regularly occurring safety or health related survey, including a school's climate survey as described in R277623.
Are you making a substitute motion, Board Member Earl?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion that this be, maybe you're gonna have to help me with this, held until we have further discussion about this, which I understood was supposed to be happening tomorrow in our meeting because we requested it last month.
You can move it to the Standards and Assessment Committee.
I would like to move it to the Standards and Assessment Committee.
She can move it to a committee, not necessarily specific.
Okay, to a committee for further clarification on the survey and other data. I think to only use survey data would be not an accurate way of finding discrimination in schools or creating a discrimination-free. Anyways, I'm speaking to it, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so my understanding
I'll
is
second that.
The earliest this would happen would be, it would have to go back through executive and it would have to be put in a committee, and the earliest this would be addressed in the committee would be in August, correct? Are there any time constraints that would make this not good for the people who are impacted? Board, Jeff Van Holten.
To answer that specific question, potentially, if you do August committee, it would be September full board, October public comment, effective November. So that would be, you wouldn't be able to delay it beyond the August because you have to have it in effect by November to meet your statutory requirement for the rulemaking. So you could delay it just to August, but then you cannot delay it beyond that without needing to let the Administrative Rules Committee of the legislature know why you have delayed.
So we could pass it today for all the parts of the rule, and then this piece could be requested by the board today, maybe, to be addressed further in a committee and potential rule change later.
Yes.
That could be a different motion. That's not necessarily the motion that Board Member Earl has made. Her motion is to send the entire rule with all the edits currently back to a committee. And I'm happy to address the questions if that's something you all want me to do as well.
Go ahead.
Those lines that reference the survey, so House Bill 428 does require that an LEA, when they update their bullying policies, that they use the school climate survey data to inform the updates to their policies. So that is why we were making this amendment originally, because it is required by House Bill 428. Board Member Earl is correct that there was an additional phrase added here for any regularly occurring safety or health related survey. The reason for that being added is LEAs are not prohibited from using any additional surveys that they have to inform the policy updates that they do make on a regular basis and are required to by code for their bullying policies. So we added that in here because there was a concern that using a one-time, one-off survey versus regular occurring surveys that have trends that you can extrapolate would not be the best practice for informing updates to your policy. So we did add that in there to give a nod and an encouragement to LEAs to use regularly occurring surveys that they can extrapolate actual data trends from rather than one-time surveys. I will say this as well, though. It is additional. You do not need that line in here because LEAs are not prohibited in any part of this ruler code from doing whatever they choose to inform their policy updates anyway. So you could strike that line. You do need to at least require the school climate survey portion because that is from House Bill 428.
Okay. So do you want to withdraw your motion, Board Member Earl, or amend it in some way to pass this part and then look at language you may want to add to it? It sounds like they're not prohibited from using other means, but maybe the standards and assessment wants to add something in, some other things that are listed in the rule that they could use.
So what survey do we have that actually does this?
The school.
That's what I want to know. Does it actually address discrimination and harassment?
We don't have a survey. It's an LEA survey. Can you go back to the rule?
That's what I'm saying. And then some of the LEAs, are we using ethical practices in this? I mean, this is the concern with the previous survey, is what are they using? Are they ethically using those surveys? So that's where my concern lies here. We're just opening the door for something that and I understand that Representative Hollins passed this during the legislative session, but is it the best practice for getting this information?
We could make a motion to seek legislation change. But
what's that?
You could make a motion when we get to legislative, issues on agendas to seek legislation change, to change that if that's the will of the board.
Can I speak for a second?
Yes, Chair Lear.
This is required by legislation. This is just like any other, like we saw earlier, a requirement under special education that some board members may not like, but it is something required by, I forget the bill number, Representative Hollins. We can't just not do it, and the time for doing it is close to when we have to have it done to satisfy the legislature. So
I realize that.
Then I think we can't not do this, but could we not pass the rule and then refer to standards and assessment for further discussion, or what Chair Davis suggested for a legislative revisit?
Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Can I respond?
Yes, let's hear really quickly from Angie Stallings, and then we'll go back to you again, Board Member Earl.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. I'm sorry, I do not have a hand raising ability when I'm sharing my screen, but I did want to just answer the question, what is this survey and where can you find it? The survey is the climate survey, the school climate survey, which the board approved and incorporated by reference in R277623. You can see the surveys here on our website under documents incorporated by reference. So I wanted to explain at least that portion, that it's referring to that survey.
Thank you.
May I address the previous question? Has that survey been tested to actually inform the very things we're asking in 428? That's what I'm asking. And if we're going to, I guess that's my concern, is that it isn't. It doesn't have the research behind it to do what this bill has asked it to do. And that's concern. If we're going to add questions, it needs to be validated. It needs to go through a process, and that's what needs to be added here. Or we need to strike the reoccurring safety health related surveys. Maybe that just needs to be stricken, because I am familiar with the school climate survey.
So the only thing it sounds like we have control over at this point is to strike the recurring surveys, and then we could seek a legislative change to ask for a code change for the other.
Okay, I would like to make an amendment, make a motion, or no, an amendment. That's what it would be. But I don't think I can withdraw my motion now. It would have to be.
I don't think, did we get a second on that first one? I think you can.
No, and you haven't reread it either, Chair.
Yeah. So you
okay.
did
a different.
You did receive a second.
It did get a second, but you have not repeated it to the floor.
I have not repeated it to the floor. So do you want to withdraw that and do this one?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that we strike. Okay, now I don't see the wording in front of me.
He's typing it right in right here.
Okay. The lines read, yeah.
Yes.
You'll need a second on that. Does Matt want to do that?
Motion, Board Member Earl. Do you want to read this? Is this what you want?
Yes.
Okay. There's a motion to amend lines 81 to 82 to read are informed and updated by data from a school's climate survey as described in R277-623. Board Member Hyman, do you still second?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor, a substitute motion on the floor. Actually, no, just amendment. Anyone would like to speak to the amendment? Can we vote, Board Member Earl, since you've already spoken to this, or do you want to speak again? Okay, please vote. This passes with Board Member Hanson opposed. Board Member Lear, I didn't see your vote.
I voted for it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So then we have a motion on the floor that the board approve R277-609 standards for local education agency, LEA discipline plans and emergency safety interventions, draft 1, as amended on second and final reading. I'm seeing no hands, please vote. This passes all in favor, except for a no vote from Board Member Klein. Board Chair Lear.
Item 13.7, R277-401, only a continuation. The committee moves that the board continue R277-401, child abuse neglect reporting by education personnel, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, we have a motion on the board that the board continue R277-401, child abuse neglect reporting by education personnel, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Please vote.
Please vote. That passes. Board Member Lear, I can't see a vote.
I'm sorry, I voted aye. It goes away too fast.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Board Member Klein, did you vote also?
Yes, it was unanimous.
Okay, Chair Lear.
Item 13.8, this is a sunset review and recommendation for the pilot program for late enrollment dual immersion, language dual immersion. The committee moves that the board recommends the legislature take no action and allow the section of code to sunset on July 1, 2023.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, there's a motion on the floor that the board recommends that the legislature take no action and allow the section of code to sunset on July 1st, 2023. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Chair Lear.
Item 13.9, this is a UPAC sunset review and recommendation. The committee moves that the board recommend that the legislature remove the sunset date for UPAC.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, there's a motion on the floor that the board recommend that the legislature remove the sunset date for UPAC. Please vote. This passes unanimously. Before we move to standards and assessment, I think we need to take a quick break, but I also think that I made a mistake on the last agenda item. Was Chair Huntsman present for that item? But Board Member Belknap, you're muted.
Yeah, I will send her something out of every vote that he wasn't here for to Sybil.
Was he here for that vote?
He was not. But it's unanimous with who was here.
I'm talking about the last,
No,
the whole last agenda item, the monster sharp survey motion. Was he here for that vote?
He was not.
Then it did not pass. But Sybil, can you give us a count of the votes? Because I counted the no votes as 7, and if Chair Huntsman's not here, then we only had 7 yes votes and it didn't pass.
That's right.
You would have been the prevailing vote.
No.
Only if Chair Huntsman was here.
So can you read through them and I'll write them down?
Hold on one moment.
And let's just make sure that everybody is comfortable with that was their vote. So say them to me, Sybil.
Thank you. One moment. I had to get back to my motion on that. Substitute motion. Okay, so for the substitute motion, I have members Klein. These are at the opposed votes. Member Klein, Belknap, Earl, Hart, Hutchings, Hymas, and Moss opposed. So I have 7 opposed.
So it's actually 8 then because Chair Huntsman was not here.
Well, it's not, that's not true. It was a 7-7 vote. It failed.
Right. It did fail because Chairman Huntsman wasn't there. He wasn't a no vote. He was not here.
Yeah, so essentially how that changes the outcome of that vote is that the board still goes through the board still go through the task force to have an opportunity to support in October?
No, there can be, you could go back to, because that was the substitute motion that failed. You can go back to the final motion now that's up above because the substitute motion failed.
So we need to go back to that agenda and vote.
For the final motion, yep. But may I make an amendment?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to that final motion and can we just add the last part of the task force, Angie, if you're typing?
Add. Yeah. So then as amended, this motion would not maintain support until and if we meet.
Right.
We'll meet on October 1st and the task force will evaluate and we will decide at that point if we are going to support for the
Can I
new.
make a recommendation instead of October 1st, the October board meeting?
Great idea.
Chair Lear, are you okay with that? Well, I guess it's really mine now. Yeah, I am.
Yep, it's yours now.
So we have a motion on the floor.
But wait a minute, I haven't finished amended.
Okay.
The board withdraws support of the 2023 Sharp survey and convene a work group. So I want to remove the rest of that. So yeah, thank you. I'm getting rid of the rest of that, but adding that.
So she's getting rid of the words.
Until a thorough investigation, I'm adding and convene a work group to study it. So I'm adding to that final motion, which is that the board withdraws support of the 2023 Sharp survey, but I'm getting rid of that last sentence in the final motion and adding.
So we need to vote on the amendment first and then we need to vote on the.
But we don't have a second yet to that.
Do we have a second to this amendment? The board member Hutchins. Second. We have an amendment on the floor would be to add and convene a work group to study the concerns and issues raised during this discussion, including the authority by which the Sharp survey is administered, and that the work group provide a report to the board by October 22 board meeting after Sharp survey and delete the rest of the sentence.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Do you have a comment on this amendment, Board Member Klein?
What part are we deleting?
We are deleting a thorough accounting of student health initiatives across USBE can be completed because that is included in the issues that were raised during the discussion.
Okay, and then who makes up the work group? I'm curious, or how does that?
We don't know yet.
How is the work group normally assigned? Is it members of the board or is it someone else?
There's a difference between a work group and a task force. The work group is convened by staff, am I right? And the task force is decided by board leadership or just Chair Huntsman, actually.
But made up of board members, both of them?
Some.
Jeff has an answer.
It can be. Jeff Van Holten, can you define?
Yes, I just want to add that the policy 1004 defines a task force as groups, including working groups. So it is kind of a tomato. And in that case, the chair of the board would pick the membership.
Okay, so with this working group, would the chair of the board pick the membership?
Yep.
Yes, and it can, to board member Klein's question, it can include board members, yes.
But it can include anybody else as well.
Correct.
Like our members from the SHARP survey, our guests.
Yes, you can bring on people from the outside community.
For information. Okay, board member Straight.
Come on. Okay, there we go. So I would like to make an amendment.
Okay, this will be an amendment to the amendment.
So I want to add it in though, so it might just, let's see. So withdraw support until which time the work group can report back.
It already says that above. It says the board withdraws support of the 2023 SHARP survey until we can convene a work group.
Okay, just as long as we're going to act one way or another at that point, I'm fine. Thank you. Sorry.
That language until the work group convenes and reports is still included, correct?
Yes.
G. Stallings.
Sorry, I thought we were ending right here after survey and then putting and convene. So
right.
Would you like to say until a work group is convened?
No, no, we've got it actually correct, Angie.
Okay.
But after survey, all of that is gone up above in that final motion. I know you can't get rid of it because that's board member Klein's motion. I'm amending it to get rid of that and adding the rest at the bottom.
So what you're saying is the motion, the support's withdrawn, but we're also convening a work group to study the issue.
Yes.
And it may be put back in on October 22nd, essentially.
Yes.
It's the same.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to make a different amendment to the amendment, Board Member Strader? Is that how you understand it as well?
No, just as long as we're revisiting it later, I'm fine.
Okay.
Because we've already done it this year, so.
Yeah. So we will revisit on October board meeting. Board Member Klein, discussion to this amendment?
Yeah, I would just make an amendment to the amendment to add in until the issues are resolved in a way that is satisfactory to the board. Is that implied?
Implied.
That's implied, but if you want to, we can see if
otherwise it just looks like, it's until October when the work group reports back.
Until was taken out. So it says it will be withdrawn and a committee will convene. But it doesn't say it has to be.
So it's not being reinstated automatically.
Nope.
Just after the board meeting. Okay, that works fine. Then I'll withdraw my amendment.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor and we have an amendment on the floor and seeing no other hands. we will vote on the amendment to add and convene a work group to study the concerns and issues raised during this discussion, including the authority by which the SHARP survey is administered, and the work group provide a report to the board by October 2022 board meeting after SHARP survey, and delete the rest of the sentence. Board members, please vote. Board member Norton. There we go. That passes unanimously. I saw that right. Now we have a motion on the floor that the board withdraw support of the 2023 SHARP survey and convene a work group to study the concerns and issues raised during this discussion, including the authority by which the SHARP survey is administered, and that the work group provide a report to the board by October 2022 board meeting. Seeing no hands, board members, please vote. That passes with board members Hanson and Lear opposed. And Cannon opposed. Thank you for your patience. I apologize that I missed that Chair Huntsman wasn't here when we did that counting. I just came to my brain as we were going through the next motions. Let's take a 6-minute break and reconvene at 6:10. And Chair Hanson, you will be up with standards and assessment report.
Everybody run.
Run. We're going to start right at 6:10, about 5 minutes. It's 6:10. Let's take a quick roll call vote. And yay,
Well, you have a quorum. You have a
do
quorum.
the bases. We got a quorum. Let's
Yep.
move on. We have a lot in executive today, so but maybe we could be done by 7 if we can go pretty quickly through standards and assessment. So Chair Hansen.
We are ready to roll, and we had 3 motions for the board. All of them passed unanimously in committee, just for the board's information. The first one is on number, I believe on the agenda, it's 13.5. The motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve R277415, School Nurses Matching Funds, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, there's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-415, School Nurses Matching Funds, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Please vote. That passes unanimously.
Hold on, I didn't see Board Member Hutchings. Maybe she's not back, so she did not vote on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next motion for the board is item 13.7. The committee recommends that the board approve R277922, Digital Teaching and Learning, DTL, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, there's a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-922, Digital Teaching and Learning, DTL, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Please vote. That passes with 1 board member opposed and 1 absent. Board Member Hutchings is absent and Board Member Klein is opposed. Go ahead.
Okay, next motion for the board, item number 13.8.
Just a question, Chair, is Huntsman back? Is Chair Huntsman back?
He is not.
So Huntsman is absent also.
Yeah, but he's not on here, so Sybil knows that. Thank you, Board Member Lear. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, back to item 13.8, the motion for the board. The committee recommends that the board approves R277-918, Education Innovation Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, there's a motion. Oh, sorry, Board Member Moss.
Quick question, just in line 38, and I was curious because this relates to ULEAD, but I'm just not sure what the language means. A teacher or LEA may consult with the director prior to applying or application approval regarding best practices. Does that just mean they may consult before they put in or before approval is granted? I'm not quite sure how that works.
Director Van Holten.
Yes, thank you. That just is essentially saying that before the teacher applies to the local board for approval of their innovation classroom, they may, with the local board or the LEA, consult with the ULEAD director on best practices for measuring success and data collection, which is what the rest of the rule is about, is making an agreement between the LEA and the teacher about which metrics will be used and the data that will be collected to measure it.
Thank you. Quick follow-up. The substance makes sense. I'm just not sure what the language means. Applying or application approval. Does that just mean while it's pending? I mean, this is a May, so it's probably not critical, but since I'm on the ULEAD committee, I thought this might come up, and I just want to make sure I understand what that means. Prior to applying, they can consult, and
In the interim.
In the interim, if they want to consult, then he should apply. He should consult them while the application's pending.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. That makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion on the floor that the board approves R277-918 Education Innovation Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. Please vote. That passes with Board Member Klein opposed.
And that is all for standards and assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be seeking a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Board Member Belknap, I think you were the second.
Yes.
A motion on the floor that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. We need to take a voice vote. Vice Chair Belknap?
Yes.
Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Cannon?
Yes.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Hanson?
Yes.
Member Hart?
Yes.
Member Huntsman? Not here. Did Board Member Hutchings come back?
I'm here, yes.
Okay. Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Board Member Lear?
Yes.
Board Member Moss?
Yes.
Board Member Norton?
Yes.
Board Member Straight?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll turn that.
The motion is that the board approves the UPAC consent calendar recommendations. Please vote. I see that voting is unanimous. Go ahead, Board Member Norton.
In case number 19-1668, I move that the board adopts UPAC's hearing report.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. So in case number 19-1668, the motion is that the board accept the hearing report. Please vote. I'm voting no. Everyone else is a yes. Sybil? Okay, go ahead.
In case number 19-1685, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. In case number 19-1685, the motion is that the board accept UPAC's recommendation. Please vote. Oh, I'll tell. Are you raising your hand, Board Member Straight, or a check mark? Okay, it's unanimous. Board Member Booth is recusing himself, and I'm voting no.
In case number 20-1769, I move that the board adopts UPAC's hearing report.
Second.
Thank you. Case number 20-1769, the motion is that the board accept the hearing report. Please vote. That voting is unanimous. Go ahead.
In case
Isn't that
number
the one
two,
that Member Booth was going to abstain from?
I thought that was the one before it.
No, I think that was
This one?
1679. Yeah.
Okay. 1769. Ben, help me.
1679, I think, was the first two of the reinstatements, and that 1679 was the Alpine teacher.
1769, Member Booth and Davis recused themselves.
1679.
We
Did I write
don't
it
have a
down?
1679.
I'm sorry, I took notes to follow, so it may be a
Okay,
seven.
no, we'd rather have you double check, Ben. Thank you so much.
1769.
Okay.
Thank
The
you
teacher
so
from
much.
Alpine.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
in case number 21-1815, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. So in case number 21-1815, it's to accept, the motion is to accept UPAC's recommendation. Please vote. Voting yes, but I voted no on that one. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
In case number 21-1828, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. In case number 21-1828, the motion is to
accept
UPAC's recommendation. Please vote. That voting is unanimous. Thank you. Go ahead.
In case number 21-1838, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Case number 21-1838, the motion is that the board approve UPAC's recommendation. Please vote. That voting is unanimous. Go ahead.
In case number 21-1847, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
In case number 21-1847, the motion is that the board accept UPAC's recommendation. Please vote. I think this is the one you recused yourself from. Board Member Straight, you recused, and Board Member Earl voted no. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
In case number 21-1856, I move that the board accept the educator's surrender.
Second.
In case number 21-1856, the motion before the board is that we accept the educator's surrender. Please vote. Is this the one you're recusing from? Oh, this is the one. Sorry.
Yeah.
He voted yes on the last one. I apologize. He's recusing on this one. So it's unanimous, except Board Member Straight is being recused. Okay.
In case number 21-1867, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Clarity on this. Is this 22-1867? 22?
I'm sorry, it is 22-1867.
Okay. And we have a second still, Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion before the board is to accept UPAC's recommendation on case number 22-1867. Please vote. I voted no, yes by everybody else. Okay, go ahead, Board Member Norton.
Okay, I move that the board appoint the following. The first one would be Brenda Whitehorse for the Advisory Committee on Equity for Education Services for Students Committee representing the American Indian population for a 2-year term.
Second.
So the motion before the board is to appoint Brenda Whitehorse representing the American Indians for a 2-year term on the Access Committee. Please vote. That's a yes by everyone and a no by Board Member Klein. Go ahead.
I move that the board appoint Latu Kinikini for the Access Committee representing the Pacific Islander population for a 2-year term.
Second.
So the motion before the board is to appoint Latu Kinikini representing the Pacific Islanders for a 2-year term through the Access Committee. Please vote. That's everybody voted yes except Board Member Klein. Go ahead.
I move that the board appoint Dr. Beam to the Access Committee representing, one second, I didn't write this down, the African American Black community for a 2-year term.
Second.
So the motion before the board is to appoint Dr. Beam representing the African Americans for a 2-year term to the Access Committee. Please vote. Scott, okay. Everybody voted yes except Board Member Klein. Go ahead.
Okay. I move that the board appoint Amy Sandgren to the Access Committee representing the at-large population for a 2-year term.
Second.
Thank you. The motion before the board is to appoint Amy Sandgren representing an at-large position for a 2-year term to the Access Committee. Please vote. That's unanimous, Sybil. Kristen, I think you can do these 3 together. Is that correct? Board Member Klein, nod yes or no. The next 3.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move that the board appoint Carrie Harbath, Philip Montalet, Ryan Hemming, and David Allred to the USDB Advisory Board representing the deaf, blind, or parent of deaf, blind, or someone with an interest or knowledge of the deaf, blind for a 2-year term.
Second.
So the motion is to appoint Carrie Harbaugh and Philip Montalet, Ryan Hemming, and David Allred to the USDB Advisory Council representing the areas for their areas for a 2-year term. Please vote. That voting is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're on to number 17, which are board member comments. I don't see any hands because we're too tired to raise our hands. I'm just kidding. Board Member Klein, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Earlier in our meeting, I put forward a resolution to revoke the portrait of a graduate. It was not turned in on time to be uploaded to the board docs, so I just wanted to read it for the record, acknowledging that it did not pass, but to help explain or so that the public can know why I was opposed or why I'm opposed to the portrait of a graduate, so that it's clear and not taken out of context. Because I do support the ideals that the portrait of a graduate puts forward. There are other reasons for not agreeing with it. So resolution to revoke portrait of a graduate. Whereas the governance structure of public education in the state of Utah vests the Utah legislature with broad authority over public education, being constitutionally charged to, quote, provide for the establishment and maintenance of the public education system, end of quote, and designate schools and programs. And whereas an audit conducted in April 2021 by the Office of the Legislative Auditor General found that the USBE's strategic vision and mission, quote, differ from those outlined by the legislature in statute, and that alignment of education stakeholders' direction for the public education system into a single mission and vision could lead to less confusion and improved outcomes, end of quote. And whereas the audit indicated that USBE's mission focuses on, quote, creating equitable conditions and does not mention their role in preparing students with occupational skills, character development, and assessment for accountability, end of quote, and the USBE's vision, quote, lacks mention of their role in providing elements beyond educational achievement, such as strong moral and social values and loyalty and commitment to constitutional government, end of quote. And whereas instead of aligning directly with the statutory direction of the legislative mission and vision for public education, the USBE superintendency and staff have adopted a crosswalk approach that uses portrait of a graduate to justify the board's unaligned mission and vision. And whereas Utah's portrait of a graduate was developed through a partnership with KnowledgeWorks to, quote, fundamentally transform the purpose of U.S. education, shifting curriculum, assessment, school accountability, and data collection away from academics and toward social emotional learning, or SEL. And whereas KnowledgeWorks has openly claimed that the US Constitution is, quote, not only racist, but systemically racist, end of quote. And whereas Portrait of a Graduate is central to the state board's strategic plan, and whereas, quote, the implementation of all policies, programs, and responsibilities adopted in accordance with this public education code, inclusive of the board's strategic plan, the legislature, the state board, shall respect, protect, and further the interests of parents in their children's public education and promote and encourage full and active participation and involvement of parents at all public schools, end of quote. And whereas, quote, given parents have been significantly more involved in the education of their children, given the current dynamics, i.e. many parents want to handle the social, emotional, and ideological teaching of their children, and considering House Concurrent Resolution 8 that passed during the 2021 legislative session that reaffirms the state is secondary to the primary role of the parent, end of quote. And whereas Portrait of a Graduate's 21st century learning framework is heavily influenced by multiple data-driven interests, and whereas the hopes, dreams, and aspirations for a student solely belong to the student and his or her family, not to be controlled by an indeterminate community and collective vision for students, is anathema to the autonomy, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of each individual. Therefore, let it be resolved that the members of the Utah State Board of Education, elected to represent the students, families, and local interests of their respective districts, revoke Portrait of a Graduate and any similar initiatives that affect control over student outcomes through the use of collectively informed social and emotional learning expectations, standards, assessments, and data collection. Let it further be resolved that the board align its mission and vision with statute to help students develop foundational academic skills and constitutional principles through high-quality instruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. I don't see any other hands. I want to make one small comment. I had the opportunity to speak at a graduation, and I would just like to repeat one line I said in there, and that is all, and then I will close. You are the miracle, and our children are the miracles, and that's all I wanted to share in my board member comments. So thank you. We will consider this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Night, everyone.
Really meeting at 8 o'clock?
Recording stopped.
Oh.